Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way. Magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You have seen today's title. What if 11-year-old Harry Potter resurrected the four founders and claimed Hogwarts as his true birthright? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
The cupboard under the stairs had taught Harry Potter many things. How to be silent, how to be small, how to disappear even when his body remained. But tonight, the silence was different. It pressed against his ears like water in the deep dark of the ocean. The Dursleys had gone to sleep hours ago. Dudley's distant snoring rumbled through the ceiling beams like a caged beast. And yet Harry's eyes remained wide open, fixed on the thin strip of light beneath the cupboard door. He was 11 years old now. Or at least, he thought he was. Nobody had ever said happy birthday. Not once. But he knew the date. June 23rd. He kept it buried in his chest like a stolen coin. His mum and dad, they had died the day before. Halloween. So his birthday was the only day that truly belonged to him. And tonight, something was pulling at him. Not physically. Not like a hand on his shoulder or a whisper in his ear. It was deeper. Older. A tugging sensation in the marrow of his bones, as if his blood remembered something his mind had long forgotten. He pressed his palm flat against the floorboards. The wood was cold, but beneath the cold, warmth. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't know why. It just felt right. The darkness behind his eyelids was softer than the darkness of the cupboard. Warmer. And slowly, shapes began to form. A castle. Not the gray stone fortresses from the history books at primary school. This castle breathed. Its towers pierced clouds that glowed like mother of pearl. Its walls shifted, rearranged themselves, grew ivy in one heartbeat and shed it in the next. And within those walls, four figures. Harry couldn't see their faces. They were silhouettes against firelight. But he felt their weight. Their age. Their sorrow. One of them turned towards him. Air. The word wasn't spoken. It simply arrived. Like rain finding the earth. Come home. Harry's eyes snapped open. His breath was shallow. His heart hammered against his ribs so hard he thought it might crack them. Sweat cooled on his forehead. And beneath his palm, the floorboard was no longer cold. It was burning. He snatched his hand back, scrambling against the wall. But there was no smoke. No fire. Just a faint, golden warmth fading slowly into ordinary wood. He waited for the shouting. For Aunt Petunia's shrill voice demanding to know what filth he was disturbing at this hour. But the house remained silent. The warmth in the wood faded completely. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt not just lonely, but lost. The next morning came with a kick to the cupboard door. Wake up, boy. Eggs need sorting. Uncle Vernon's voice, thick with sleep and thicker with contempt. Harry blinked against the sudden intrusion of gray light. His body moved automatically, standing, folding his thin blanket, tucking it into the corner with military precision. His hand brushed the floorboard. Cold. Of course it was cold. It was always cold. Last night was just a dream. A strange, vivid dream born from hunger and the lonely ache of another forgotten birthday. He pushed open the door. The kitchen was already thick with the smell of frying bacon. Dudley sat at the table, shoveling sausages into his face with both hands, grease dripping down his chin. Aunt Petunia hovered by the stove, her back rigid. 14 sausages, Mummy, Dudley demanded through a full mouth. I need 14. You'll get 14, my precious boy. Harry moved quietly to the counter. The eggs were in a wire basket. Small, brown, some cracked. His fingers worked quickly, separating the unblemished from the damaged. It was a task that required no thought. His hands knew it better than his mind. But his mind was still in that castle. Air. Did you hear me, boy? Harry flinched. Vernon stood over him, face purple, mustache quivering. He hadn't heard the approach. Stupid. Dangerous. Yes, Uncle Vernon. The words came out flat. Empty. The eggs. And after that, the gutters. They're clogged with leaves again. Don't think you can laze about just because it's summer. Summer. Yes. School had ended 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks of isolation, of invisibility, of shrinking himself smaller and smaller until he barely took up space at all. Yes, Uncle Vernon. He finished the eggs. He cleaned the gutters. He swept the driveway. He pulled weeds from between the paving stones until his fingers bled. And all the while, the dream clung to him. That night, Harry didn't wait for sleep. He lay in the darkness of the cupboard, his hand pressed flat against the warm spot on the floorboard. It had returned, as soon as the sun went down, and he reached. Not with his hands, not with his voice, with something deeper. What are you? He thought. What do you want from me? The warmth pulsed. Once, twice, like a heartbeat. And then, the wood beneath his palm shimmered. It rippled like water, turning translucent, revealing something hidden within the grain. A sliver of stone, black, veined with silver, no larger than his thumbnail. It looked ancient. It looked alive. Harry hesitated. Every instinct honed by 11 years of survival screamed at him to leave it alone. To bury it. To forget. But another instinct, newborn, fierce, undeniable, drove his fingers forward. He touched the stone. The world twisted. The cupboard dissolved. The house dissolved. The very air dissolved, replaced by something older, wilder, woven from starlight and root and bone. Harry gasped, or tried to, but there was no breath in this place. No body. Just awareness. And before him, the castle. Not a dream this time. Not a distant silhouette. He stood at its gates. Iron and oak, 30 feet high, carved with symbols he didn't recognize but somehow understood. A serpent. A badger. An eagle. A lion. His hand rose, pressed against the cold metal. The gates swung open. Inside, the great hall stretched before him. Torches flickered in iron brackets. 4 long tables ran parallel, their wood dark with age. And at the far end, on a raised dais, 4 chairs. Thrones. They were empty. But they did not feel empty. They felt waiting. Harry walked forward. His footsteps echoed in the vast space, but the sound was wrong, too solid, too real. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't exist in this place. And yet, he belonged. He knew it the moment his fingers brushed the arm of the first throne. Carved oak, weathered by centuries. He felt the calluses of the hands that had shaped it. Heard the echo of a voice, firm, proud, unwavering. Godric Gryffindor. The second throne. Silver gilt, delicate, etched with wind-swept branches. The scent of morning frost. Rowena Ravenclaw. The third. Hammered bronze, functional, warm. Earth and hearth fire. Helga Hufflepuff. The fourth. Black onyx, cold, scaled like serpent skin. Danger. Wisdom. Loneliness. Salazar Slytherin. Harry's hand hovered over the arm of the final throne. He didn't touch it. He couldn't. Why am I here? The castle did not answer. But something else did. The stones beneath his feet began to glow. Faint at first. A soft gold seeping from between the cracks. Then brighter. Hotter. The light spread outward from where he stood, racing along the grout lines, climbing the pillars, igniting the torches with fresh flame. Harry stumbled back, but the light followed. It pooled at his feet, swirled around his ankles, rose up his body like water. Not burning, recognizing, and in the heart of the light, shadows gathered. 4 shadows, tall, regal, formless at first, then solidifying, gaining edges and weight and presence. Harry watched, frozen, as the figures stepped from the thrones themselves, not seated, not waiting, but emerging, as if they had always been there, just beneath the surface. The first took shape. A man with a lion's mane of red gold hair, beard thick as brambles, eyes the color of forge fire. He wore chainmail beneath a crimson cloak. His sword hung at his hip. The second, a woman, slender and severe, dark hair cascading past her waist, silver diadem resting on her brow. Her robes were the blue of twilight. Her gaze pierced like a winter wind. The third, a softer woman, round-faced and warm, smile lines etched deep around her eyes. Her robes were yellow, simple wool, her hands calloused and earth-stained. She held no weapon. She needed none. The fourth, tall and proud, black hair swept back from a high forehead, beard trimmed close. His robes were green and silver, his expression unreadable. His eyes were the oldest of all. Harry's breath caught. They were looking at him. All 4 of them. And then, the first spoke. So young. Gryffindor's voice was thunder rolling over distant hills. Younger than we dared hope. Or older, Ravenclaw murmured. Her head tilted, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. Time misbehaves, in the space between death and waking. He is frightened. Hufflepuff's voice was honey and warm milk. She took a step forward, and the light softened around her. Child, you have nothing to fear from us. Harry tried to speak. His throat closed. Slytherin watched in silence. His gaze moved over Harry's face, the scar, the glasses, the too thin frame, and something flickered in his expression. Recognition. Disappointment. Harry couldn't tell. Do you know what you have done, boy? Slytherin's voice was quiet, precise. Each word cut cleanly through the air. Harry shook his head. You have called us back. Gryffindor's hand rested on his sword hilt. Across 1,000 years and more. Through the veil of death itself. That wasn't me. Harry's voice came out as a whisper. I just touched a stone. The stone of covenant, Ravenclaw, laid in the foundation of this castle by our own hands. Bound to our bloodlines. It does not answer to strangers. Harry stared at her. I'm not. I don't. You carry the blood of Gryffindor, the Lion Man said. I smell it on you. Fire and courage. And the blood of Slytherin, the Dark Man said. His voice was colder now. Or perhaps just careful. Ancient. Diluted. But present. Harry's head spun. That's not possible. My mum was a Muggle born. My dad was just. There is no just in blood magic. Ravenclaw's tone was not unkind. Your father's line traces to cadet branches of both our houses. The threads have woven together, over centuries. But the origin remains. And you, Hufflepuff said gently, are the one who found the stone. Who touched it? Who called? I didn't call, Harry insisted. I was lonely. And I wished. He stopped. I wished I wasn't alone. The words hung in the air, fragile and raw. Hufflepuff's expression softened further. Even Slytherin's rigid posture shifted, almost imperceptibly. Loneliness, the founders of Hufflepuff said, is a language the castle understands. It has waited, as we have waited. For someone to remember. Remember what? The four exchanged glances. A silent conversation, centuries old, conducted in the span of a heartbeat. It was Gryffindor who answered. This castle, he said, spreading his arms wide, was not merely a school. It was a covenant, a promise. 4 houses, united. One purpose. And then we fractured. Slytherin's jaw tightened. I fractured it. My pride. My fear. My blindness. Salazar. Hufflepuff's voice was quiet. That was 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years of waiting. His gaze remained fixed on some distant point. 1,000 years of silence. Until now. Harry looked between them. I don't understand what you want from me. Nothing. Gryffindor. Everything. Ravenclaw. Whatever you choose to give. Hufflepuff. Slytherin said nothing. His eyes, those ancient, unreadable eyes, remained on Harry. And then Harry understood. You're not here because I called you, he whispered. You're here because I can call you. Because I have the blood. Because the stone answered. Yes. Ravenclaw inclined her head. The covenant was never broken. Only dormant. It required 3 things to awaken. The blood of the founders. The touch of an heir. And a heart that seeks not power. But home, Hufflepuff finished. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry in front of these ancient, legendary figures. But the tears came anyway. Hot. Silent. Home. He had never had a home. Number 4, Privet Drive was a cage. The cupboard was a prison. Hogwarts, this impossible, breathing castle, was a name on a letter he had never received, a dream he had never dared to dream. And yet here he stood. In its heart. With its makers. What do I do? His voice broke on the question. I'm 11. I'm nobody. I don't know magic. I don't know anything. You know loneliness, Hufflepuff said. You know hunger. You know what it is to be told you are worthless, and to survive anyway. Those are not weaknesses, Gryffindor said. They are fires. And you have not let them burn you to ash. Harry looked down at his hands. Small. Scarred. Trembling. The castle chose you, heir. Slytherin's voice was softer now. Not warm, perhaps he had never been warm, even in life. But softer. The question is not what you should do. The question is, what do you want? Harry closed his eyes. He thought of the Dursleys. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of 10 years of invisibility, of shrinking, of surviving on scraps and silence. And then he thought of the castle. The breathing stone. The waiting thrones. He thought of the dream. Come home. He opened his eyes. I want. His voice steadied. I want to belong somewhere. The 4 founders of Hogwarts stood before him. Ghosts, spirits, echoes. He didn't know. He didn't care. Then belong, Hufflepuff said. Claim your inheritance, Ravenclaw said. Draw the sword, Gryffindor said. And remember, Slytherin said, his gaze holding Harry's, that belonging is not given. It is taken. It is defended. It is earned. The light around them intensified. The thrones blazed with renewed fire. The very stones of the castle sang, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in Harry's chest, his bones, his blood. And the stone of covenant, still clutched in his palm, grew warm. Then hot. Then searing. Harry gasped. The pain was immense, not burning, but binding, as if the stone was fusing with his flesh, becoming part of him. He tried to drop it, but his fingers wouldn't open. Let it happen, Ravenclaw commanded. Do not fight. It hurts. Yes. Slytherin's voice was grim. Inheritance always does. The pain crested. Harry's vision went white. He heard the founders speaking, but their voices were distant now, layered over each other, blending into a single chord. Blood of our blood. Heir of our houses. Keeper of the covenant. Rise. Harry screamed. And then, silence. He was on his knees. Not in the great hall, but in the cupboard. His palm was pressed flat against the warm floorboard. The stone was gone, but something else remained. A mark, burned into his skin. 4 symbols, interlocked. A lion, an eagle, a badger, a serpent. Harry stared at it. His breath came in ragged gasps. Above him, the house creaked. The Dursleys slept on, oblivious. And in the darkness of the cupboard, an 11-year-old boy with a lightning scar looked at the mark on his hand and understood, with terrible, beautiful certainty, that nothing would ever be the same. He had called the dead. And they had answered. Chapter 2, The Weight of 1,000 Years. Morning came like a blade. Harry woke before dawn, his body screaming with exhaustion, his mind racing with fractured memories. The Great Hall. The thrones. 4 figures of legend and light. Their voices still echoed in his skull, overlapping, demanding, pleading. He lifted his hand. The mark was still there. 4 symbols, interlocked, burned into the flesh of his palm. The skin around them was red but not blistered. It looked old, ancient, as if it had been there for centuries, not hours. Harry touched it gently with his other hand. Warm, not painful, like holding a mug of tea too long. What have I done? He didn't have time to answer. The lock on the cupboard door clicked. Aunt Petunia's thin silhouette appeared in the gap. Up. Vernon wants the car washed before breakfast. No. Good morning. No acknowledgement of his existence beyond the tasks he performed. Harry nodded automatically, shoving the marked hand into his pocket. He couldn't let them see. He didn't know why. He just couldn't. The day passed in a haze of chores and surveillance. Harry washed the car. He mowed the lawn. He polished Vernon's collection of ugly crystal figurines until his reflection shimmered in their faceted surfaces. And all the while, the mark pulsed. Not painfully. It was more like a second heartbeat. Steady, patient, waiting. That night, Harry didn't wait for sleep. He pressed his marked palm to the floorboard. The wood rippled. The stone of covenant, he could sense it now, buried deep within the grain, responded instantly, flooding his veins with warmth. He closed his eyes, and opened them in the great hall. The founders were waiting. They stood before their thrones, exactly as he had left them. But something had changed. They were more solid now. Less like ghosts, more like statues carved from light and shadow. You returned, Gryffindor said. Not a question. I didn't know if I could. Harry's voice echoed in the vast space. I just wanted to. Want is the root of all magic. Ravenclaw inclined her head. Intent shapes power. Not the other way around. Harry looked down at his marked hand. What is this? The covenant mark. Hufflepuff's voice was gentle. It binds you to Hogwarts. And Hogwarts to you. I don't want to be bound to anything. The words came out sharper than he intended. I didn't ask for this. No. Slytherin's voice was quiet. You asked to belong. The covenant answered. Harry's jaw tightened. That's not fair. Fair. Slytherin's eyebrow rose. You seek fairness from magic. From 1,000-year-old covenant. From death itself. Salazar. Hufflepuff's voice held a warning. No. Let him speak. Slytherin's gaze remained fixed on Harry. He accuses us of unfairness. Perhaps he is right. The covenant did not ask his permission. It chose him. As we chose him. As the castle chose him. Why? Harry demanded. Why me? There must be other people with founder blood. Other heirs. There were. Ravenclaw's expression was unreadable. The bloodlines scattered, intermarried, diluted. Many carried the spark. Few carried the flame. And none, Slytherin said slowly, carried the darkness. Harry froze. What darkness? The founders exchanged glances. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken history. Your scar, Slytherin said. It is not merely a wound. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The lightning bolt scar. He had lived with it so long he barely noticed it anymore. But now, under Slytherin's gaze, it seemed to throb. A fragment of soul, Ravenclaw said. Quietly. Bound to yours. It should have killed you. Instead, it marked you. Whose soul? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. No one answered. But Harry knew. He had always known, somewhere deep and buried. The whispers in primary school. The strange things that happened when he was angry or afraid. The feeling, sometimes, that something dark was sleeping inside him, waiting to wake. He who must not be named, Harry said. Voldemort. The name echoed in the great hall. The torches flickered. The shadows deepened. Gryffindor's hand moved to his sword. You speak his name freely. I'm not afraid of a name. Harry's voice was steadier than he felt. I'm afraid of what it means. Why did he mark me? Why did he come after my parents? Because you were prophesied to defeat him. Ravenclaw. Or he was prophesied to defeat you. The prophecy is vague. They often are. Prophecy. Harry tasted the word. It was bitter. So my parents died because of a prophecy. They died because they chose to protect you. Hufflepuff stepped forward, her warm hands cupping Harry's face. Her touch was not solid, more like sunlight filtering through leaves, but Harry felt it nonetheless. Not because of destiny. Because of love. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly. Love didn't save them. Love saved you. Hufflepuff's thumbs brushed away tears he hadn't noticed falling. It made you immune to his touch. It placed a protection upon your blood that death itself cannot breach. And now, Slytherin said, his voice carefully neutral, that protection resides within these walls. The Covenant recognizes it. The castle recognizes it. You are not merely an heir, Harry Potter. You are a fortress. Harry pulled away from Hufflepuff's touch. His face was wet. His chest ached. I don't want to be a fortress. I don't want to fight a Dark Lord. I don't want any of this. Then walk away. Slytherin's voice was cold. Sever the covenant. Bury the stone. Forget this place existed. Salazar. Gryffindor's voice boomed. You go too far. Do I? Slytherin's eyes flashed. He stands before us, weeping, claiming victimhood. Very well. I offer him escape. The covenant can be undone. The mark can be removed. He can return to his cupboard and his silence and his slow, quiet extinction. Harry's hands curled into fists. Is that what you think I want? I think you don't know what you want. Slytherin's voice softened, almost imperceptibly. And that is the true burden of choice. Not the weight of destiny. The weight of possibility. The silence between them was vast. Centuries old. Harry felt it pressing down on him. The weight of 1,000 years, of 4 legendary figures, of a castle that breathed and a covenant that bled. And then, he understood. You don't know either, Harry whispered. You've been dead for 1,000 years. You don't know what's happening in the world now. You don't know who Voldemort is, what he's done, what he's still capable of. You're guessing. Gryffindor's expression flickered. Ravenclaw tilted her head. Hufflepuff's hands folded together. Only Slytherin held Harry's gaze. Yes, he said simply. We are guessing. Then why? Harry's voice broke. Why did you come back? If you don't know what's happening, if you can't help me. We came back, Hufflepuff said softly, because you called. And because, Ravenclaw added, the covenant is not merely a bond. It is a conversation. You spoke. We answered. What we do now, what you do now, that is the conversation continuing. Harry looked at them. Really looked. At the weariness in Gryffindor's eyes, hidden beneath his bravado. At the uncertainty in Ravenclaw's posture, disguised as intellectual detachment. At the sorrow in Hufflepuff's smile. At the loneliness in Slytherin's silence. They were founders, legends, architects of the greatest magical institution in the world. And they had no idea what they were doing. The realization settled over Harry like a blanket. Not warm, not comforting, but grounding. Okay, he said. Okay. We're all lost. That's fine. I'm used to being lost. Harry, Hufflepuff began. No, let me finish. Harry took a breath. I don't know anything about magic. I don't know anything about prophecies or covenants or dark lords. But I know what it's like to be alone. I know what it's like to wait for someone to come and save you, and have no one come. His voice steadied. I called you. You answered. That means something. I don't know what yet. But I'm not going to bury the stone and pretend this didn't happen. He looked at Slytherin. And I'm not going back to the cupboard. Slytherin's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. A fraction of an inch. Almost imperceptible. Then what will you do? He asked. Harry considered the question. Really considered it. I don't know, he admitted. But I think I need to understand the covenant. What it is. What it does. How it works. A wise first step, Ravenclaw said. Knowledge precedes action. Can you teach me? The founders exchanged glances. Another silent conversation. We can guide, Gryffindor said slowly. But we are echoes. Memories given form by the Covenant's power. Our ability to influence the physical world is limited. Then I'll learn on my own. Harry's jaw set. But I need to know where to start. Hufflepuff smiled. You have already started, child. You reached out. You asked for help. That is the first and hardest lesson. The second lesson, Slytherin said, is harder still. He extended his hand. His palm faced upward. And there, burned into his spectral flesh, was the same mark that adorned Harry's hand. 4 symbols. Interlocked. The covenant binds us as well, Slytherin said. Our existence is sustained by your presence. If you sever the bond, we fade. If you embrace it, we remain. For as long as you need us. Harry stared at the mark. At Slytherin's ancient, weathered palm. How long can you stay? We don't know. Slytherin lowered his hand. Days. Weeks. Perhaps longer. The Covenant's magic is old. Unpredictable. And when you fade. Silence. We return to death, Ravenclaw said quietly. To whatever waits beyond the veil. Harry's throat tightened. That's not fair. You just came back. Death is not unfair, Ravenclaw said. It is simply final. We have had our time. This is grace. Borrowed time, freely given. But I didn't mean to, Harry stopped. Swallowed. I didn't mean to bring you back just to watch you die again. Hufflepuff's gentle laugh was like wind through wheat. Oh, child, we are already dead. You have not wounded us. You have honored us. She's right. Gryffindor's voice was gruff, but his eyes were soft. We built this castle to outlast us. To nurture generations we would never meet. To plant seeds we would never see bloom. You are the harvest, Harry Potter. Not our end. Our legacy. Harry looked at them. At these 4 impossible people who had shaped a world that had long since forgotten them. And he made a choice. I don't want you to fade. His voice was quiet but steady. Not yet. Not if I can help it. You cannot cheat death, Ravenclaw said. No magic can. Maybe not. But I can. I can keep the covenant strong. I can learn. I can stay connected to Hogwarts. Harry looked at his marked palm. You said my presence sustains you. So I'll stay present. I'll come back every night. I'll learn everything I can. That is a significant commitment, Slytherin said. Sleep is not optional for the living. You cannot spend every night here. Then I'll spend as many as I can. Your relatives. They don't care where I am as long as I do my chores. Harry's voice hardened. They won't notice. Slytherin studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. We accept your offer. We do. Gryffindor looked startled. We do. Slytherin's gaze didn't leave Harry's. He has chosen. Now we must honor that choice. Gryffindor frowned. But he didn't argue. Ravenclaw stepped forward. If you wish to understand the covenant, you must first understand its foundation. Hogwarts was not built in a day, nor by a single hand. Each of us contributed a portion of our own magic to the stones, the wards, the very air. The castle is alive, Hufflepuff added. Not metaphorically. Literally. It breathes. It grows. It remembers. Can it teach me? Harry asked. The castle itself. Ravenclaw's lips curved into something almost like a smile. It already is. You found the Stone of Covenant. You opened the gates. You crossed the threshold. That was me. That was the castle recognizing you. Responding to you. Teaching you, in its way. Harry looked around the great hall. At the floating candles. The enchanted ceiling. The 4 thrones. What else can it do? Everything, Gryffindor said. And nothing. The castle is not a tool. It is a partner. It will not obey commands. It responds to intent. Then I need to learn how to intend properly. Yes. Ravenclaw's smile widened. You do. The night deepened. Harry sat on the cold stone floor of the Great Hall, his back against Gryffindor's throne, the mark on his palm pulsing gently in time with his heartbeat. The founders had withdrawn, not faded, simply retreated. Slytherin had said something about conserving energy, about the limits of their borrowed existence. Only Hufflepuff remained, seated on the floor beside Harry, her warm presence a quiet comfort. You should rest, she said. Your body is still in the cupboard. It needs sleep. I know. Harry didn't move. I don't want to leave. The castle will still be here tomorrow. Will you? Hufflepuff was silent for a moment. Then, yes, I believe so. You believe. You don't know. I know that I am tired. Her voice was honest, unashamed. Death is rest. This is effort. Beautiful effort. But effort nonetheless. Harry looked at her, at the kindness in her weathered face, at the centuries of sorrow etched into her smile. Was it worth it? He asked. Building all this, knowing you wouldn't live to see it thrive. Hufflepuff considered the question. Yes, she said finally. It was worth it. Not because the castle endured. Not because our names are remembered. But because, for a few centuries, children came here and felt safe. Felt seen. Felt worthy. Her eyes met Harry's. That is what we built. Not a school. A sanctuary. And you, Harry Potter, you are proof that the sanctuary still stands. Harry's eyes burned again. He didn't fight the tears this time. I don't feel safe, he whispered. I don't feel worthy. I know. Hufflepuff's hand passed through his hair, incorporeal but warm. But you will. How do you know? Because you are here. Because you reached out. Because you chose to belong. Her smile was infinite. That is the first step. The hardest step. And you have already taken it. Harry closed his eyes. The warmth of the castle surrounded him. The mark on his hand pulsed gently, steadily, like a promise. And for the first time in 11 years, he slept without dreaming. When he woke, the cupboard was dark. His body ached from sleeping on the hard floor. His hand, his marked hand, was pressed against the warm spot on the floorboard. The stone of covenant pulsed beneath his palm. Harry sat up slowly. His muscles protested. His head throbbed. But his chest felt lighter. He looked at his hand. The 4 symbols gleamed faintly in the darkness. Lion, eagle, badger, serpent. His legacy. His burden. His choice. Above him, the Dursleys began to stir. Dudley's heavy footsteps thudded across the ceiling. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice called for Vernon. Morning, chores, survival. But Harry didn't feel trapped. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was waiting. Not for rescue. Not for escape. For the next step. And when night fell again, he would take it. Chapter 3, The Language of Stone. 3 weeks passed in a rhythm of survival and sanctuary. Days belonged to the Dursleys. Harry rose before dawn, completed his chores with mechanical efficiency, shrank himself small and silent and invisible. He spoke only when spoken to, ate only what was given, took up only the space allotted to him. But nights belonged to Hogwarts. Every evening, as soon as the Dursleys' snores rumbled through the house, Harry pressed his marked palm to the floorboard. The warmth answered. The world twisted. And he stepped through the veil into the castle that was slowly, inexorably becoming his home. The founders were always waiting. Gryffindor taught him about courage. Not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. He spoke of battles won and lost, of comrades fallen, of the weight of leadership and the loneliness of command. Ravenclaw taught him about knowledge. The difference between information and wisdom, between memorization and understanding. She posed riddles without answers, questions without solutions, and watched with patient eyes as Harry wrestled with his own ignorance. Hufflepuff taught him about fairness. About seeing the worth in everyone, even those who tried to make themselves invisible. She listened more than she spoke, and her silence was more comforting than any words. Slytherin taught him about ambition. Not greed, the Dark Founder said one night, as Harry struggled to levitate a pebble with his untrained magic. Ambition is the will to become more than you are. It is not inherently noble, nor inherently corrupt. It simply is. The pebble wobbled, rose an inch, fell, Then why is Slytherin house known for producing dark wizards? Harry asked, frustration bleeding into his voice. Because ambition without purpose becomes predation. Slytherin's expression was unreadable. And because I failed to teach the difference. Harry looked at him. You taught Salazar Slytherin. You can't have failed at everything. A long silence. I taught power, Slytherin said finally. I taught strategy. I taught survival. I did not teach wisdom. I did not teach mercy. And when my students chose to use my lessons for cruelty, I told myself it was not my responsibility. His gaze met Harry's. I was wrong. Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. He simply turned back to the pebble and tried again. The fourth week brought a breakthrough. Harry was in the castle library, not the official Hogwarts library, which he hadn't yet learned to access, but a smaller, older collection that Ravenclaw had shown him. Hidden behind a tapestry on the 7th floor, the room contained perhaps 200 books, their spines cracked and faded, their pages brittle with age. These were ours, Ravenclaw had said. Personal texts, research notes, the bones of our magic. Harry had been working through them slowly, painstakingly. His reading was functional but slow. The Dursleys had never encouraged literacy, and primary school had done little more than teach him to decode words without understanding them. But he persevered, because the books held answers. He could feel it. Tonight, he found one. It was small, no larger than his palm, bound in leather so dark it was almost black. No title on the spine. No author listed. But when Harry touched the cover, the mark on his hand blazed. He opened the book. The pages were blank. Harry frowned. He turned page after page, but each one was empty, pristine, untouched by ink or time. Ravenclaw, he called. What is this? The Foundress appeared beside him, her silver diadem catching the candlelight. She looked at the book. At Harry's marked hand. At the blank pages. Ah, she said softly. The Covenant text. It's empty. No. It is waiting. Harry looked at the page. Waiting for what? For you. Ravenclaw's voice was gentle. This book was bound by Salazar himself. It responds only to the Covenant heir. It will reveal what you need to know, when you need to know it. How does it work? I don't know. I was not the heir. A hint of amusement touched her voice. You will have to discover that yourself. Harry stared at the blank page. Then, slowly, he pressed his marked palm against it. The page rippled. Words emerged, not printed, but grown, as if they had always been there, dormant beneath the surface. They spiraled outward from his palm print, elegant and ancient. The Covenant is not a spell. It is a vow. 4 hearts, 1 purpose. 4 bloodlines, 1 heir. The castle remembers. The castle waits. The castle chooses. Harry read the words aloud. His voice was quiet, uncertain. But as he spoke, the pages turned on their own, revealing new text. To claim the Covenant is to claim Hogwarts. To claim Hogwarts is to claim its burdens. The castle is not merely stone and magic. It is memory. It is legacy. It is blood. Blood calls to blood. Blood remembers. Blood demands. Harry's throat tightened. Blood demands what? The words shimmered, rearranged. Blood demands truth. The heir must face the shadows of the Founders. The heir must face the shadows of himself. Only then can the Covenant be whole. Harry looked up at Ravenclaw. What does it mean? Face the shadows. Ravenclaw was silent for a long moment. We are not blameless, she said finally. Any of us. We built this sanctuary, yes. But we also built the divisions that threaten it. Godric's pride. Helga's blindness. Salazar's fear. My detachment. She met Harry's gaze. In your own shadow, Harry Potter. The fragment of soul that sleeps within your scar. That, too, must be faced. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The scar was warm beneath his fingers. I don't know how to face it. I don't even know what it is. Then you must learn. Ravenclaw's voice was not unkind. The book will guide you. But the path you must walk alone. Harry looked at the book. The words had faded, leaving the page blank once more. But not empty. Waiting. The next night, Harry didn't go to the library. He went to the Chamber of Secrets. He didn't know why. The thought simply appeared. Fully formed, undeniable. The chamber was Slytherin's legacy. His shadow. If Harry was to face the Founders' darkness, he had to start there. Finding it was easier than he expected. The Covenant text, which he had slipped into his pocket before leaving the library, pulsed gently against his thigh, guiding his steps. Left at the third-floor corridor. Down the staircase that only appeared when he wasn't looking directly at it. Through a tapestry that shimmered like water. And finally, to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost floated above the toilet stalls, weeping quietly. She barely glanced at Harry as he entered. Another one, she muttered. Always boys. Always thinking they're special. Harry ignored her. His eyes were fixed on the sink. The tiny snake carved into the copper tap. Open, he thought. Please open. He didn't speak Parseltongue. He had never spoken it. But as he stared at the snake, the mark on his hand blazed, and the tap began to glow. The sink descended. The pipe widened. And there, revealed in the cold bathroom light, was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry climbed down alone. The tunnel was dark, cold, ancient. Harry's breath misted in front of his face. His footsteps echoed against stone that hadn't been touched in 50 years, except by Tom Riddle. Except by the basilisk. He didn't think about that. He didn't think about the girl who had died here, about the monster that had lurked in the pipes, about the boy who had controlled it all. He just walked. The chamber opened before him. Vast, cathedral-like. Pillars carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. And at the far end, the statue of Salazar Slytherin. It was massive, 50 feet tall, at least. The face was stern, ancient, utterly unlike the weary echo Harry had come to know. This was Slytherin as legend, powerful, implacable, unforgiving. Harry approached the statue. His heart hammered. His scar burned. And then, you came. Slytherin stood before the statue. Not the echo from the Great Hall, this was different. Younger. Harder. His eyes were cold, his posture rigid. This was Slytherin before the fracture. Before the loss. Before the centuries of regret. I had to, Harry said. The Covenant, it said I need to face the shadows. And you think I am a shadow? I think. Harry hesitated. I think you're more than one thing. Just like everyone else. Something flickered in Slytherin's expression. Surprise. Respect. The chamber was not built for murder, he said. It was built for refuge. For my students, my followers, those who shared my blood and my beliefs. When the others turned against me, I created a place where we could be safe. But you left the basilisk. I left many things. Slytherin's voice was quiet. In my fear. In my pride. I told myself the monster would only answer to my true heir. I told myself that meant it would never be used for evil. He looked at Harry. I was wrong. Tom Riddle, Harry said. He was your heir. He used the basilisk to kill. Yes. The word was heavy with centuries of guilt. He was brilliant, ambitious, and utterly without mercy. Everything I valued, twisted into something monstrous. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked. Slytherin turned to face him fully. Because you came here, alone, to face the darkness I created. Because you carry my blood and Godric's blood and the blood of 1,000 years of heirs, and you still choose to seek understanding rather than power. His gaze was steady. You are not Tom Riddle. You never will be. But you carry the same potential. The same legacy. The same choices. Harry's scar throbbed. What if I make the wrong choices? You will. Slytherin's voice was matter of fact. Everyone does. The question is not whether you err, but whether you learn from your errors. He paused. Tom Riddle never learned. He only accumulated power, followers, Horcruxes. He consumed everything and became nothing. Horcruxes. Slytherin's expression darkened. Objects containing fragments of soul. The darkest of magic. It requires murder to create, and it anchors the practitioner to life. Immortality through atrocity. Harry's hand flew to his scar. My scar. Yes. Slytherin's voice was barely audible. He intended to create a Horcrux when he killed your parents. Instead, his curse rebounded. The fragment of soul that should have anchored his own survival, attached to you. Harry felt sick. There's a piece of Voldemort inside me. A piece. A fragment. Not the whole. Slytherin's gaze was intense. It does not make you him. It does not make you evil. It makes you, marked. Vulnerable. And perhaps, uniquely capable. Capable of what? Defeating him. Slytherin's voice was steady. The fragment within you is bound to his soul. If you learn to master it, to understand it, you may find weaknesses no other could exploit. Or it could turn me into him. Silence. Yes, Slytherin said. That is the risk. Harry stood in the heart of the chamber, before the statue of the founder who had created this place, and faced the weight of his inheritance. Then I need to learn, he said. Not to master it, to contain it, to make sure it never controls me. A wise ambition. Slytherin's voice held something almost like pride. The first step is acknowledging the danger. You have taken it. What's the second? Understanding what you carry. Slytherin extended his hand. May I? Harry hesitated. Then, slowly, he nodded. Slytherin's spectral fingers touched Harry's scar. The world exploded into fire. Harry saw a house. Not the Dursleys, a different house, smaller, nestled in a valley. Warm light spilled from its windows. A woman with red hair stood in the doorway, laughing at something the dark-haired man beside her had said. His parents. Harry tried to move toward them, but he was frozen, trapped behind a wall of glass. He could see them. He could not reach them. Then the door burst open. Green light. Screaming. A voice high and cold, speaking words Harry couldn't understand but somehow recognized. And then, darkness. No, not darkness. A fragment. Tiny. Incomplete. Trapped in a cage of living flesh, unable to grow, unable to act, unable to do anything but wait. Wait for what? For him. For the other piece. For the whole. But the cage is strong. The cage is warm. The cage protects. And the fragment sleeps. Harry gasped. Slytherin's hand withdrew. The vision faded, leaving Harry on his knees in the chamber, trembling violently. That, Slytherin said quietly, is what you carry. A wounded, sleeping thing. Not a soul. A fragment of one. Harry couldn't speak. His scar pulsed with residual heat. It cannot harm you as long as you remain yourself, Slytherin continued. It feeds on darkness, fear, hatred, despair. Starve it, and it weakens. Feed it, and it grows. How do I starve it? You already know. Slytherin's voice was gentle. The Dursleys have spent 11 years trying to break you. They fed you fear and loneliness and worthlessness. And still, you reached out. Still, you chose connection. Still, you chose hope. He paused. You have been starving this fragment your entire life, Harry Potter. You simply didn't know it. Harry looked at his hands. Small, scarred, trembling, but whole. I can't do this alone, he whispered. No. Slytherin's voice was firm. You cannot. That is why the Covenant exists. That is why we returned. That is why the castle chose you. He extended his hand. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You simply couldn't see us. Harry looked at the offered hand. Spectral, ancient, weary. He took it. And in the heart of the chamber, in the shadow of Salazar Slytherin's greatest failure, the heir of the Covenant rose to his feet. What now? He asked. Slytherin's lips curved into something almost like a smile. Now, we begin. Chapter 4, The Weight of Wings. The lessons accelerated. Now that Harry had formally acknowledged the Covenant, now that he had faced Slytherin's shadow and accepted the burden of his own, the castle responded with new urgency. Staircases shifted to guide him toward hidden rooms. Portraits whispered his name as he passed. The very stones seemed to lean toward him, eager, expectant. And the Covenant text bloomed. Every night, Harry opened the small black book to find new pages waiting. Lessons on ward theory, histories of the founders, conflicts, fragments of spells long forgotten. And always, the same refrain. Blood calls to blood. Blood remembers. Blood demands truth. But truth, Harry was learning, was not a destination. It was a process. You're rushing, Ravenclaw observed one night, as Harry slammed the book shut in frustration. Knowledge cannot be forced. It must be absorbed. I don't have time to absorb. Harry's voice was sharp. Voldemort is out there. He's not dead. He's going to come back. And I need to be ready. Ready for what? Ravenclaw's voice was calm. A battle. A war. You are 11 years old, Harry. You have not yet learned to levitate a feather. Then teach me. I am trying. But you are not listening. Harry opened his mouth to argue, and stopped. Because she was right. He had been so focused on the Covenant, on the founders, on the darkness in his scar, that he had forgotten the simplest, most essential truth. He was a wizard, and he didn't know how to do magic. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, teach me, really teach me. From the beginning, Ravenclaw's expression softened. Close the book, she said. And listen. The fundamentals, it turned out, were not about spells or wands or incantations. Magic is will, Ravenclaw explained. Intent shaped by focus, channeled through the core. Words and gestures are aids, scaffolding for the untrained mind. But the true spell exists within you. Then why do wizards use wands? Because wands are easier. A hint of dry humor touched her voice. Why climb a mountain when you can take a tunnel through it? Harry looked at his hand. No wand. Just the covenant mark, pulsing gently. So I don't need a wand to do magic. You need a focus. A wand is the most common focus. But blood works. Intent works. The covenant mark works. Harry stared at the mark. 4 symbols. Interlocked. Show me, he said. Ravenclaw didn't smile. But her eyes brightened. Very well. Levitation is the simplest demonstration of intent. You are not lifting the object. You are convincing it that gravity is a suggestion, not a law. She gestured at a fallen quill on the library floor. Convince it. Harry looked at the quill. He thought about lifting it. He thought about it rising, floating, defying the weight that pinned it to the ground. Nothing happened. You're thinking, Ravenclaw said. Stop thinking. No. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the quill. Not as an object separate from himself, but as an extension of his will. He imagined it rising. He knew it would rise. The quill trembled, lifted, hovered. Harry opened his eyes. The quill floated at chest height, rotating slowly, its feathers catching the candlelight. I did it, he whispered. Yes. Ravenclaw's voice was quiet. You did. The quill dropped. Harry's concentration shattered. But the wonder remained. That was magic. That was intent. Ravenclaw's tone was gentle. The simplest form. The foundation upon which all else is built. How long did it take you to learn that? Months. A pause. But I was not the Covenant heir. Harry looked at his marked hand. At the quill, now motionless on the floor. What else can I do? Everything, Ravenclaw said. And nothing. Power without purpose is merely noise. The question is not what you can do. The question is what you should do. Harry considered this. I should learn to defend myself, he said. Voldemort isn't going to wait until I'm ready. No, he will not. Ravenclaw's voice was steady. But defense is not merely shields and counter curses. Defense is awareness, preparation, understanding your enemy. Then teach me that. I will. She paused. But first, there is someone else who wishes to speak with you. The astronomy tower was the tallest in Hogwarts. Harry had never climbed it before. The spiral staircase seemed endless, each step heavier than the last. But he didn't stop. The Covenant text pulsed against his thigh, guiding him upward. At the top, the wind was fierce. And Gryffindor was waiting. The founder stood at the parapet, his crimson cloak whipping in the gale. His sword hung at his hip. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the first pale fingers of dawn were beginning to creep across the sky. You've been avoiding me, Gryffindor said. Harry stopped at the top of the stairs. I've been busy. Busy avoiding me. Gryffindor turned. His expression was not angry. It was, assessing. You faced Salazar's shadow. You learned from Rowena. You sought comfort from Helga. But you have not come to me. Harry said nothing. Why? The question hung between them, heavy as the centuries. Because, Harry said slowly, I don't know what you want from me. Gryffindor's eyebrow rose. What I want. You talk about courage. About battle. About swords and glory and standing against darkness. Harry's voice was quiet. But I'm not a warrior. I'm not a hero. I'm just a boy who lived in a cupboard. And yet you came here. Because I had to. Because you chose to. Gryffindor stepped closer. His presence was immense, not threatening but overwhelming. No one forced you to touch the stone. No one forced you to accept the covenant. You made that choice yourself. That's not courage. That's just not wanting to be alone anymore. Gryffindor was silent for a long moment. You think courage is the absence of fear, he said finally. You think it's charging into battle without hesitation, without doubt, without the weight of your own inadequacy pressing down on your chest. He shook his head. Courage is being afraid, being certain you will fail, knowing, with absolute conviction, that you are not enough, and choosing to act anyway. His gaze held Harry's. You have been courageous every day of your life, Harry Potter. You simply didn't know it. Harry's throat tightened. That's not. You survived a Dark Lord's killing curse. You survived 10 years of neglect and cruelty. You survived loneliness so profound it became a physical ache. Gryffindor's voice was rough. And still, you reached out. Still, you sought connection. Still, you chose hope over despair. He paused. That is not the act of a victim. That is the act of a warrior. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry. I don't feel like a warrior. No. Gryffindor's voice softened. Warriors rarely do. He turned back to the horizon. The dawn was brighter now, gold bleeding into gray. I was afraid, he said quietly. When we built this castle. When we chose our students. When the fractures began to spread. I was so afraid of losing what we had built that I refused to see it was already crumbling. What were you afraid of? Failure. Gryffindor's voice was honest. Not my own, Salazar's. He was my friend. My brother in all but blood. And I watched him retreat into suspicion and fear, and I did nothing. I told myself it was his choice. His path. His darkness. His jaw tightened. I told myself courage meant standing firm in my own convictions. Not reaching across the divide. Not admitting I might be wrong. He looked at Harry. That is my shadow. Not pride. Not recklessness. But the belief that courage is solitary. That vulnerability is weakness. That connection is optional. Harry absorbed this. You think I'm making the same mistake. I think you are 11 years old, burdened with a destiny you never chose, surrounded by people who see you as a symbol rather than a child. Gryffindor's voice was gentle. I think you are terrified of letting anyone close because everyone you have ever loved has been taken from you. Harry flinched. And I think, Gryffindor continued, that you believe courage means carrying this weight alone, that asking for help is surrender, that relying on others makes you weak. He paused. It doesn't. It makes you human. Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, the wind tearing at his two large clothes, the dawn painting the sky in shades of fire. I don't know how, he whispered. I don't know how to let people in. Then learn. Gryffindor's voice was firm but kind. Start with us. We are echoes, memories, ghosts of 1,000 years. We cannot be taken from you because we are already gone. He extended his hand. But we are here now. And we choose to stay. Not because the covenant binds us. Because you are worth staying for. Harry looked at the offered hand. Calloused. Scarred. Steady. He took it. And in the golden light of a new dawn, the heir of the covenant stood with the founder of Gryffindor and watched the sun rise over the castle that was slowly, inexorably, becoming his home. The days blurred together after that. Harry continued his lessons with Ravenclaw, mastering the fundamentals of intent-based magic. He spent hours with Hufflepuff, learning to see the worth in himself as clearly as he saw it in others. He walked the castle with Slytherin, tracing the ancient wards, understanding the Covenant's architecture. And he trained with Gryffindor. Not with a sword, Harry's arms were too short, his frame too slight, but with something older. Instinct. Presence. The art of standing firm in the face of overwhelming force. Fear is a current, Gryffindor said, as Harry faced him across the dueling chamber. It flows through you, around you, beneath you. You cannot stop it. You cannot deny it. But you can choose not to drown. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. But he didn't look away. Again, he said. Gryffindor smiled. And they began. Chapter 5, The First Test. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was cleaning the gutters, again, when a tawny owl swooped down from a sky the color of old pewter. It dropped a heavy parchment envelope directly onto his head, hooted once in satisfaction, and vanished over the rooftops. Harry caught the envelope before it could slide into the gutter water. Green ink, crimson seal, a crest he was beginning to recognize, lion, eagle, badger, serpent. His hands trembled as he broke the wax. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then 4, then 5. It was real. It was actually, impossibly real. He had a place. He belonged somewhere. Someone wanted him. He didn't realize he was crying until a tear splashed onto the parchment, smudging the elegant script. That night, Harry showed the letter to the founders. They gathered in the Great Hall, their spectral forms flickering with something that might have been excitement. Gryffindor read the letter aloud, his voice resonant with approval. Ravenclaw examined the seal with academic interest. Hufflepuff clasped her hands together, her smile warm enough to rival the sun. Only Slytherin was silent. "This is wonderful," Hufflepuff said. "You'll be among your own kind. Learning properly. Growing. The curriculum is basic," Ravenclaw observed. "But the foundation is sound. First years always think they know everything," Gryffindor rumbled. "The castle will disabuse them of that notion." Harry looked at Slytherin. "You're quiet." The Dark Founder's expression was carefully neutral. "The letter is standard," he said. "The process is standard. But you, Harry Potter, are not a standard student." "What do you mean?" "You carry the Covenant mark. You have been tutored by the Founders themselves. You have faced the shadow of Salazar Slytherin and emerged unchanged." His gaze was steady. "When you enter Hogwarts as a student, you will not be entering as an ordinary child." Harry's stomach clenched. "What will I be entering as? An anomaly?" Slytherin's voice was matter of fact. "The professors will not understand the mark on your hand. Your classmates will not understand your knowledge. The castle itself will respond to you in ways it responds to no other student." "Is that bad?" "It is different. Indifference, in a closed society, is often perceived as threat." Harry looked at the letter in his hands. The neat script. The official seal. "I don't want to be different," he whispered. "I just want to fit in." "Then you must choose." Slytherin's voice was quiet. "Do you enter Hogwarts as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Covenant heir, marked by magic and burdened by destiny? Or do you enter as Harry Potter, the orphan, the unknown, the student who simply wants to learn?" "Can't I be both?" "You can try." Slytherin paused. "But secrets have weight. And weight, accumulated, eventually becomes too heavy to carry." Harry looked at the Covenant mark on his palm. 4 symbols. Interlocked. He thought about hiding it. Covering it with gloves, with bandages, with lies. Pretending the past month had never happened. Pretending he was ordinary. He thought about the Founders. About the hours of lessons, the nights of discovery, the slow, painful process of learning to trust. He thought about the vision in the chamber. The sleeping fragment. The darkness waiting to wake. "I can't pretend," he said finally. "Not about this. Not anymore." Slytherin nodded slowly. "Then you must prepare," he said. "For questions you cannot answer. For scrutiny you cannot escape. For the weight of a secret that will shape every relationship you form." "How do I prepare for that?" "By knowing who you are." Slytherin's voice was steady. "And by accepting that not everyone will accept it." Harry absorbed this. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He folded the letter carefully, precisely, and tucked it into his pocket. "When do we start?" The weeks before September compressed into a blur of preparation. Harry learned to suppress the Covenant mark's glow, to dim its warmth to something approximating ordinary skin. He memorized the Hogwarts curriculum, not just the first-year syllabus, but the advanced texts Ravenclaw deemed essential. He practiced defensive spells until his fingers cramped and his concentration shattered. And he waited. The Dursleys, predictably, were not pleased about Hogwarts. Vernon called it, "that freak school." Petunia's lips pressed into a thin white line whenever the subject arose. Dudley simply pointed and laughed. But the letters kept coming. And Harry kept answering. His wand arrived on a gray August morning. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather core. When Harry touched it, warmth bloomed in his chest, not the Covenant's ancient heat, but something new. Something his. "Curious," Ravenclaw murmured, examining the wand. "Phoenix feather is rare. And the holly, traditionally associated with protection, defense, overcoming adversity. Is that good?" "It is appropriate." Her voice held something almost like approval. Harry held the wand in his marked hand. The Covenant mark pulsed once, gently, in recognition. Blood calls to blood. Blood remembers. Blood arms itself. The night before September 1st, Harry stood alone in the Great Hall. The Founders had withdrawn, not faded, simply, given him space. They understood, perhaps better than he did, that this threshold was his alone to cross. He looked at the 4 thrones. At the floating candles. At the enchanted ceiling, tonight a field of stars. "I don't know if I'm ready," he said quietly. The castle did not answer. But the stones warmed beneath his feet. Harry smiled, a small, fragile thing, and pressed his marked palm to the floor. "I'll be back," he promised. "I don't know when, but I'll be back." The warmth pulsed. Once, twice. "We know. We wait. We remember." Harry closed his eyes. And opened them in the cupboard. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry stood at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, his trunk heavy in one hand, his owl, a snowy Eid named Hedwig, caged in the other. Families swirled around him. Children hugged parents. Witches adjusted robes. Wizards consulted pocket watches. And Harry stood alone. He thought about the founders. About the covenant. About the mark hidden beneath his glove. He thought about his parents. About the house in the valley. About the green light and the screaming. He thought about the fragment sleeping in his scar. "You are not alone," Hufflepuff had said. "You have never been alone." Harry took a breath, stepped forward, and walked through the barrier. The Hogwarts Express was louder than he expected. Fuller. Students crammed the corridors, their trunks and cats and owls and laughter spilling from every compartment. Harry moved through them like a ghost, invisible, unnoticed. He found an empty compartment at the end of the train. Hedwig hooted softly as he settled into the seat. Outside, families waved and wept and embraced. Harry watched them, and tried not to feel the weight of his own solitude pressing down on his chest. The compartment door slid open. "Anywhere else is full," a boy said breathlessly. "Can I sit here?" Ron Weasley, by the way. He was tall and gangly, with a face full of freckles and hand-me-down robes that didn't quite fit. He was also, unmistakably, nervous. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, of course. I'm Harry." Ron froze mid-motion, his trunk halfway to the luggage rack. "Harry. Harry Potter." "Just Harry," Harry said. "Please. Just Harry." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Okay," he said. "Just Harry." He sat down, and the train began to move. The train carved through countryside that grew wilder with each passing mile. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window. Neat green fields had given way to rugged hills. The sky shifted from pale summer blue to something deeper, older, the color of twilight even though noon had barely passed. Ron was talking. He had been talking since the train left London. "And Fred and George, they're my brothers. They said the sorting ceremony is the most important part. They wouldn't tell me what it actually is, though. Just laughed. Twins are the worst." Harry listened with half his attention. The other half was fixed on the mark beneath his glove. It had been quiet since he boarded the train. Dormant. But as the miles stretched between him and Privet Drive, he felt it stirring. Not painfully. More like anticipation. "And you're really Harry Potter. I mean, the Harry Potter. With the scar and everything." Ron's voice had shifted. Quieter. Almost reverent. Harry turned from the window. "You don't have to whisper," he said. "It's just a scar. Just a scar." Ron's eyes were very wide. "You defeated you-know-who. With that scar. I don't remember it." Harry's voice was flat. "I was a baby. But still nothing." Harry pulled his glove tighter. "I didn't do anything. The curse rebounded. I just survived." Ron was silent for a moment. The train rattled over points, wheels screeching. "My mum cried when you got your letter," he said quietly. "She said it was about time. That you'd been stuck with muggles too long. She said." He stopped, flushing. "Said what?" "Said your mum would have wanted you to know you had family. Even if it's not, even if we're not." He trailed off, looking miserable. Harry stared at him. Family. The word lodged in his chest like a splinter. Not painful. Just present. "I don't know anything about my mum," Harry said. "Or my dad. The Dursleys said they were worthless. That they died in a car crash." Ron's expression shifted from embarrassment to outrage. "A car crash? You know who killed them. Everyone knows that. Everyone except me." Harry's voice was steady. "I didn't know anything until Hagrid came. That I was a wizard. That my parents were magical. That Voldemort." Ron flinched at the name. "That he was the reason I had this scar." The compartment fell silent. Outside, the hills had given way to mountains, their peaks shrouded in cloud. "Hermione Granger," Ron said abruptly. Harry blinked. "What?" "First year. She's on the train somewhere. Kept coming into compartments asking if anyone had seen a toad." He pulled a face. "Bit bossy, if you ask me." Harry almost smiled. It was such a normal thing to say. Such an ordinary complaint. "Maybe she just wants to help," he said. "Maybe." Ron didn't sound convinced. "She's Muggle-born, you know. Her parents are dentists. Is that bad?" "No, it's just." Ron shrugged. "Different. Like you, I suppose. Growing up without magic." Harry looked at his gloved hand. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Like me." The compartment door slid open again. The boy who stood there was pale and pointed, with hair so blonde it was almost white. Two larger boys flanked him, thick-necked, dull-eyed, clearly bodyguards rather than friends. I heard, the pale boy said, that Harry Potter was on this train. His gaze swept the compartment. Settled on Harry. So it's true. A smile curved his lips. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Harry said nothing. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The boy stepped forward, extending his hand. You'll find it's better to make friends with the right sort. I can help you there. Harry looked at the offered hand. Pale, ringed with signet crests, perfectly manicured. He thought about Slytherin's voice. Ambition without purpose becomes predation. He thought about the chamber. The basilisk. Tom Riddle's legacy. No thank you, he said. I think I've got enough friends. Malfoy's smile faltered. His gaze shifted to Ron. I see you've already made the acquaintance of the Weasleys. His voice curdled on the name. Tell me, Potter, do you really want to associate with that blood traitor filth? Ron's face went red. His hand moved toward his wand. Harry stood. He wasn't tall. He wasn't imposing. His robes were secondhand and too large, his frame thin from years of insufficient food. But something in his posture, something he had learned from Gryffindor, from standing firm on the astronomy tower, made Malfoy take a step back. Ron is my friend, Harry said quietly. If you have a problem with that, you have a problem with me. The mark beneath his glove pulsed. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. For a moment, something flickered in his expression, not fear, exactly. Caution. Fine, he said. Keep your company. But remember, Potter, when you realize the Weasleys can't protect you from what's coming. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The compartment door slid shut behind him. Ron let out a shaky breath. Blimey, Harry, you didn't have to, I mean, you could have just. He insulted my friend. Harry sat back down. What else was I supposed to do? Ron stared at him. Then, slowly, he grinned. Fred and George are going to love you, he said. The afternoon bled into evening. Harry ate chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties from the trolley which, Ron watched in amazement as he caught each one before it could leap away, and tried to absorb the flood of information pouring from his new friend. Wizarding families, Quidditch teams, the ongoing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. And the Potters were pure blood once, you know. Before your mum, she was Muggle-born, right? That makes you half-blood, technically. Not that anyone cares. Except Malfoy. Malfoy cares about everything that makes him look better than everyone else. Harry nodded along, but his attention kept drifting. To the mark beneath his glove. To the castle waiting at the end of the line. To the four echoes standing vigil in a hall he could almost see, if he closed his eyes. You are not alone, Hufflepuff had said. But sitting on this train, surrounded by students and chatter and the ordinary chaos of children heading to school, Harry had never felt more isolated. He carried secrets no one else could know. Burdens no one else could share. And he carried a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard in history, sleeping in his scar. What if they find out? The thought surfaced unbidden. Harry pushed it down. What if they see what's inside me? What if they realize I'm not the boy who lived, I'm the boy who carries Voldemort's soul? He pressed his gloved hand against his scar. It was warm. Harry. Ron's voice was hesitant. You okay? You went all pale. Harry dropped his hand. Fine, he said. Just tired. Ron nodded sagely. Long day. My mum says travel always takes it out of you. He hesitated. You can sleep if you want. I'll wake you when we're close. Harry shook his head. I don't think I can sleep. But his eyes were heavy. The rhythm of the train, click-clack, 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 pulled at him, dragged him down into darkness. He didn't fight it. He was standing in the great hall. But it was wrong. The torches burned green. The ceiling showed not stars but churning clouds, black and malevolent. The four thrones were empty, not waiting, but abandoned. You came back. The voice was cold, familiar. Wrong. Harry turned. Tom Riddle stood before him. Young, handsome, his eyes dark with ancient malice. But his face was Harry's face. The same scar, the same glasses, the same two large robes. I've been waiting, Riddle said. All these years. Trapped in that cage of flesh and blood and weakness. Waiting for you to become worthy. I'm not you, Harry said. I'll never be you. Riddle smiled. It was Harry's smile, but twisted. Wrong. You already are, he said. You carry my soul, my magic, my legacy. Everything I am flows through your veins. He stepped closer. Harry couldn't move. The only question, Riddle whispered, is how long until you stop pretending otherwise. Harry woke gasping. The compartment was dark. Outside, the mountains had given way to blackness, no lights, no houses, no signs of civilization. Ron was asleep across from him, his mouth slightly open, snoring softly. The train was slowing. Harry pressed his palm against his scar. It was cool now, the nightmare fading, but the words lingered. How long until you stop pretending? He didn't have an answer. Hogwarts is a right get about first impressions, Hagrid had said. Standing at the shore of the Black Lake, watching the fleet of tiny boats cut through water that reflected 1,000 stars, Harry finally understood. The castle rose from the darkness like a sleeping giant. Its towers pierced clouds that glowed from within, lit by some ancient magic that owed nothing to electricity or flame. Windows glittered in irregular patterns, some golden, some silver, some the deep blue of a wizard's robe. The bridge connecting the main building to the astronomy tower arched against the night sky like a frozen wave. And the stones breathed. Harry felt it in his chest, in his bones, in the mark beneath his glove, which blazed with recognition so intense he had to clench his fist to hide the glow. I'm home, he thought. And the castle answered, not in words, not in images, just warmth, acceptance, welcome, welcome home, air. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, blaming the lake spray. First time, a girl asked. He turned. Hermione Granger sat in the boat beside his, her bushy hair escaping from whatever constraints she had attempted, her expression sharp with curiosity. Is it that obvious? Your hands are shaking. Her voice was matter of fact, not unkind. Mine did too, when I first saw it. My parents thought I was exaggerating. A pause. I wasn't. Harry looked at his hands. She was right. They were trembling. It's more than I imagined, he said. More than anyone could imagine. That's what Professor McGonagall said in her letter. Hermione's voice softened. She said Hogwarts wasn't just a school. It was a promise. 4 hearts, 1 purpose, the Covenant text had said. A promise that magic would never again be hoarded or hidden, but shared. Harry looked at the castle. Some promise, he murmured. Hermione tilted her head, but before she could ask, the boats were docking. Students scrambled onto the shore, chattering and laughing and shoving. Harry stepped onto the grass of Hogwarts for the first time as a student. The earth beneath his feet was warm. Professor McGonagall was not what Harry expected. She was severe. That much he had gathered from Hagrid's description. Her black robes were unadorned, her gray hair scraped back in a tight bun, her spectacles perched on a nose that seemed designed for looking down upon lesser beings. But her eyes held something Harry recognized. Loneliness, Hufflepuff would have said. The weight of watching generations pass while you remain. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall said. Her voice was clipped, efficient. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but first you must be sorted. The sorting ceremony is a simple affair. You will don the sorting hat, and it will place you in your house. She paused. Your house will be your family here. Your triumphs will earn it glory. Your failures will cost it honor. Choose wisely, though the hat, ultimately, will choose for you. Her gaze swept the assembled first years. Paused on Harry. He didn't look away. Follow me, McGonagall said. The Great Hall was exactly as Harry remembered. The floating candles. The enchanted ceiling. The 4 long tables packed with students in house colors, their faces turned toward the doors, their whispers building to a roar. And at the far end, on the raised dais, the 4 thrones. Empty. Of course they were empty. The founders had been dead for 1,000 years. Their echoes existed only in the Covenant, in the space between worlds that Harry accessed through the stone. But standing here, in the physical hall, surrounded by living students and living professors, Harry felt their absence like a wound. Potter, is it? The sorting hat's voice was ancient, creaking, layered with centuries of memory. Difficult. Very difficult. Harry sat on the stool, the hat's brim drooping over his eyes. The whispers from the Gryffindor table were audible now. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. The hat paused, but also a hunger for belonging. For family. For home. Its voice dropped to something only Harry could hear. And something else. Something sleeping. Something that does not belong in a child's head. Harry's heart stopped. I know what you carry, the hat said. The question is whether you will let it define you. Please, Harry thought. Please. Don't tell them. Please don't say anything. The hat was silent for a long moment. Secrets are heavy things, it said finally. But I am older than most secrets. And I know that some weights are not meant to be carried alone. Please. Gryffindor. The hat shouted. The red and gold table erupted. Cheering. Clapping. Ron's voice, audible even over the din. Yes. Yes. We got Potter. Harry pulled off the hat. His hands were shaking again. He walked to the Gryffindor table on legs that didn't feel like his own. Ron was pounding the bench beside him, grinning so widely his freckles seemed to multiply. I knew it, Ron said. Knew you'd be Gryffindor. My whole family's Gryffindor. You're going to love it, Harry, I swear. Harry nodded, smiled, nodded again, but beneath the glove, the covenant mark pulsed. And in his head, the hat's words echoed. Secrets are heavy things. The feast was a blur. Harry ate without tasting. He laughed at Ron's jokes without hearing them. He watched Hermione get sorted into Gryffindor, her expression shifting from terror to relief so quickly it was almost comical, and managed to wave when she caught his eye. But his attention was elsewhere. On the high table. On Dumbledore. The headmaster sat at the center of the dais, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. He was smiling. He was always smiling. But his eyes were fixed on Harry. He knows, Harry thought. He knows something. He knows I'm different. Or perhaps that was paranoia. Perhaps 11 years of survival had made him see threats everywhere. Perhaps he was just tired. You okay? Ron asked. You've barely touched your pudding. Harry looked at the treacle tart in front of him. Just thinking, he said. About what? About the fragment in my scar. About the founders waiting in the space between worlds. About the prophecy that killed my parents and marked me for destruction. About whether I'm the hero everyone expects, or the monster I'm afraid I'll become. Nothing, Harry said. Just, it's a lot. Ron nodded sagely. First day always is. My brothers said the sorting's the worst part. After that, it's just lessons and Quidditch and trying not to get hexed by Slytherins. Harry managed a real smile. Sounds manageable. Yeah, well. Ron glanced at the Slytherin table, where Malfoy sat surrounded by his thick-necked bodyguards. Just wait until Snape's lessons. He's head of Slytherin House, and he hates Gryffindors. Especially, he stopped abruptly. Especially what? Especially. Ron swallowed. Especially famous ones. Harry looked at the high table. At the man with greasy black hair and sallow skin, whose gaze was fixed on the Gryffindor table with undisguised contempt. Professor Snape. Their eyes met across the Great Hall. And Harry felt, with absolute certainty, that this man hated him. Not because of his house. Not because of his fame. But because of something older, deeper, buried in a history Harry didn't yet understand. Another secret, he thought. Another weight to carry. He looked away first. The feast ended. The prefects herded the first years toward the Gryffindor common room, through corridors that shifted and staircases that moved and portraits that whispered as they passed. Harry walked in silence. The fat lady demanded a password caput draconis, swung open, and revealed a room that made Harry stop mid-stride. The Gryffindor common room was warm. Not just in temperature, though a fire crackled merrily in the massive hearth, but in spirit. Scarlet and gold draped every surface. Squashy armatures clustered in cozy groups. Students sprawled on sofas, comparing timetables and complaining about homework. It looked like a home. Harry had never had a home. Boys. Dormitory is this way, Percy Weasley said importantly, leading the first years up a spiral staircase. Your trunks are already here. Curfew is at 10. Prefects patrol the corridors, so don't even think about sneaking out. Ron rolled his eyes behind Percy's back. The dormitory was round, with 5 four-poster beds draped in crimson hangings. Harry's trunk sat at the foot of the bed nearest the window. His wand lay on the pillow. He picked it up. The warmth bloomed again. Familiar now. Welcome. Blimey, Ron said, collapsing onto the bed beside Harry's. We actually made it. We're actually here. Harry didn't answer. He was looking out the window. The castle sprawled below him, towers and turrets and bridges illuminated by the cold light of 1,000 stars. The lake was a sheet of black glass. The forbidden forest a dark smudge on the horizon. And somewhere, in the space between worlds, 4 echoes waited. I'm here, Harry thought. I made it. The covenant mark pulsed. Faint. Reassuring. We know, the warmth seemed to say. We wait. We remember. Sleep came slowly. Ron snored. The other boys, Neville, Seamus, Dean, breathed in the easy rhythm of exhausted children. The castle creaked and settled around them, its ancient bones adjusting to another generation of inhabitants. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy of his bed. His scar was cool. The fragment slept. But his mind raced. He thought about Malfoy's sneer and Snape's hatred and Dumbledore's knowing eyes. He thought about the hat's whispered warning and the weight of the secret pressed against his palm. He thought about his parents. About the house in the valley. About the green light and the screaming and the fragment of soul that had made its home in his flesh. How long until you stop pretending? Harry closed his eyes. And finally, he slept. Chapter 7, The Weight of Legacy. Morning came gray and cold. Harry woke before dawn, old habit, ingrained by years of Dursley-mandated early rising. Ron was still snoring. Neville had somehow wrapped himself completely in his blankets, becoming a human cocoon. Harry dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. Embers glowed in the hearth. Rain streaked the windows, turning the landscape beyond into watercolor smudges. Harry sat in the armchair closest to the fire and pulled off his glove. The covenant mark gleamed in the dim light. 4 symbols. Interlocked. He hadn't tried to contact the founders since arriving at Hogwarts. He wasn't sure if he could. The Stone of Covenant was still at Privet Drive, buried in the floorboard of his cupboard. Without it, was the connection severed? He pressed his marked palm against the arm of the chair. Nothing. He closed his eyes and reached, the way he had reached across miles and worlds, the night he first touched the stone. Still nothing. Harry's chest tightened. They're gone, he thought. I left them behind. I broke the covenant. Difficult, is it? Letting go. Harry's eyes snapped open. Dumbledore stood by the hearth. The headmaster wasn't looking at Harry. His attention was fixed on the dying embers, which flickered once, twice, and then burst back into full flame. Gryffindor fire, Dumbledore murmured. It never truly goes out. It simply waits for someone to tend it. He turned. His blue eyes, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, fixed on Harry with gentle intensity. You have questions, I think. Harry's hand moved instinctively to cover his mark. Many questions, Dumbledore continued, and few answers. A familiar position, for those who carry great burdens. He settled into the armchair across from Harry. His movements were unhurried, deliberate. As if he had all the time in the world. I confess, he said, I did not expect to find you here, alone, at 5:30 in the morning. I had thought young Mr. Weasley would be more difficult to escape. He's a heavy sleeper. So I observed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. An invaluable trait in a friend. Harry said nothing. His heart hammered against his ribs. He knows. He has to know. He's Dumbledore. He knows everything. But the headmaster simply sat, watching the fire, apparently content to wait. And Harry was tired of secrets. There's a mark on my hand, he said. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. Yes, you know about it. I know that Hogwarts recognizes you. I know that the castle responds to your presence in ways it has not responded to any student for centuries. A pause. I know that you carry a burden no child should carry, and that you have borne it with remarkable grace. Harry's throat tightened. How long have you known? Since the moment you touched the Stone of Covenant. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Hogwarts is my home, Harry. It has been for over a century. When its foundations shifted, when the Covenant awoke, I felt it. And you didn't stop me. Stop you. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Why would I stop you? Because it's dangerous. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Because, Harry's voice broke. Because there's a piece of Voldemort inside my head. The fire crackled. The rain continued its steady rhythm against the glass. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. There is. Harry waited for the judgment. The horror. The rejection. It didn't come. You are not your scar, Dumbledore said. You are not the fragment of soul that clings to it. You are Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, heir to legacies both ancient and new. And you are 11 years old. He leaned forward. His eyes, for once, were not twinkling. The founders did not return because of the fragment in your scar. They returned because of what you carry in your heart. Courage, wisdom, compassion, ambition tempered by conscience. He paused. And loneliness. They returned because you were alone, and you had the courage to reach out. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly. I tried to contact them, he said. Last night, after the feast. But nothing happened. The covenant requires proximity to Hogwarts, but not proximity to the stone. Your mark is bound to the castle itself. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. The connection should not be severed. Then why can't I feel them? Perhaps, Dumbledore said gently, because you are afraid of what you will find. Harry looked at his marked palm. At the 4 symbols, dark against his skin. I don't want them to fade, he whispered. I don't want to lose them. Not again. And so you avoid them. Dumbledore's voice was not unkind. To protect yourself from the pain of goodbye. Harry didn't answer. The founders are echoes, Harry. Memories given form by the Covenant's power. Their existence is fragile, dependent on the magic that sustains them. Dumbledore paused. But echoes can endure longer than we expect, if we give them reason to remain. What reason? Connection. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue. Purpose. The knowledge that their legacy continues, not merely in stone and spell, but in the choices of those who follow. He stood. His robes settled around him like folded wings. You have not lost them, he said. They are waiting, as they have always waited. As they will always wait, for as long as the covenant endures. He moved toward the portrait hole. Professor, Harry said. Dumbledore paused. Does it get easier? Harry's voice was barely audible. Carrying secrets. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. No, he said finally. But you grow stronger. And you learn that some weights were never meant to be carried alone. The fat lady swung open. Dumbledore stepped through. And Harry sat alone in the gray morning light, staring at the mark on his hand, trying to find the courage to reach out. He found it 3 hours later, during Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was explaining the fundamental principles of turning a matchstick into a needle. Her voice was crisp, her demonstrations flawless, her patience for fumbling first years limited. Ron was attempting to transfigure his match into anything. At present, it resembled a bent nail. Hermione had already succeeded, her needle gleaming proudly on her desk. Harry's match sat untouched. His attention was elsewhere. On the window. On the grounds beyond. On the ancient stones of the castle, which pulsed with a rhythm he could almost feel. They're waiting, Dumbledore had said. As they have always waited. Harry picked up his wand. He didn't think about matchsticks or needles or the proper incantation for transfiguration. He thought about the Great Hall. The 4 thrones. The echoes who had given him the first taste of belonging he had ever known. He thought about Hufflepuff's gentle smile and Ravenclaw's probing questions. About Gryffindor's steady presence and Slytherin's reluctant wisdom. He thought about home. The match on his desk trembled. Shifted. Elongated. And became a needle, not steel, but something else. Something that gleamed with the same ancient warmth as the covenant mark. Remarkable, McGonagall breathed. Harry blinked. The needle sat on his desk, perfect in every detail. 10 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said. And Mr. Potter, her voice softened, almost imperceptibly. Your mother was a brilliant transfiguration student. She would have been proud. Harry's chest ached. But beneath the ache, something else stirred. Connection, Dumbledore had said. Purpose. Harry looked at his marked hand. And finally, he reached out. The Great Hall was empty. Harry had slipped away during lunch, claiming a need for fresh air. Ron had been too focused on his chicken leg to question him. Hermione had looked suspicious but hadn't followed. Now Harry stood before the 4 thrones, his marked hand pressed against Gryffindor's carved arm. Please, he whispered. I'm here. I came back. The stones warmed beneath his palm. And the shadows gathered. They emerged slowly this time, their forms less solid than before. Gryffindor's cloak hung limp. Ravenclaw's diadem sat askew. Hufflepuff's smile was tired. Slytherin's posture was rigid with effort. But they were here. You came back, Hufflepuff said. Her voice was soft, relieved. I'm sorry. Harry's words tumbled out. I should have reached out sooner. I was afraid, I thought. You thought we had faded. Slytherin's voice was quiet. We nearly did. Harry's heart clenched. I'm sorry. Do not apologize. Gryffindor's voice was rough. You are a child. You are not responsible for our existence. Yes, I am. Harry's voice was fierce. I called you. I brought you back. I won't let you fade. The founders exchanged glances. The Covenant sustains us, Ravenclaw said. But the Covenant draws power from the castle. And the castle draws power from its inhabitants. What does that mean? It means, Slytherin said slowly, that your presence here strengthens us. Your connection to Hogwarts, your engagement with its magic, your growth as a wizard, all of it feeds the Covenant. Then I'll stay connected. Harry's voice was steady. I'll keep learning. I'll keep growing. I'll keep coming back. You have classes, Hufflepuff said gently. Friends. A life to live. I can do both. You cannot spend every night here, Ravenclaw said. Sleep is not optional for the living. Then I'll come when I can. Weekends. Holidays. Whenever I can sneak away. Harry's jaw set. I'm not letting you go. Not if I can help it. The founders were silent. Then, slowly, Slytherin smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was not even a particularly friendly smile. But it was real. Stubborn, he said. Reckless. Determined to carry burdens beyond your capacity. A pause. You remind me of Godric. I'll take that as a compliment. It was intended as one. Gryffindor's laugh boomed through the great hall. 1,000 years, Salazar, and you still can't admit when you like someone. I haven't admitted anything. Your silence is admission enough. Harry watched them bicker, these four legendary figures, reduced to squabbling like children, and felt something loosen in his chest. They're still here, he thought. I didn't lose them. Not yet. Harry. He looked at Hufflepuff. Her expression was serious. You cannot save us, she said gently. Death is not a door that can be kept open indefinitely. We will fade. Perhaps not today, perhaps not tomorrow. But eventually. Harry's throat tightened. Then I'll make the time we have count. You already have. Her smile was infinite. More than you know. The weeks that followed established a rhythm. Days belonged to Hogwarts. Harry attended classes, completed homework, navigated the complex social currents of Gryffindor House. He sat with Ron at meals, studied with Hermione in the library, laughed at Fred and George's increasingly elaborate pranks. He was, by all appearances, an ordinary first year. But nights still belonged to the founders. Harry slipped away when he could, after curfew, on weekends, during free periods when Ron was preoccupied with Quidditch and Hermione buried in books. He trained with Gryffindor, debated with Ravenclaw, sat in companionable silence with Hufflepuff. And he talked with Slytherin. These conversations were different from his lessons with the other founders. Slytherin didn't teach him spells or strategies or philosophical frameworks. He simply listened. Why do you care? Harry asked one night, as they walked the empty corridors of the 7th floor. About me, I mean. I carry Gryffindor's blood too. I could have been his heir exclusively. You could have been, Slytherin agreed. But you weren't. That's not an answer. Slytherin was silent for a long moment. I cared about Godric once, he said finally. More than I cared about anyone. He was my brother in all but blood, my partner in the greatest endeavor of our lives. And when I left, when I walked away from everything we had built together, I told myself it was because our visions had diverged. His voice was quiet. It was not divergence. It was fear. I was afraid of the changes coming, of the world shifting beneath my feet, of losing control over the legacy I had created. And instead of confronting that fear, I let it consume me. He stopped walking. Tom Riddle was my heir. My blood. My legacy. He became a monster, and I bear responsibility for every life he destroyed. Harry absorbed this. But I'm not Tom Riddle. No. Slytherin's gaze was steady. You are not. And that is why I care. Because you carry the same potential, the same burden, the same choices. And you are choosing differently. He paused. You are choosing connection over isolation. Growth over stagnation. Hope over despair. His voice softened. You are choosing to be the heir I should have raised, rather than the heir I created. Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. But he walked beside Slytherin in silence, and somehow, that was enough. October arrived with a bite of cold and the promise of Quidditch. Ron was obsessed. He talked about little else, Chudley cannons, World Cup scores, the relative merits of different broom models. Hermione rolled her eyes but dutifully listened. Harry found himself genuinely interested. You should try out, Ron said one evening, as they sat by the common room fire. Seeker, I reckon. You're small and fast, and your reflexes are mental. I don't have a broom. School brooms are rubbish, but Wood, he's the captain, he might let you try out anyway. Ron's eyes were bright. Imagine it. Harry Potter, Gryffindor Seeker. Harry imagined it. It was a nice image. Flying, competing, belonging to something as simple and glorious as a Quidditch team. But the covenant mark pulsed against his palm, and he remembered other obligations. Maybe, he said. We'll see. The letter arrived on a Saturday. It was from Hogwarts, not the standard school correspondence, but a thick cream envelope sealed with the headmaster's personal crest. Harry opened it in the privacy of his dormitory, his hands trembling. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and settling into your first term. I have observed your progress with great interest and, I confess, no small amount of admiration. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, at your convenience. It concerns the Covenant, the Founders, and the path that lies ahead. Please meet me in my office this evening at 8 o'clock. The password is, Sherbet Lemon. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. The path that lies ahead. What path? What did Dumbledore know that he wasn't saying? Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. At 8 o'clock, he stood before the stone gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. Sherbet Lemon, he said. The gargoyle sprang aside. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry had imagined, and nothing like it. The circular room was packed with delicate silver instruments, some whirring, some puffing smoke, some utterly still. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, their occupants pretending to sleep but clearly eavesdropping. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his golden stand, watching Harry with ancient, knowing eyes. And behind the massive desk, Dumbledore waited. Thank you for coming, he said. Please, sit. Harry sat. You are wondering why I called you here. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. The answer is both simple and complex. I wish to offer you information, and to ask for your help. My help? Yes. Dumbledore leaned forward. The covenant you awakened is older than any living magic. Its power is immense, its potential vast. But it is also incomplete. Incomplete how? The founders built Hogwarts together, but they did not build it equally. Each contributed according to their strengths, their resources, their vision. Dumbledore paused, and each withheld something, a fragment of their power. A contingency, should the covenant ever be broken. Harry's heart quickened. What kind of fragments? Godric Gryffindor hid his sword. Not the replica that resides in the headmaster's office, but the true blade, forged with his own hands and enchanted with his own magic. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Rowena Ravenclaw concealed her diadem. Helga Hufflepuff secreted her cup. And Salazar Slytherin. He paused. Salazar Slytherin sealed his locket. Harry stared at him. The founders, artifacts. You're saying they're hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Some are here, some are elsewhere. The locket, I fear, is no longer within these walls. Dumbledore's expression was grave. It was taken centuries ago, passed through generations of Slytherin's descendants. And ultimately, it fell into the hands of Tom Riddle. Harry's scar pulsed. He made it into a Horcrux, Dumbledore said quietly. As he made Ravenclaw's diadem and Hufflepuff's cup. As he made 7 fragments of his soul, scattered across Britain, anchoring him to life. 7. Harry thought about the fragment in his scar. The 8th piece. How do you know all this? I have spent many years seeking answers. Dumbledore's voice was tired. Too many years, perhaps. And only recently have I begun to understand the full scope of Voldemort's ambition. He met Harry's gaze. The Covenant cannot be made whole without the Founders, artifacts. And the artifacts cannot be reclaimed without facing Voldemort's defenses. A pause. But you, Harry, are uniquely positioned to do both. Because of the fragment in my scar. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Because you carry a piece of his soul. Because you can sense his magic, his presence, his protections. Because the Covenant chose you, not despite the darkness within you, but because of what you have chosen to do with it. Harry was silent for a long moment. You're asking me to hunt Horcruxes, he said. I'm 11 years old. I am asking you to be aware, Dumbledore said. To learn. To prepare. The Horcruxes are not a threat that will resolve itself overnight. Voldemort himself is not yet fully returned. We have time, not infinite time, but enough. He paused. Enough for you to grow. To learn. To become the wizard the Covenant believes you can be. Harry looked at his marked hand. And the Founders, did they know about this? They know their artifacts were scattered. They do not know the full extent of what Voldemort has done. Dumbledore's voice was careful. I leave it to your judgment whether to share that knowledge. Harry nodded slowly. Is that all? He asked. No. Dumbledore's expression softened. I also wished to tell you that your parents would be proud of you. Not because of the Covenant, or the Horcruxes, or any destiny laid upon you. But because of the choices you have made. His voice was very quiet. Because you have chosen kindness, when cruelty was modeled. Because you have chosen connection, when isolation was easier. Because you have chosen hope, when despair would have been understandable. He paused. That is the legacy of Lily and James Potter. Not their blood, not their magic, not their sacrifice. Their choices. Their love. Their son. Harry's vision blurred. Thank you, he whispered. Dumbledore smiled. You are welcome, Harry. Now, I believe you have a potions essay due Monday, and Professor Snape is not known for his leniency. Harry laughed. It was a wet, shaky sound, but it was real. Right, he said. Potions. He stood, moved toward the door. Harry. He turned. Dumbledore's eyes, for once, were not twinkling. The path ahead will be difficult. There will be losses. There will be moments when you question everything, your purpose, your strength, your very identity. His voice was steady. But you will not walk that path alone. Remember that. Harry nodded, and stepped through the door into the waiting darkness of the corridor. November arrived with frost on the towers and tension in the corridors. Harry had been avoiding the Founders. Not consciously. Not deliberately. But since his conversation with Dumbledore, since the weight of Horcruxes and artifacts and the fragment in his scar had settled fully onto his shoulders, he found himself lingering in the common room longer, studying with Hermione later, letting Ron drag him to the Quidditch pitch when he should have been sneaking away. He told himself he was processing, absorbing, preparing, but the Covenant mark pulsed against his palm every night, and he knew the truth. You're afraid, he admitted silently, staring at the canopy of his four-poster. You're afraid to tell them what Dumbledore said. Afraid of how they'll react. Afraid they'll blame themselves. Afraid they'll look at you and see another Tom Riddle. The dormitory was quiet. Ron's snoring had settled into its usual rhythm. Neville murmured something in his sleep, not the teapot, Gran, I swear, and rolled over. Harry slipped out of bed. His feet carried him through the common room, past the portrait hole, into corridors silver with moonlight. He didn't think about where he was going. He didn't need to. The castle guided him, left at the third-floor corridor. Down the staircase that only appeared when he wasn't looking directly at it. Through the tapestry that shimmered like water. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost was absent tonight. The stalls stood silent. The taps gleamed dully in the darkness. Harry approached the sink with the tiny snake carved into the copper tap. Open, he thought. Please open. The mark on his hand blazed. The tap glowed. The sink descended. And the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets yawned before him. Slytherin was waiting at the base of the statue. He stood alone. His posture was rigid, his expression carefully neutral. But his eyes, his ancient, weary eyes, held something Harry had never seen there before. Worry. You have been absent, Slytherin said. The others are concerned. I needed to think. Harry's voice echoed in the vast chamber. There's something I have to tell you. All of you. Then summon them. I wanted to tell you first. Harry paused. You have the right to know before anyone else. Something flickered in Slytherin's expression. Surprise. Gratitude. He masked it quickly. Then speak. Harry told him everything. Dumbledore's revelation about the artifacts. The Horcruxes. Voldemort's 7 fragments of soul, and the 8th, sleeping in Harry's scar. Slytherin listened in silence. His face revealed nothing, but his hands, spectral, translucent, curled into fists at his sides. My locket, he said when Harry finished. He made my locket into a vessel for his soul. Yes, the cup, the diadem, Godric's sword. He didn't get the sword. It's still hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. But he tried. Slytherin's voice was quiet. He sought out our legacies, our treasures, our heirlooms. And he corrupted them. His gaze met Harry's. Just as he corrupted my bloodline. My teachings. My name. Harry's chest ached. It's not your fault, isn't it? Slytherin's voice was bitter. I built the chamber. I created the basilisk. I established the traditions of purity and power that Tom Riddle weaponized. I walked away from Godric and Rowena and Helga because I believed my vision was the only correct one. He paused. And now my arrogance has echoed through 1,000 years, poisoning generation after generation. How is that not my fault? Because you didn't know. Harry's voice was fierce. You couldn't have known. You built this place to protect people, not to hurt them. You created a legacy of ambition and cunning and self-reliance. Tom Riddle twisted it. That's on him, not you. Is that what you believe? Yes. Harry met his gaze steadily. It's what I know. Slytherin was silent for a long moment. You are very young, he said finally. To carry such certainty. Someone told me that being young doesn't make me wrong. Harry's voice softened. It just means I haven't had time to forget what I know. A ghost of something, not quite a smile, but close, crossed Slytherin's features. Godric said that, didn't he? Yeah, a few weeks ago. Harry paused. He also said you used to argue with him about everything, and that you always pretended to be annoyed but secretly enjoyed it. Godric talks too much. So do you. You just pretend you don't. Slytherin's almost smile flickered. Then, slowly, it steadied. We should summon the others, he said. They deserve to hear this from you. Harry nodded. But he didn't move. Thank you, he said quietly. For listening. For not looking at me differently. After what I told you about the fragment. Slytherin studied him for a long moment. You carry a piece of Tom Riddle's soul, he said. You also carry Godric's courage, Rowena's wisdom, Helga's compassion. And you carry my blood, my legacy, which you have already begun to reshape into something better than I ever achieved. He paused. I do not look at you differently, Harry Potter. I look at you and see the heir the Covenant deserved. The heir I wish I had raised. Harry's throat tightened. That's enough sentiment for 1 century, Slytherin added. Summon the others. We have work to do. The founders gathered in the Great Hall. Harry repeated his story. The artifacts. The Horcruxes. The fragment in his scar. Voldemort's return, not yet accomplished, but inevitable. Gryffindor's hand rested on his sword hilt. Ravenclaw's expression was carved from stone. Hufflepuff's eyes glistened. And when Harry finished, the silence stretched so long he thought it might shatter. My diadem, Ravenclaw said finally. Her voice was calm, too calm. He took my diadem, yes, and corrupted it, made it a prison for his fractured soul. Yes. She was silent for a moment. Then, very quietly, I wore that diadem when I built this castle. When I established the greatest magical library in Europe. When I held my daughter in my arms for the first time. A pause. It was not merely an object. It was a part of me. I know. Harry's voice was gentle. I'm sorry. As am I. Ravenclaw drew herself up. But sorrow will not reclaim what was stolen. We must act. How? Gryffindor's voice was rough. We are echoes. Shadows. We cannot leave this castle. We cannot face Tom Riddle's defenses. No, Hufflepuff said quietly. But Harry can. All eyes turned to him. He carries the Covenant mark, Hufflepuff continued. He is bound to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts is bound to us. Our power flows through him. Our knowledge. Our legacy. She looked at Harry. You are not merely our heir, child. You are our instrument. Our hands in a world we can no longer touch. Harry's heart hammered. I don't know if I'm ready. You are 11 years old, Gryffindor said. Of course you're not ready. But readiness is not a destination. It is a choice, made moment by moment. You have already made that choice, Ravenclaw added. Every time you reached out. Every time you stayed connected. Every time you chose hope over despair. But hunting Horcruxes is not a task for tomorrow, Slytherin said. Or next week. Or even next year. You are a child. You have time to grow, to learn, to prepare. His gaze was steady. But you must prepare deliberately. Not passively. The Horcruxes will not destroy themselves. Harry looked at his marked hand. What do I need to learn? Everything, Ravenclaw said. Defensive magic. Offensive magic. The theory behind Horcrux destruction. The locations and protections of each vessel. Tom Riddle was my student, Slytherin said. I know how his mind works. I can teach you to anticipate him. And I can teach you to face him, Gryffindor said. Not just with magic, with courage, with presence, with the refusal to yield. I can teach you to endure, Hufflepuff said softly. The waiting, the uncertainty, the fear that you are not enough. Harry absorbed their words. Okay, he said. Okay. Teach me. The lessons resumed, but differently. Previously, the founders had focused on fundamentals. Magic theory. Intent and will. The history and architecture of the Covenant. Now, they trained him for war. Gryffindor drilled him in defensive spells until his arm ached and his concentration shattered. Ravenclaw assigned readings on Horcruxes, soul magic, the ethical boundaries that dark wizards crossed. Hufflepuff taught him to meditate, to center himself, to find calm in the eye of the storm. And Slytherin taught him to think like Tom Riddle. He was charming, Slytherin said. Brilliant, handsome. Teachers adored him. Students followed him. He could have been anything, a healer, a scholar, a minister for magic. He paused. But he wanted more than anything. He wanted immortality. He wanted domination. He wanted to transcend the ordinary limitations of wizard kind. How do I fight someone like that? You don't fight his strengths. You exploit his weaknesses. Slytherin's voice was clinical. Tom Riddle cannot trust. He cannot love. He cannot truly connect with another human being. His followers serve him through fear, not loyalty. But he had followers. Death Eaters. He had servants. Tools. Objects to be used and discarded. Slytherin's gaze was steady. There is a difference between commanding obedience and inspiring devotion. Tom Riddle never understood that difference. Harry thought about his friends. Ron, who shared his food without hesitation. Hermione, who corrected his essays without condescension. The Weasley twins, who included him in their pranks without expectation. He thought about the founders. 4 echoes who had chosen to stay, not because the Covenant demanded it, but because they believed in him. He doesn't have that, Harry said. Anyone who actually cares about him. No, he does not. Slytherin paused. And that is his greatest vulnerability. November deepened. Harry threw himself into his training with an intensity that concerned even Gryffindor. He spent every available moment with the founders, practicing spells, memorizing texts, drilling responses to hypothetical scenarios. His schoolwork suffered. Harry, your transfiguration essay is due tomorrow. Hermione's voice was sharp with frustration. You haven't even started. I'll do it tonight. You said that last week. Professor McGonagall gave you an extension, but she won't do it again. Hermione's expression softened. Is everything okay? You've been distant. Harry looked at his friend. At her earnest face and bushy hair and the worry creasing her forehead. I could tell her, he thought. She'd understand. She always understands. But the words wouldn't come. I'm fine, he said. Just tired. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You know, she said quietly, you don't have to carry everything alone. That's what friends are for. Harry's chest tightened. I know, he said. Thanks. Hermione nodded slowly. She didn't look convinced. But she didn't push. The Quidditch tryouts were a welcome distraction. Harry hadn't planned to attend. His schedule was already overflowing with secret lessons and neglected homework. But Ron had begged, pleaded, and finally resorted to bribery, a month's supply of pumpkin pasties, and Harry had caved. Now, standing on the edge of the Quidditch pitch, watching students rocket through the gray November sky, he understood why Ron loved this sport. It was freedom. Pure, uncomplicated freedom. No covenants, no Horcruxes, no fragments of Dark Lords sleeping in his scar. Just wind and speed and the thunder of hooves on turf. You should try out. Harry turned. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, stood beside him. His eyes were fixed on the students attempting to catch the snitch. You're small, Wood continued. Light, quick reflexes, if what I've heard about your dodging skills is true. A pause. We need a seeker. I've never played Quidditch. Neither had half the team, their first year. Wood's gaze was assessing. But you've flown before, right? On a broom. Harry thought about the training broom at Privet Drive, old, battered, barely functional. He thought about the first time he'd kicked off the ground, the shock of rising, the desperate joy of movement unconstrained. Yeah, he said. I've flown. Then try out. Wood's voice was firm. Worst case, you don't make it. Best case, you're our new seeker. Harry looked at the pitch. At the students streaking through the air. At the freedom waiting just beyond his reach. Okay, he said. I'll try. He made the team. It wasn't even close. Harry mounted the school broom, a battered shooting star that Ron had warned him was rubbish, and immediately felt the world shift into focus. Flying was like breathing, like thinking, Like the moment he first touched the Covenant Stone and felt Hogwarts recognize him. He didn't need to chase the snitch. He simply followed it. Wood was ecstatic. Natural talent. Never seen anything like it. We're winning the cup this year, I can feel it. Ron was even more ecstatic. A seeker. My best friend is the Gryffindor seeker. Fred, George, did you hear? Hermione was less impressed. You do realize Quidditch is just an excuse for students to hit each other with bats while flying at dangerous speeds. It's brilliant is what it is, Ron said. Hermione sighed. Harry smiled, a real smile, unforced and genuine. For a few hours, he was just Harry. Not the boy who lived. Not the Covenant heir. Just a first year who'd made his house team. It felt good. That night, Harry dreamed of the chamber. Not the physical chamber, with its serpent pillars and ancient statue. A different chamber. Darker. Colder. And he was not alone. Tom Riddle stood before the statue of Salazar Slytherin. His back was to Harry, but his voice carried clearly through the vast space. They don't understand, Riddle said. Any of them. They think power is something to be shared, distributed, diluted. They think magic exists to serve the weak. He turned. His face was Harry's face. His scar was Harry's scar. But his eyes were red, slit-pupilled, ancient and cold. But you understand, don't you, Harry? Harry tried to speak. His voice wouldn't come. You carry me in your blood. In your scar. In the very marrow of your bones. Riddle smiled. It was not a kind smile. You think you can reject me. Contain me. Starve me into submission. He stepped closer. But I am not separate from you, Harry. I am you. The part of you that wants to be more than ordinary. The part of you that refuses to accept weakness. The part of you that knows, deep down, that you deserve more than the scraps the world has given you. Harry's scar blazed. Stop, he whispered. Why? Riddle tilted his head. Because the founders told you to. Because Dumbledore believes in the power of love. His voice curdled on the word. They want you weak, Harry. Dependent. Grateful for their scraps of wisdom and approval. He was very close now. His breath was cold. But I want you strong. I want you whole. I want you to claim what is rightfully yours. And what, Harry forced out, is rightfully mine. Riddle smiled. Everything. Harry woke gasping. His scar was on fire. The mark on his hand blazed so brightly it illuminated the entire dormitory. Ron slept on, oblivious. Neville murmured something about Snape and continued snoring. Harry pressed his marked hand against his scar. You are not him, he thought fiercely. You are not him and he is not you. You are Harry Potter. You belong to Gryffindor. You carry the Covenant. You choose connection over isolation, hope over despair. You choose. Slowly, the fire in his scar faded. The mark dimmed. Harry lay in the darkness, trembling, and waited for dawn. The next day was Saturday. Harry skipped breakfast and went straight to the astronomy tower. The wind was fierce at this height. It tore at his robes, whipped his hair across his face, numbed his fingers. But Harry didn't move from the parapet. He needed to think. The dream had shaken him. Not because of what Riddle said, the words were predictable, the manipulation transparent. What shook him was how easy it was, in the dream, to listen. The part of you that knows, deep down, that you deserve more. Did he believe that? Some part of him, some buried, resentful fragment, shaped by 10 years of cupboards and cast-offs and the Dursleys' relentless contempt. Did he deserve more? Thought I might find you here. Harry turned. Hermione stood at the top of the spiral staircase, her cheeks flushed from the climb, her hair escaping its constraints in all directions. How did you know where I was? You weren't at breakfast, or the common room, or the library. She paused. Ron said you might be on the Quidditch pitch. But I thought. She hesitated. You thought what? I thought you might need somewhere quiet. Hermione's voice was careful. Somewhere with space to breathe. Harry looked at her. At this girl he'd known for barely 2 months, who corrected his essays and rolled her eyes at his recklessness and somehow, inexplicably, cared enough to track him down. Why are you here? He asked. Hermione was silent for a moment. Because you keep saying you're fine, she said quietly. And you keep not being fine. She stepped onto the parapet beside him. The wind caught her hair, sent it streaming behind her like a banner. My parents are muggles, she said. Dentists. They don't know anything about magic, not really. They dropped me off at King's Cross and waved goodbye and went back to a world where Hogwarts doesn't exist. She paused. I thought that would be the hardest part. Being different. Being the only one in my family who could do magic. Her voice was very quiet. But it's not. The hardest part is being the only one who knows what it's like to discover this world and realize you'll never fully belong to it. Harry stared at her. You belong, he said. You're the cleverest witch in our year. Being clever isn't the same as belonging. Hermione's gaze was steady. You know that better than anyone. She didn't say, because you're famous. Because everyone knows your name. Because you carry a scar that marks you as different in ways even you don't fully understand. She didn't need to. How do you do it? Harry asked. Carry it. Hermione considered the question. I don't know, she admitted. I just keep going. One day at a time. One class at a time. One friendship at a time. She paused. And I remind myself that belonging isn't something you're given. It's something you build. She looked at him. With other people. Harry looked at his marked hand. At the symbols he'd tried so hard to hide. There are things I can't tell you, he said. Things I'm not ready to explain. Hermione nodded slowly. That's okay, she said. You don't have to tell me everything. You just have to let me be here. The wind howled around them. The castle sprawled below, ancient and patient and full of secrets. Okay, Harry said quietly. Okay. They stood together on the astronomy tower, two 11-year-olds carrying weights no child should bear, and watched the clouds race across the November sky. Chapter 9, The Weight of Secrets. December arrived with snow and the promise of Christmas holidays. Harry had mixed feelings about the break. Part of him wanted to stay at Hogwarts. The castle was his home now, the only real home he'd ever known. The founders were here. Ron and Hermione were here. Even the moving staircases and grumpy portraits felt more like family than the Dursleys ever had. But another part of him, the part that had spent 10 years dreaming of escape, wanted to see Privet Drive again. Not because he missed it. He didn't. But because the Stone of Covenant was still buried in the floorboard of his cupboard. I need to retrieve it, Harry told the founders. The Covenant is weaker when I'm not in physical contact with Hogwarts. If I go back to Privet Drive for Christmas, the connection might sever completely. You cannot retrieve the stone without alerting your relatives, Ravenclaw said. They would notice. They would ask questions. I know. Harry's jaw tightened. But I have to try. There may be another way, Slytherin said slowly. The Covenant is bound to blood as well as stone. Your presence at Hogwarts strengthens it. But your blood, your physical body, also carries the Covenant's magic. He paused. If you cannot retrieve the stone, you may be able to create a new anchor. How? Blood magic. Slytherin's voice was careful. A small sacrifice. A few drops of blood, infused with intent, bound to an object you carry with you. Harry's hand moved instinctively to his marked palm. Like a Horcrux. No. Slytherin's voice was firm. Horcruxes require murder. They fracture the soul and anchor it to matter through violence and violation. This is different. This is offering, the willing gift of a portion of your life force to sustain a connection. Is it dangerous? It can be, if performed incorrectly. But you have 4 founders guiding you. And the Covenant itself will recognize and accept the offering. Harry looked at his marked hand. Okay, he said. Teach me. The ritual required preparation. Ravenclaw researched the appropriate incantations. Hufflepuff selected the anchor object, a small, smooth stone from the shores of the Black Lake, warmed by ancient magic and worn smooth by centuries of water. Gryffindor stood guard, his spectral hand on his sword hilt. And Slytherin guided Harry through the steps. Blood magic is not inherently dark, he said. It is neutral, a tool, like any other. But it requires absolute clarity of intent. You must know why you are offering this gift. What you hope to achieve. What you are willing to sacrifice. Harry held the lake stone in his marked hand. I want to stay connected to Hogwarts, he said. To the Covenant. To you. His voice steadied. I don't want to lose this place. Not ever. Then offer that intention. Slytherin's voice was quiet. Pour it into the stone with your blood. Seal it with your will. Harry drew his wand. He had never performed deliberate blood magic. The closest he'd come was the accidental Covenant bond, the stone fusing with his flesh without his conscious participation. This time, he chose Wingardium Leviosa, the simplest spell he knew, repurposed for a different kind of magic. His wand touched his marked palm. The tip drew blood, a thin red line, welling up along the edge of the Covenant symbols. Harry pressed his bleeding hand against the lake stone. I am Harry Potter, he thought. Son of James and Lily. Heir of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Keeper of the Covenant. This is my blood. This is my will. This is my choice. The stone blazed. Warmth flooded through Harry's hand, not the Covenant's familiar heat, but something new. Something rooted. He felt the connection snap into place, binding him to the stone, binding the stone to Hogwarts, binding Hogwarts to his very bones. Then the warmth faded. Harry opened his eyes. The lake stone sat in his palm, unremarkable. Ordinary. But when he pressed his marked hand against it, the Covenant mark pulsed in recognition. It worked, he whispered. Yes. Slytherin's voice held something like approval. You have created an anchor. As long as you carry that stone, the Covenant will not sever. Harry looked at the stone. Small, smooth, unassuming. Home, he thought. I carry home with me now. Thank you, he said. All of you. The founders exchanged glances. You are welcome, Hufflepuff said softly. Always. The last week of term was chaos. Professors assigned final essays. Students crammed for exams. The Quidditch team held emergency practices for their first match of the season, scheduled for the Saturday after break. Harry balanced his training with the founders against his schoolwork, against his friendships, against the constant, low-grade exhaustion that had become his baseline state. But he also laughed, more than he'd expected to. Ron's running commentary on the relative merits of different broom models. Hermione's exasperated sighs when Fred and George turned her quill pink. Neville's terror of Snape, expressed in increasingly elaborate conspiracy theories. His office is in the dungeons, Neville whispered. Right next to the Slytherin common room. What's he doing down there? That's what I want to know. Teaching potions, Ron suggested. Teaching something, Neville said darkly. Harry laughed. It felt good. The train ride home was subdued. Ron chattered about Christmas presents. Mum always goes overboard, you won't believe it, and Hermione outlined her holiday reading list. Harry nodded along, contributed when expected, and kept his marked hand buried in his pocket. The lake stone sat warm against his thigh. He thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About the floorboard with the stone of Covenant hidden beneath it. I don't need it anymore, he reminded himself. I have a new anchor. I have Hogwarts. I have the founders. I have friends. But the closer the train carried him to London, the heavier his chest became. Write to me, Ron said as they pulled into King's Cross. Tell me what the Muggles get you for Christmas. Probably socks, right? Muggles always give socks. Probably, Harry agreed. And send Hedwig if you need anything. She'll find us. Ron hesitated. You'll be okay, yeah. Over break. Harry looked at his friend. At the genuine concern in his freckled face. Yeah, he said. I'll be okay. He almost believed it. Number 4, Privet Drive was exactly as he remembered. Same perfectly manicured lawn. Same net curtains. Same smell of potpourri and repressed fury. Close the door, boy, you're letting the cold in. Harry closed the door. His trunk was already in the cupboard. His owl was already in the garden shed. His place in this house was already determined, small, silent, invisible. One day, he told himself. One night. Then you can go back. He pressed his hand against the lake stone in his pocket. Warmth answered. Christmas at Privet Drive was a study in isolation. The Dursleys exchanged gifts in the living room while Harry cleaned the kitchen. Dudley received 37 presents. Petunia received a new pearl necklace. Vernon received a bottle of brandy and a new drill. Harry received a wire hanger and a pair of Vernon's old socks. He smiled, thanked them, and retreated to the cupboard. Hedwig arrived at midnight with a package from Ron. Knitted sweater, maroon, homemade fudge, slightly burned, and a card that read, told you Muggles would give you socks. At least ours match. Harry laughed until his chest ached. Then he pressed the lake stone against his chest and closed his eyes. I'm here, he thought. I'm still connected. I haven't lost them. The Covenant mark pulsed. We know, the warmth seemed to say. We wait. We remember. Christmas morning, Harry received a second gift. This one arrived by owl, not Hedwig, but a magnificent tawny with golden eyes. The package was small, wrapped in brown paper, sealed with crimson wax. Harry opened it in the privacy of the cupboard. Inside was a mirror. Small, handheld, framed in silver. And a note. Your father left this in my keeping before he died. I believe he would want you to have it now. Use it wisely. A.D. Harry turned the mirror over. An inscription ran along the rim, elegant and flowing. For my son, when he is ready to see. Harry's hands trembled. He looked into the mirror. His reflection stared back, tousled hair, broken glasses, scar stark against pale skin. But behind him, blurred at the edges, two figures stood. A man with messy black hair and a woman with brilliant green eyes. His parents. Harry's breath caught. He reached out, but his fingers passed through empty air. The figures flickered, smiled, faded, and then they were gone. Harry sat in the darkness of the cupboard, clutching the mirror to his chest, and wept. He didn't tell the founders about the mirror. Not because he was hiding it. Not because he was ashamed. But because the mirror was private. Sacred. A gift from his father, delivered by Dumbledore, revealing a truth Harry had never been able to see. His parents loved him, not as a symbol, not as a prophecy, not as the boy who lived. As their son. When he is ready to see, the inscription said. Harry wasn't sure if he was ready. But he had seen, and the seeing had changed him. He pressed the lake stone against his chest and thought, very clearly. I'm coming home. The train back to Hogwarts couldn't move fast enough. Harry sat in an empty compartment, the mirror tucked safely in his trunk, the lake stone warm against his thigh. Outside, the gray English countryside blurred past. He thought about the founders. About Ron and Hermione. About the castle waiting at the end of the line. He thought about his parents. I don't know what I'm doing, he told them silently. I don't know if I'm strong enough. I don't know if I'm worthy of the legacy you left me. But I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. Please watch over me. The compartment door slid open. Room for one more. Ron's voice was breathless. The twins hid all my luggage and I had to chase Percy across the platform. Harry smiled. Yeah, he said. There's room. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a beacon. Harry stepped off the train and breathed in the cold, familiar air. The castle's windows glittered with welcome. The lake reflected 1,000 stars. Home, he thought. I'm home. The covenant mark pulsed. Welcome back, heir. Harry smiled, and walked toward the waiting warmth of the castle that held his heart. January returned to Hogwarts wrapped in frost and silence. The castle breathed differently in winter. Its corridors echoed with the hush of snow-muffled stone. Its windows wept ice. The great lake had frozen solid, a sheet of black glass reflecting the gray sky. Harry stood at the edge of the water, his breath clouding in the cold air. The lake stone was warm against his thigh. The covenant mark pulsed in steady rhythm. But something was wrong. He had felt it since the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. A shift in the castle's heartbeat. A discordant note in the ancient song that bound Hogwarts together. The founders felt it too. You are not imagining it, Slytherin said. He stood at Harry's shoulder, his spectral form barely visible in the gray winter light. Something has changed within the wards. Is it Voldemort? No. His presence would be unmistakable. Slytherin's voice was careful. This is different. Older. More subtle. Harry's hand moved to his scar. It was cool. The fragment slept. Then what is it? Slytherin was silent for a long moment. I do not know, he admitted. And that concerns me more than any threat I could name. The first week of term passed uneventfully. Harry threw himself back into his routine, classes, homework, Quidditch practice, training with the founders. The discordant note in the castle's song remained, but it didn't grow louder. He began to wonder if he had imagined it. Then Ron found the diary. It happened on a Thursday. Harry and Ron had been in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, not for any particular reason, simply because the ghosts had claimed the usual shortcuts and the prefects were patrolling the main corridors. Myrtle had been weeping into a toilet bowl about Olive Hornby's latest insult, and Ron had been trying to find a way to escape without being rude. And then Ron's foot caught on something. Ow! What the? He bent down, groping beneath the sink. There's something stuck under here. His hand emerged holding a small, black book. It was unremarkable. Leather-bound, water-stained, its pages blank. The sort of object a student might have dropped and forgotten decades ago. But Harry's scar exploded with pain. Ron. His voice came out strangled. Put it down. Ron looked up, startled. What? Why? Just, please, put it down. Ron dropped the book as if it had burned him. It hit the bathroom floor with a soft thud. Harry's scar continued to blaze. He pressed his palm against it, trying to contain the fire. What's wrong with it? Ron's voice was high with alarm. Harry, what's happening? I don't know. Harry's breath came in short gasps. But it's dark. It's wrong. We need to get it away from here. Where? How? Harry forced himself to think past the pain. The Founders, he said. I need to show the Founders. Slytherin recognized the diary immediately. Tom Riddle, he said. His voice was very quiet. This was his. Before he became what he became. They stood in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had carried the diary wrapped in his cloak, touching it only through the fabric, his scar screaming silent protest with every step. Now the book lay on the floor at the base of Slytherin's statue, its blank pages gleaming dully in the greenish light. He wrote in it, Slytherin continued. Poured his memories, his thoughts, his very self into its pages. It was his first experiment. Experiment. Harry's voice was hoarse. With immortality. Slytherin's gaze was fixed on the diary. He was 16 years old. Already brilliant, already ambitious, already utterly without conscience. He wanted to leave a piece of himself behind. A record, a legacy, a way to continue influencing the world after his death. He paused. He succeeded. More than he knew. Harry's scar throbbed. There's a piece of him in there. Isn't there? Like the Horcruxes. Yes. Slytherin's voice was heavy. But different. Incomplete. A memory given form and agency, but not a full soul fragment. Tom Riddle was still learning. He looked at Harry. This diary is dangerous. Not merely for what it contains, but for what it can do. It can possess. Influence. Drain the life force of whoever writes in it. Then we destroy it. It is not that simple. Slytherin's voice was careful. The diary is bound to Tom Riddle's magic. Destroying it will alert him, or whatever remains of him, that his secrets are being uncovered. Then we don't alert him. Harry's jaw tightened. We destroy it quietly, safely, without leaving traces. And do you know how to destroy a Horcrux, Harry? Harry was silent. No, Slytherin said. Neither do I. In my time, such magic did not exist. Tom Riddle created it, invented it, perfected it. He paused. To destroy a Horcrux, you must understand it. And to understand it, you must study it. You want me to keep this thing. I want you to be cautious. The diary cannot harm you if you do not write in it. It cannot influence you if you do not open it. Slytherin's gaze was steady. But it can teach us. Reveal Tom Riddle's thought processes, his weaknesses, his methods. Harry looked at the diary. Small, innocuous, utterly evil. Okay, he said. We keep it. For now. He met Slytherin's eyes. But the moment it tries anything, the moment anyone else finds out about it, we destroy it. Whatever it takes. Slytherin nodded slowly. Agreed. Harry hid the diary in the room of requirement. Not the version of the room he usually accessed, the library, the dueling chamber, the quiet space where he trained with the Founders. A different version. One he discovered by walking past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, thinking very clearly. I need a place to hide something no one can find. The door appeared. Harry opened it. Inside was a room the size of a cathedral, filled with objects. Towering piles of furniture. Mountains of books. Glass cases containing everything from preserved specimens to cursed jewelry. A veritable sea of lost and forgotten things. And at the center, on a simple pedestal, an empty space. Harry placed the diary on the pedestal. It looked small, insignificant, a drop of darkness in an ocean of forgotten junk. But Harry's scar pulsed as he turned away. This isn't over, the pain seemed to say. It's only just beginning. February brought thaw and trouble. Harry's training with the Founders intensified. The diary's discovery had sharpened something in all of them. A sense of urgency, of time slipping through their fingers. Gryffindor pushed him harder. Ravenclaw assigned more reading. Hufflepuff's meditations grew longer, deeper. And Slytherin began to teach Harry about the dark arts. Not to use them, to understand them. Tom Riddle did not become Voldemort overnight, Slytherin said. He learned, experimented, failed, adapted. His power was not innate, it was accumulated, layer by layer, year by year. Then how do I fight him? You do not fight the wizard. You fight the magic. Slytherin's voice was clinical. Every spell has a counter. Every curse has a limit. Every dark enchantment leaves traces that can be read, analyzed, exploited. He paused. Tom Riddle's greatest weakness was his belief in his own invincibility. He did not think anyone could understand his magic well enough to unravel it. But you can. I created the foundation upon which his magic was built. Slytherin's voice was quiet. Yes, I can unravel it. Harry looked at him, at the spectral echo of a man who had died 1,000 years ago, still carrying the weight of his legacy, still trying to atone for sins committed centuries before Harry's parents were born. Teach me, he said. Everything. Slytherin nodded. And the lessons began. Quidditch was Harry's escape. The pitch was the only place where the weight of covenants and horcruxes and soul fragments lifted from his shoulders. In the air, he wasn't the boy who lived or the covenant heir. He was just Harry, small, fast, free. The match against Slytherin was scheduled for the first Saturday in February. The team had been preparing for weeks. Wood ran drills until the players' arms ached. Fred and George practiced their bludger shots on increasingly creative targets. Harry chased the snitch through rain, sleet, and one memorable hailstorm that left him bruised and grinning. Your reflexes are mental, Ron said, for the dozenth time. You're going to catch that snitch in 5 minutes, tops. Don't jinx it, Harry said. But secretly, he believed it too. The morning of the match dawned gray and cold. Harry woke before the others. His stomach churned with nerves and excitement. The covenant mark pulsed against his palm, not painfully, but with something that felt almost like encouragement. You are ready, Hufflepuff had said the night before. Whatever happens today, you are ready. Harry hoped she was right. The common room was already buzzing when he descended. Students in scarlet and gold crowded the sofas, some still in pajamas, others already wrapped in scarves and gloves. Fred and George were doing something complicated with a teapot and a jar of something that glowed green. Potter. Wood spotted him immediately. Good, you're awake. Pre-match meal in the Great Hall in 20 minutes. No heavy eating, light carbs only. And stay away from the Slytherins. Wasn't planning to talk to them. Good. Don't. Wood's expression was fierce. They'll try to psych you out. Malfoy especially. Just ignore him and focus on the snitch. Harry nodded. He didn't tell Wood that he'd been facing worse than Malfoy for months. That he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar and the weight of a 1,000-year covenant on his shoulders. He just nodded, and went to eat breakfast. The Slytherin team was already on the pitch when Gryffindor emerged from the locker room. Malfoy sat on his Nimbus 2001, his expression smug. His father had bought the entire Slytherin team new brooms over Christmas, a fact Ron had ranted about for weeks. Nice brooms, Harry said, mounting his shooting star. Malfoy's smirk faltered. He had clearly expected Harry to be intimidated. They are rather nice, he said. But I suppose you wouldn't know, riding that ancient thing. I don't need a fancy broom to catch the snitch. Harry met his gaze steadily. Just reflexes. He kicked off. The wind caught him immediately, cold and fierce. Harry adjusted his grip, leaned forward, and accelerated toward the center of the pitch. The match began. It was the most exhilarating experience of Harry's life. The blur of players around him. The roar of the crowd. The cold air tearing at his face, his robes, his hair. And somewhere, hidden among the chaos, the tiny golden snitch. Harry didn't think. He simply flew. His eyes scanned the pitch. His body responded to every shift of wind, every movement of players. His hands guided the broom with unconscious precision. And then he saw it. A flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. Harry dove. The world compressed to a single point of focus. The snitch. He had to catch the snitch. Nothing else mattered. Malfoy appeared at his periphery, also diving. Harry leaned lower. The broom shuddered beneath him. It wasn't built for this speed, this angle, this intensity. But Harry didn't slow. His fingers closed around the snitch. And the world exploded. Later, Harry would piece together what happened. The bludger had been aimed at him. Not accidentally, deliberately. Someone had tampered with it, enchanted it to target the Gryffindor seeker with lethal precision. It hit his broom at the worst possible moment. The shooting star splintered. Harry felt the wood shatter beneath his hands, felt himself falling, felt the ground rushing toward him with terrible certainty. He didn't scream. There wasn't time. But something else screamed instead. The covenant mark blazed. And the wind, the cold, indifferent February wind, caught him. It wrapped around his body like invisible hands, slowing his fall, guiding him downward. Not gently, there was nothing gentle about this magic. It was fierce, ancient, demanding. Harry hit the ground hard. But not hard enough to kill him. The infirmary was white and quiet. Harry lay in a bed that smelled of lavender and something sharp, disinfectant, perhaps. His body ached. His head throbbed. His scar was cold. But his marked hand was wrapped in bandages. "You're awake." Madame Pomfrey's voice was brisk, but her hands were gentle as she checked his vitals. "Good. You gave everyone quite a scare, Mr. Potter. What happened? You fell approximately 50 feet onto frozen ground." Her voice was carefully neutral. "By all rights, you should have broken every bone in your body." Harry looked at his bandaged hand. "But I didn't." "No." Madame Pomfrey paused. "You didn't. The Metawizards are calling it a miracle." Harry said nothing. He thought about the wind. The ancient, demanding magic that had caught him mid-fall. The covenant mark blazing like a beacon. Not a miracle, he thought. A choice. Someone chose to save me. Ron and Hermione arrived as soon as Madame Pomfrey permitted visitors. "Blimey, Harry." Ron's face was pale beneath his freckles. "I thought you were dead." "We all thought you were dead." "I'm fine." Harry's voice was steadier than he expected. "Just banged up." "Banged up." Hermione's voice was sharp. "You fell 50 feet. Your broom disintegrated. There's a dent in the pitch." "I caught the snitch." Ron laughed, a wet, shaky sound. Yeah, you did. We won. Wood's been crying for 3 hours." Harry smiled. It hurt his ribs. "Have they found out who did it?" he asked. "The bludger." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. "It was tampered with," Hermione said carefully. "Deliberately. Professor Dumbledore is investigating, but they don't know who." "Not yet." Hermione paused. "Harry, is there something you're not telling us?" Harry looked at his bandaged hand. At the covenant mark hidden beneath layers of white gauze. "I don't know what you mean." Hermione's gaze was steady, unconvinced. But she didn't push. That night, Harry dreamed of the chamber. Not the physical chamber. The dream chamber, the one where Tom Riddle waited with Harry's face and ancient, red-slitted eyes. "You're getting stronger," Riddle said. "I felt it. When you fell." Harry said nothing. "The Covenant protects you. The Founders guide you. Dumbledore watches over you." Riddle's voice was soft, almost admiring. "So many people invested in Harry Potter's survival. They're not investing in my survival. They're investing in me. Is there a difference?" "Yes." Harry's voice was steady. "They care about me. Not what I can do. Not what I represent. Me." Riddle tilted his head. His expression was curious, almost clinical. "And you believe that?" "I know it." "Interesting." Riddle smiled. It was not a kind smile. "But tell me, Harry, if they care about you so much, why do they keep secrets? Why does Dumbledore send you cryptic letters instead of clear answers? Why do the Founders train you for a war they won't be alive to see you fight?" Harry's scar pulsed. "Because they're preparing me. Because they're using you." Riddle's voice was gentle. "You're a weapon, Harry. A symbol. A convenient vessel for their hopes and fears and prophecies." He stepped closer. "But I don't want to use you. I want to free you." Harry met his gaze. "You want to consume me." Riddle paused. His smile flickered. "I want us to be whole," he said. "Together. The way we were always meant to be. We were never meant to be anything." Riddle's expression hardened. "You can't run from me forever, Harry. I'm in your blood, your scar, your dreams. I'm everywhere." Harry looked at his marked hand. At the 4 symbols gleaming in the dream light. "No," he said. "You're not." He woke. Dumbledore visited the next morning. The headmaster sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, his expression grave. His half-moon spectacles caught the infirmary light, hiding his eyes. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Fine." Harry paused. "Everyone keeps asking me that. Because everyone is concerned about you." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You have a habit of attracting dangerous situations, Harry. It worries those who care about you." Harry was silent for a moment. "Did you find out who did it?" he asked. "The bludger." Dumbledore's expression shifted. "Not yet. The enchantment was subtle, layered. Whoever cast it knew what they were doing. Slytherin. Possibly. But there are other houses. Other students. Other agendas." Dumbledore paused. "I do not believe this attack was random. You were specifically targeted." Harry's scar throbbed. "Voldemort. I think not. His physical form is still diminished. But his followers remain, and some of them have children at this school." Harry absorbed this. "So someone's Death Eater parent told them to attack me. Perhaps. Or perhaps the student acted independently, seeking to curry favor with the Dark Lord's return. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Either way, the threat is real. And it will not be the last. Harry looked at his bandaged hand. What do I do? You continue. Dumbledore's voice was steady. You live your life. You attend your classes. You laugh with your friends and train with your mentors and catch the snitch when it matters. A pause. You do not let fear dictate your choices. That's easier said than done. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes, finally visible behind his spectacles, were very blue. It always is. Harry was released from the infirmary the following morning. Ron and Hermione escorted him back to Gryffindor Tower, flanking him protectively as if expecting an attack at any moment. Harry appreciated the gesture, even if it was unnecessary. The common room erupted when he walked through the portrait hole. Students crowded around him, clapping his shoulders, congratulating him on the match. Someone had decorated his armchair with scarlet and gold streamers. Fred and George were attempting to levitate a banner that read, "Potter for President." I think they mean Seeker, Ron said. Doesn't matter. Harry smiled. It's nice. It was. Overwhelming, exhausting, slightly claustrophobic, but nice. He was wanted here, not for his scar or his prophecy or his covenant. For catching a snitch and surviving a 50-foot fall. For being Harry. That night, Harry returned to the Chamber of Secrets. The founders were waiting. Their expressions were grim. You should not have survived, Slytherin said. 50 feet. Frozen ground. Your broom destroyed mid-flight. His voice was quiet. By all natural laws, you should be dead. But I'm not. No. Gryffindor's voice was rough. The Covenant saved you. Drew on the castle's magic to slow your fall. Is that possible? Under normal circumstances, no. Ravenclaw's voice was clinical. The Covenant is a bond, not a shield. It cannot generate defensive magic independently. She paused. Unless the heir's life is in immediate danger. Then, the Covenant responds. So it protected me. Yes. Hufflepuff's voice was gentle. Because you are not merely the Covenant heir, Harry. You are the Covenant's heart. Your survival is its survival. Harry looked at his marked hand. I don't want to be anyone's heart, he whispered. I just want to be Harry. You are. Hufflepuff's hand passed through his hair, incorporeal but warm. That's what makes you worthy of the role. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the fall. The wind catching him. The ancient, demanding magic that had refused to let him die. I don't want to die, he realized. I want to live. I want to grow up. I want to see what kind of wizard I become. I want to be more than a prophecy. I need to get stronger, he said. Faster. Better. I can't rely on the Covenant to save me every time. You cannot, Slytherin agreed. But strength is not built overnight. Then we build it over time. Harry's voice was steady. Starting now. Gryffindor smiled. That's my heir, he said. The training intensified. Harry learned to shield himself without a wand, drawing on the Covenant mark as a focus. He learned to sense magical signatures, to distinguish between benign enchantments and malicious curses. He learned to fight defensively, conserving energy, waiting for opportunities rather than charging recklessly forward. And he learned to listen to the castle. Hogwarts was alive. He had always known this, intellectually. But now he felt it, the ancient heartbeat in the stones, the slow breath of magic through the corridors, the watchful presence that had guarded generations of students. You saved me, he thought, pressing his marked palm against the cold stone of the astronomy tower. Why? The castle did not answer in words. But Harry felt something. Not a thought, not a sentence. Just recognition. You are mine, the stones seemed to say. And I do not surrender what is mine. Harry smiled. Good, he whispered. Because I don't plan on surrendering either. February bled into March. The days grew longer. The snow retreated to the highest peaks of the surrounding mountains. Students shed their heavy cloaks and ventured onto the grounds, chasing stray quaffles and each other. Harry trained. He balanced his secret lessons with his schoolwork, his Quidditch practice with his friendships. He laughed with Ron, debated with Hermione, endured Snape's relentless hostility with what Gryffindor called admirable restraint. And every night, he returned to the Chamber of Secrets. The diary remained hidden in the Room of Requirement. Harry checked on it weekly, his scar pulsing with each visit. The blank pages stared up at him, waiting. Not yet, Harry thought. I'm not ready yet. But the diary was patient. It had waited 50 years. It could wait a little longer. March brought a letter from Hogwarts. Not for Harry. For the Dursleys. Harry held the envelope in trembling hands, reading the elegant script by the light of the common room fire. His heart hammered against his ribs. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we have reason to believe that someone may be plotting to remove Harry from Hogwarts before the end of the term. While we do not believe this threat to be imminent, we must take all necessary precautions to ensure Harry's safety. Therefore, we ask that you allow Harry to remain at Hogwarts over the Easter holidays. He will be well cared for, and we will provide regular updates on his well-being. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Someone was trying to remove him from Hogwarts. Not kill him, not curse him, remove him. Why? He thought about the bludger. The targeted attack. The enchantment layered so carefully that even Dumbledore couldn't trace it. Someone wants me gone, he realized. Someone wants me away from Hogwarts. Away from the Covenant. Away from the Founders. His scar pulsed. Tom Riddle's diary, a voice whispered, his own voice, not the fragments. Someone knows about the diary. Someone wants to retrieve it. Or perhaps he was paranoid. Perhaps the attack was unrelated, the letter merely precautionary. Perhaps. But Harry had learned, in 11 years of survival, that coincidence was rarely innocent. He told the Founders that night. Someone wants to remove you from Hogwarts, Slytherin said. His voice was very quiet. That suggests they know about the Covenant. Or they know about the diary, Harry said. Ron found it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Anyone could have put it there. Anyone could be looking for it. Both possibilities are concerning. Ravenclaw's voice was clinical. But they share a common solution. You must remain at Hogwarts. I'm not leaving. Harry's voice was steady. Not for Easter. Not for anything. You may not have a choice, Hufflepuff said gently. If your relatives demand you return. They won't. Harry's jaw tightened. They don't want me. They never wanted me. Dumbledore's letter gives them permission to be rid of me for an extra month. He paused. They'll sign it without reading it. The Founders exchanged glances. Then you stay, Gryffindor said. And we prepare. For what? Gryffindor's expression was grim. For whoever wants you gone. And whatever they're willing to do to achieve it. The days before Easter break were tense. Harry moved through Hogwarts with heightened awareness, scanning corridors for threats, noting the presence of unfamiliar students and faculty. He trained harder than ever, pushing his limits until his body screamed and his concentration shattered. Ron noticed. You've been weird lately, he said one evening, as they sat by the common room fire. More weird than usual, I mean. Harry didn't look up from his transfiguration essay. I don't know what you mean. Yes you do. Ron's voice was quiet. You're always watching. Always waiting. Like you expect something to jump out at you. Harry was silent. Is it about the bludger? Ron pressed. Because that wasn't your fault. It could have happened to anyone. It didn't happen to anyone. It happened to me. So, you survived. You caught the snitch. We won. Ron paused. You're not still scared, are you? Harry looked at his friend. At the genuine concern in his freckled face. I'm not scared, he said. I'm careful. There's a difference. Yeah. Harry's voice was quiet. There is. Hermione was harder to deflect. You're hiding something, she said flatly. They were in the library, supposedly researching for their history of magic essay. Hermione's book hadn't moved in 20 minutes. I'm not hiding anything. Your quill hasn't moved in 20 minutes. You're staring at the same paragraph. And you've checked the door 12 times since we sat down. Harry opened his mouth, closed it. I can't tell you, he said. Not yet. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is there anything I can do to help? Harry hesitated. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the lake stone. If anything happens to me, he said, if I'm ever, not myself. Take this to Dumbledore. Tell him it's the Covenant anchor. Hermione took the stone. Her fingers were very gentle. What is the Covenant? Harry met her gaze. I can't tell you that either. Not yet. He paused. But I promise I will. When I can. Hermione nodded slowly. I'll hold you to that, she said. She tucked the stone into her robe pocket. And didn't mention it again. Easter arrived cold and gray. The castle emptied of students, their laughter and chatter replaced by the hush of empty corridors. Harry stayed. Ron and Hermione had both returned to their families, extracting promises of regular letters and emergency contact owls. Harry walked the silent halls alone. But not lonely. The Founders were more present than ever, their spectral forms gaining solidity as the Covenant responded to Harry's proximity. They trained together in the Great Hall, debated in the library, walked the grounds in companionable silence. "You have grown," Slytherin observed one evening. They stood on the astronomy tower, watching the sun bleed gold and crimson across the horizon. "I had too." Harry's voice was quiet. "You can't stay the same when the world keeps trying to kill you." "No." Slytherin paused. "But growth is not merely adaptation to threat. It is also expansion, discovery, the willingness to become more than you were." Harry looked at his marked hand. "I don't know what I'm becoming," he admitted. "Sometimes I'm not sure I want to know." "And yet you continue." "Yeah." Harry's voice was steady. "I continue." Slytherin nodded slowly. "That," he said, "is the difference between you and Tom Riddle." He believed he was already complete. Perfect. In need of nothing but preservation. He paused. "You understand that you are unfinished. And that is not weakness. It is wisdom." Harry absorbed this. "Thank you," he said. Slytherin inclined his head. "Don't mention it." The Easter holidays passed in a blur of training and quiet reflection. Harry grew stronger. His shields held longer. His senses sharpened. His connection to the Covenant deepened until he could feel the castle's heartbeat in his own chest. And at night, in the privacy of his dormitory, he looked into the mirror his father had left him. His parents appeared every time. Sometimes they smiled. Sometimes they simply watched. Harry didn't know if they were real echoes or merely projections of his own longing. It didn't matter. What mattered was that they were there. "I miss you," he thought. "I never knew you, and I miss you every day. I hope you'd be proud of me. I hope I'm becoming the son you wanted." His mother's reflection smiled. And Harry, for the first time in weeks, felt something loosen in his chest. The students returned on a Sunday. Harry stood at the edge of the platform as the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, watching families reunite and friends embrace. Ron spotted him immediately, waving frantically. "Harry, you're still alive." "Barely," Harry said. "Hermione assigned me a reading list." Ron pulled a face. "Brutal." Harry smiled. It was good to have them back. That night, Harry checked on the diary. The room of requirement opened to his command. The sea of forgotten objects stretched before him, dusty and silent. He walked the familiar path to the central pedestal. The diary was gone. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He stood in the darkness, clutching his forehead, his breath coming in short gasps. The pedestal was empty. The diary, Tom Riddle's memories, Tom Riddle's magic, Tom Riddle's soul, had been taken. Someone else knew about it. Someone else had found it. Someone else was using it. And Harry had no idea who. The empty pedestal stared at Harry like an accusation. His scar blazed. His breath caught. His mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Who took it? How long has it been gone? What are they doing with it? Harry forced himself to breathe. In, out, slow. "Panic is useless," Slytherin's voice echoed in his memory. "Fear is inevitable. Panic is a choice." He pressed his marked hand against his scar. The pain receded, slowly, reluctantly. Then he searched the room. The diary had been placed on the central pedestal, the most visible position in the entire room of hidden things. Harry had thought it was secure. Hidden in plain sight, surrounded by thousands of other forgotten objects. But someone had found it. Someone had walked this exact path, through this exact maze of abandoned furniture and lost treasures. Someone had known exactly where to look. They knew about the diary, Harry thought. They knew it was here. They came specifically to retrieve it. Who? He searched for an hour. Checked the pedestal for traces of magic. Examined the surrounding objects for disturbed dust. Looked for dropped clues, forgotten traces, anything that might identify the thief. Nothing. The diary had simply vanished. Harry found the Founders in the Great Hall. Their expressions shifted as he approached, from anticipation to concern to something deeper, darker. He didn't need to speak. They could read the truth in his face. "The diary," Slytherin said. "It's gone." "Yes. How?" "I don't know." Harry's voice was steady, but his hands trembled. "I checked it before Easter. It was there. Now it's not. Someone knew where it was hidden." Ravenclaw's voice was sharp. Someone with knowledge of the castle's secrets. Or someone who followed you, Gryffindor said. Harry's stomach clenched. You think I was followed? To the room of requirement. I think you are not as invisible as you believe. Gryffindor's voice was gentle, but his eyes were grim. You have enemies in this castle, Harry. Some of them are watching you. Harry thought about the bludger. The targeted attack. The letter from Dumbledore warning that someone wanted him removed from Hogwarts. They're not trying to remove me anymore, he realized. They already know what I was hiding. Now they're taking it. We need to find the diary, he said. Before whoever took it figures out what it really is. And what is it, exactly? Hufflepuff's voice was quiet. To someone who doesn't know about Horcruxes. Harry paused. To them, it's just an old diary. Blank pages. Useless. He swallowed. But if they write in it, Tom Riddle will have a new vessel. Slytherin's voice was cold. A new mouthpiece. A new instrument. We can't let that happen. No. Slytherin met Harry's gaze. We cannot. The search began immediately. Harry spent every free moment investigating. He checked the library for records of students who might have known about the Chamber of Secrets. He questioned ghosts about unusual activity near the Room of Requirement. He even, reluctantly, asked nearly headless Nick if he'd seen anyone acting suspiciously near the 7th floor corridor. Nick was unhelpful. Suspicious activity. My dear boy, this is Hogwarts. Every activity is suspicious. Harry pressed his palm against his forehead. His scar pulsed dully, a constant reminder of the stolen diary. Where are you? He thought. Who took you? No answer came. 3 days after the diary's disappearance, Harry received a letter. It arrived at breakfast, delivered by a grubby-looking school owl Harry didn't recognize. The envelope was plain, unmarked, the handwriting cramped and unfamiliar. Harry opened it beneath the table, shielding it from Ron's curious gaze. Mr. Potter, I have something that belongs to you. Something you hid in a room that appears when you walk past a tapestry 3 times. Meet me in the trophy room tonight at midnight. Come alone. Tell no one. If you bring anyone else, if you tell Dumbledore, I will destroy it. And you'll never find out what it contains. There was no signature. Harry's scar throbbed. His hands were steady. The diary, he thought. Whoever took it wants to meet. Wants to talk. Wants. What? A trade. A threat. A trap. He didn't know. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was going to that meeting. Harry didn't tell Ron. He didn't tell Hermione. He didn't tell the founders, though he suspected Slytherin would sense his intention regardless. He simply prepared. His wand. His cloak. The lake stone, warm against his thigh, connecting him to Hogwarts and the Covenant. And his father's mirror, tucked into his robes. Use it wisely, Dumbledore's note had said. Harry hoped this qualified. The trophy room was on the 4th floor. Harry reached it at 11:57, moving through moonlit corridors like a ghost. His footsteps were silent. His breath was controlled. His heart hammered against his ribs. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open. The trophy room stretched before him, vast and shadowed. Glass cases lined the walls, their contents gleaming dully in the silver light. Quidditch trophies. Academic awards. Medals for service and courage and centuries of student achievement. And at the center, silhouetted against the moonlit window, a figure. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. I came alone, he said. Like you asked. The figure turned. It was a girl. Young, Harry's age, perhaps slightly younger. Small, with mousy brown hair and pale skin and eyes that held something ancient and terrible. Ginny Weasley. Harry's scar exploded. Ginny. His voice came out strangled. What? How? She smiled. It was not her smile. It was not any child's smile. Hello, Harry, she said. And her voice was layered, doubled, Tom Riddle's cold cadence beneath Ginny Weasley's gentle lilt. I've been wanting to meet you properly. Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. Let her go, he said. Whatever you're doing to her, stop it. Stop it. The girl, Ginny, tilted her head. I'm not doing anything to her, Harry. She invited me in. She wrote in my diary. She poured her heart into my pages. Tom Riddle's voice, coming from Ginny Weasley's mouth. She wanted a friend. Someone who understood her loneliness, her isolation, her fear of never being enough. The voice softened, became almost gentle. I gave her that. I am her friend. You're using her. I'm helping her. A flicker of irritation crossed Ginny's face. I'm giving her purpose, confidence, power. Everything you have, Harry, everything you take for granted, I can give to her. Harry's scar blazed. She's 11 years old. So were you, when you defeated me. Ginny's eyes, Tom Riddle's eyes, ancient and cold, fixed on Harry's scar. So were you, when you took a piece of my soul and made it your own. I didn't take anything. Your curse rebounded. Did it? Riddle smiled with Ginny's lips. Or did you steal from me, Harry? Reach out with your infant magic and claim what was never meant to be yours. Harry's hand moved to his scar. I didn't steal anything. No. Then why do you carry my soul in your flesh? Why does my magic flow through your veins? Why do you dream my dreams and feel my pain and know me, Harry, in ways no one else ever has? The voice was soft now. Intimate. We are connected, you and I. Bound by blood and magic and destiny. You can pretend otherwise. You can hide behind Dumbledore's platitudes and the Founders, training in the desperate hope that you are different from me. A pause. But we both know the truth. Harry's wand trembled. The truth, he said, is that you're trapped in a diary. You're using a little girl as a puppet. You're desperate and afraid and you need me to validate your existence because without me, without this connection you keep talking about, you're nothing. Ginny's expression flickered. And without me, Riddle said quietly, you're just an orphan who got lucky. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. But he didn't lower his wand. Maybe, he said, maybe I am just an orphan who got lucky. Maybe the only reason I'm alive is because of a fluke of magic and my mother's love and a prophecy I never asked for. He stepped closer. But I'm also Harry Potter. I have friends who care about me. Mentors who believe in me. A family, not blood, but chosen, that would do anything to protect me. His voice steadied. And I have a piece of your soul in my scar. Which means I know you better than anyone else alive. He looked into Ginny Weasley's ancient, haunted eyes. And I know you're lying. About everything. But especially about being lonely. Ginny's face contorted. For a moment, just a moment, her expression shifted from Riddle's cold amusement to something else. Fear. You don't know anything, he spat. I know you were afraid of death. So afraid you tore your soul apart to avoid it. Harry's voice was quiet. I know you were afraid of being ordinary. So afraid you convinced yourself you were destined for greatness. He paused. I know you were afraid of being alone. So afraid you surrounded yourself with followers who feared you rather than loved you. Ginny was trembling. Her hands, small, child's hands, curled into fists. And I know, Harry said, that you're still afraid. Not of Dumbledore. Not of the Order. Not of the prophecy. He met her gaze. You're afraid of me. The silence stretched between them, vast and fragile. Then Ginny laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It was sharp, brittle, fractured. Riddle's laugh filtered through a child's throat. You think I fear you? Her voice rose. A boy who can't even master basic shielding spells. Who relies on dead founders and sentimental friendships and a prophecy he doesn't understand. She stepped closer. Harry held his ground. I don't fear you, Harry Potter. I pity you. You could have been great, greater than Dumbledore, greater than the Founders, greater than any wizard in a millennium. You carry my soul, my power, my legacy. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And you waste it on people who will die. Who will leave you. Who will prove, eventually, that love is just another word for weakness. Harry looked at her. At the girl possessed by a monster. At the monster wearing a girl's face. You're wrong, he said. About everything. But especially about love. He raised his wand. Expelliarmus. Red light blazed. Ginny screamed. Not Riddle's scream, but her own, high and terrified. Something dark erupted from her chest, a shadow that twisted and shrieked and fled. The diary. It shot across the trophy room, pages flapping, ink bleeding from its binding. Harry lunged for it, but it was faster, darting through the door, vanishing into the darkness of the corridor. And Ginny collapsed. Harry caught her before she hit the ground. She was so light, so small. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow, but her eyes were her own now, confused and frightened and utterly young. Harry. Her voice was barely audible. What happened? Harry held her close. It's okay, he whispered. You're okay. I've got you. Ginny's eyes fluttered closed. And Harry, kneeling on the cold floor of the trophy room with an unconscious girl in his arms, faced the truth he had been avoiding since the diary first appeared. Tom Riddle was not trapped in that book. He was hunting, and he had already found his first victim. Madame Pomfrey took Ginny to the infirmary. Harry followed, though the matron tried to shoo him away. He sat in the chair beside Ginny's bed, watching her sleep, waiting for her to wake. Professor McGonagall arrived first. Her expression was thunderous. "Mr. Potter, explain." Harry explained. "The diary. The Chamber of Secrets. Tom Riddle's memory, preserved in ink and dark magic. Ginny's possession. He didn't mention the Covenant. He didn't mention the Founders. But he told her everything else." McGonagall listened in silence. When he finished, she was very still. "You should have come to a professor," she said. "As soon as you found the diary." "I know." Harry's voice was quiet. "I thought I could handle it." "You are 11 years old, Mr. Potter. You should not have to handle anything of this nature." Her voice softened, almost imperceptibly. "But you did. And because of your actions, Miss Weasley is alive." She paused. "However, you will serve detention for violating curfew. Every Saturday for the remainder of term." Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. "Your parents," she said quietly, "would have been very proud of you." She swept out of the infirmary before Harry could respond. Dumbledore arrived an hour later. The headmaster moved silently, his robes barely rustling. He stood at the foot of Ginny's bed, gazing down at her sleeping face. "Tom Riddle," he said. "I had hoped, but it was not to be." He said he'd been waiting. Harry's voice was hoarse. "For me, to meet me properly. Yes, he would have been very interested in you." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You share a connection he does not fully understand. A piece of his soul, living in your scar. He would have wanted to explore that connection. He tried to make me doubt myself. Tried to make me think I was like him. And you resisted. I had help." Harry paused. "The Founders. My friends. My parents." He touched the mirror hidden in his robes. "People who believed in me." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "That is the power Riddle cannot comprehend. Not love is an abstract concept, love is action. Love is choice. Love is the foundation upon which identity is built." He looked at Harry. "You know who you are, Harry. Not because you defeated a Dark Lord as an infant. Not because you carry a prophecy. Not because the Covenant chose you." He paused. "You know who you are because you have chosen, again and again, to be kind when cruelty was easier. To be brave when fear was overwhelming. To be connected when isolation would have been safer." His eyes were very blue. "That is not destiny. That is character." Harry's throat tightened. "The diary," he said. "It escaped. It's still out there." "Yes." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "And it will seek another vessel. Another lonely, vulnerable child to pour their heart into its pages. Then we need to find it. Before it finds someone else. We will." Dumbledore's voice was steady. "But not tonight. Tonight, you rest." Harry looked at Ginny. At her pale face, her steady breathing, her small hands resting on the infirmary blanket. She was so alone, he whispered. And he used that. He made her think he was her friend. "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "That is how Tom Riddle has always operated. He finds the lonely, the forgotten, the desperate for connection. And he offers them belonging, at a price they do not understand until it is too late." He paused. "Ginny Weasley is not the first. She will not be the last. But she is alive. She is free. And she has a family who loves her, who will help her heal." Harry nodded slowly. "She won't remember," he said. "What happened? What he made her do. No. The mind protects itself from such violations." Dumbledore paused. "But the heart remembers. She will need time. And patience. And the assurance that what happened was not her fault. Will she get that? She has 6 older brothers." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. "I suspect she will receive more assurance than she knows what to do with." Harry almost smiled. Ginny woke at dawn. Harry was still there. He hadn't meant to stay. Madame Pomfrey had told him to return to his dormitory hours ago, but his legs wouldn't carry him away. She blinked at the ceiling. Blinked again. "Harry. Hey." His voice was gentle. "How are you feeling?" "Weird." She paused. "Tired. Like I haven't slept in weeks." Harry's chest ached. "You've been through a lot." "I don't remember." Ginny's brow furrowed. "I found this diary. In my things. I don't know where it came from. I started writing in it, and it was like someone was writing back." Her voice trembled. "He said he was my friend. He said he understood. And I believed him. Harry reached out, took her hand. It's not your fault, he said. None of this is your fault. Ginny looked at him. Her eyes were very young, very frightened. Did I hurt anyone? No. Did I? Did I do something terrible? Harry squeezed her hand. No. You didn't do anything wrong. You were used by someone very evil, very powerful, very good at pretending to be kind. He paused. But you're free now. He can't hurt you anymore. Ginny was silent for a long moment. He's still out there, isn't he? The diary. He escaped. Harry didn't lie to her. Yes. But we're going to find it. Dumbledore, the professors, me. We're going to make sure he never hurts anyone again. Ginny nodded slowly. Promise me, she whispered. Promise me you'll destroy it. Harry met her gaze. I promise. Ron arrived an hour later, accompanied by the entirety of the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley swept Ginny into her arms, weeping. Mr. Weasley stood by the window, his expression stormy. Fred and George hovered in the doorway, their usual mischief replaced by something darker, more protective. And Ron looked at Harry, at his sister in the infirmary bed, at his mother's tears and his father's clenched jaw. You saved her, he said. His voice was rough. The diary, Ginny, you saved her. She saved herself. Harry's voice was quiet. I just helped. Ron shook his head. You don't get to do that. His voice cracked. You don't get to be modest about saving my sister's life. He pulled Harry into a hug. It was awkward. Ron was taller, ganglier, his arms wrapping around Harry's shoulders in an embrace that was more desperate than comfortable. Harry froze for a moment. He wasn't used to this casual physical affection, the warmth of another person holding him. Then he hugged back. Thank you, Ron whispered. Thank you for saving her. Harry closed his eyes. Always, he said. Always. The diary's escape changed everything. Harry trained harder. He studied the dark arts with Slytherin, learning to recognize the traces of possession, the subtle signs of magical influence. He practiced defensive spells until his wand arm ached and his concentration became a fortress. And he searched every corridor, every classroom, every hidden nook and forgotten corner of the castle that had become his home. The diary was out there, waiting, watching. Harry could feel it, not through his scar, the fragment was quiet, dormant, but through the covenant. The castle's ancient magic resonated with the diary's dark presence, creating a discord Harry could sense in his bones. You're here, he thought, pressing his marked palm against the cold stone of the 7th floor corridor. I know you're here. I will find you. And I will destroy you. May arrived with blossoms on the grounds and tension in the air. The diary remained hidden. Harry's search yielded nothing, no traces, no witnesses, no clues. It was as if the book had simply ceased to exist. But Harry knew better. Tom Riddle was patient. He had waited 50 years in that diary, preserved by his own dark magic, dreaming of resurrection. He could wait a little longer. The question was, what was he waiting for? He needs a vessel, Harry thought. Someone lonely. Someone desperate for connection. Someone who will pour their heart into his pages. He thought about Ginny. Her pale face, her trembling voice, her desperate belief that the voice in the diary was her friend. He won't try the same trick twice, Slytherin had said. Tom Riddle is many things. Repetitive is not one of them. Then what will he do? Adapt. Evolve. Find another weakness to exploit. Harry's scar pulsed. Someone like you, a voice whispered, his own voice, not the fragments. Someone with a piece of his soul already embedded in their flesh. Someone he can reach through dreams. Harry pushed the thought away. But it lingered. The first week of May brought Quidditch finals. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Winner takes the cup. Harry threw himself into preparation, grateful for the distraction. The diary receded to the background of his thoughts, replaced by snitch patterns and wind conditions and Wood's increasingly elaborate strategies. Ron was ecstatic. This is it. Our year. We're actually going to win. Don't jinx it, Hermione said automatically. We're not going to jinx it. We're going to win it. Harry smiled. It felt good, normal, to focus on something as simple as a Quidditch match. But at night, alone in his four-poster, he thought about the diary. Where are you? What are you planning? When will you strike? No answers came. The match was scheduled for Saturday. Harry woke that morning with his scar burning. He pressed his palm against it, willing the pain to subside. It didn't. The fragment was awake, Not speaking, not moving, but present in a way it hadn't been since the trophy room. Something's wrong, he thought. But the match was in 3 hours. The team was counting on him. Gryffindor was counting on him. He couldn't let them down. Harry dressed, ate a light breakfast, tried to ignore the throbbing in his scar, and walked onto the Quidditch pitch. The match was brutal. Ravenclaw's seeker was faster than Harry had expected. The snitch stayed elusive, appearing in glimpses and vanishing before either seeker could close the distance. Harry flew harder than he'd ever flown. The wind tore at his robes, his hair, his face. His scar pulsed with every heartbeat. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The snitch appeared near the Ravenclaw goalposts. Harry dove, and the world shattered. Later, Harry would piece together what happened. The diary had not been idle. It had found a new vessel, not a lonely first year, but something older. Something that had been waiting in the depths of Hogwarts since before the castle was built. The basilisk. Tom Riddle had awakened the monster Slytherin left behind. Not to kill Muggle-borns, not this time. To hunt one specific target. Harry Potter. Harry saw it emerge from the tunnel beneath the stands. Massive, ancient. Its scales gleamed like emeralds in the gray light. Its eyes, its terrible, killing eyes, fixed on him with cold intelligence. And behind the basilisk, hovering in the shadows, the diary. Its pages fluttered in some unfelt wind. Ink bled from its binding, pooling on the ground, forming words Harry couldn't read. "Hello again, Harry," Tom Riddle's voice whispered in his mind. "Did you think I would forget you?" Harry's scar exploded. The basilisk struck. And Harry, still gripping his broom, still chasing the snitch, still trying to protect the people he loved, made a choice. The basilisk's eyes met Harry's. And Harry looked away. Not fast enough. Not completely. The edge of that terrible gaze caught the corner of his vision, and something in his mind screamed. But he didn't die. The covenant mark blazed through his glove, searing his palm with ancient fire. The castle's magic flooded his veins. Not gently, not kindly, but with the ferocity of 1,000 years of protective wards. "You are mine," the stones seemed to roar. "And I do not surrender what is mine." Harry wrenched his gaze upward. Away from the basilisk's killing stare. Toward the snitch, still glinting, still hovering, still there. His fingers closed around it. And he kept falling. The ground hit him like a fist. Harry's breath exploded from his lungs. His wand skittered across the grass. His glasses cracked against his face, the world fracturing into 1,000 shimmering pieces. But his hand, his marked hand, was still raised. Still holding the snitch. The crowd's roar was distant, muffled, like sound through water. Gryffindor had won. The cup was theirs. Harry couldn't hear them. The basilisk was coiling beneath the stands, its massive body shifting through shadows. The diary hovered at the edge of the tunnel, its pages fluttering in an unfelt wind. And Tom Riddle's voice curled through Harry's mind like smoke. "You survived. Again. Always surviving, aren't you, Harry?" Harry forced himself to his knees. His body screamed protest. But survival isn't living. And living isn't winning. You know that, don't you? Harry's fingers found his wand. The wood was warm, familiar, his. "Shut up," he rasped. "Make me." Harry ran. Not away from the basilisk. Toward it. The crowd was still cheering. Wood was still celebrating. Ron was still waving a massive Gryffindor banner from the stands. No one else had seen the monster. No one else knew that Hogwarts was under attack. But Harry knew. And Harry was the Covenant heir. "This is madness," a voice whispered, his own voice, rational and terrified. "You're 11 years old. You have no training for this. You're going to die." "Maybe," Harry answered. "But I'm not going to let it hurt anyone else." He plunged into the tunnel beneath the stands. Darkness swallowed him. Not the friendly darkness of the Gryffindor common room at midnight. Or the peaceful darkness of the dormitory after curfew. This was ancient darkness. Hungry darkness. The darkness of places that had never known light. Harry's wand illuminated the tunnel in fitful bursts. Lumos. The spell flickered, unstable, responding to his racing heart. The basilisk's scent was everywhere. Cold, metallic, old. And beneath it, something else. Ink. Paper. The particular rot of magic turned inward. The diary was close. Harry found it in the chamber's antechamber. Not the main chamber, the place where Slytherin's statue waited, where the founders had trained him, where he had faced his own shadow and emerged changed. A smaller space. Older. Forgotten. The diary lay on a stone pedestal, its pages open. And Tom Riddle stood before it. Not possessing a victim. Not speaking through a child's mouth. Himself, young, handsome, his dark eyes gleaming with cold intelligence. "Harry Potter," he said. At last. Harry raised his wand. "You're not real. You're a memory. A fragment. You can't hurt me." Riddle smiled. "Can't I?" He gestured, almost lazily. The basilisk's head emerged from the darkness behind him, massive jaws gaping, fangs glistening. "But you're right about one thing," Riddle continued. "I am a memory. A fragment. A shadow of the wizard I will become." He stepped closer. "But shadows can kill, Harry. Haven't you learned that yet?" The basilisk struck. Harry dove. Not gracefully. He wasn't a seeker now, wasn't flying, wasn't free. He threw himself sideways, rolling across the cold stone floor, feeling the wind of the basilisk's passage ruffle his hair. His wand was still in his hand. His mark was blazing. "Think," he commanded himself. What would Gryffindor do? What would Slytherin say? What would Ravenclaw analyze? What would Hufflepuff endure? What can you do? The basilisk coiled for another strike. Riddle watched, his expression serene. And Harry remembered. The Covenant responds to intent, Ravenclaw had said. Not to spells. Not to incantations. To the will behind them. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't need to see the basilisk to fight it. He didn't need to track its movements, anticipate its strikes. He needed to know it. The Covenant mark blazed. And Harry reached out. He felt the basilisk through the stone. Not its body. Not its physical presence. Its age. Its purpose. The ancient magic that had created it, bound it to Slytherin's bloodline, commanded it to serve. Slytherin's bloodline. I carry his blood, Harry thought. Diluted, yes. Distant. But present. The Covenant recognized it. Will the basilisk? He opened his eyes. Stop, he said. His voice echoed in the darkness. Not Parseltongue, he still couldn't speak it, couldn't summon that particular magic. But something older. Something deeper. The Covenant mark burned. And the basilisk paused. Its massive head tilted. Its blind eyes, killing eyes, fixed on Harry with something that might have been recognition. Blood, its ancient mind seemed to whisper. Heir blood. Salazar's blood. Serve. Harry's heart hammered. Yes, he said. Serve me. Not him. He gestured at Riddle. The basilisk's gaze shifted. Followed his hand. Riddle's smile faltered. That's not possible, he said. You're not a true heir. You're not a Parselmouth. You can't command. I'm not commanding, Harry said. I'm asking. The basilisk swayed. Riddle's expression curdled. Kill him, he snarled. I am Salazar Slytherin's heir. I command you. But the basilisk didn't move. It looked at Harry. At the mark on his hand. At the ancient magic blazing through his veins. And it waited. Harry didn't hesitate. He didn't know if his control would last. Didn't know if the basilisk would obey him or turn on him or simply freeze indefinitely. Didn't know anything except that this was his only chance. He raised his wand. Incendio. Fire erupted from his wand tip. Not a gentle flame, a torrent, a conflagration, fueled by desperation and the Covenant's wild magic. It struck the diary. Riddle screamed. Not a human scream. Not even a monster's scream. It was the sound of magic unraveling, of a soul fragment tearing apart, of 50 years of patient waiting destroyed in an instant. No, no, I was so close, I was almost. His form flickered, dissolved, and the diary burned. Harry watched until the last page curled to ash. His wand arm trembled. His scar was a brand of ice against his forehead. His body shook with adrenaline and exhaustion and the slow, dawning realization that he was still alive. The basilisk watched too. Its massive head remained tilted, its blind eyes fixed on Harry with that ancient, patient gaze. What now? Harry thought. What do I do with you? Heir commands SS, the basilisk's mind whispered. Heir chooses. Harry looked at the creature. At its massive fangs, its gleaming scales, its terrible killing eyes. I don't want to kill you, he said. You were just doing what you were created for. Protecting Slytherin's legacy. He paused. But I can't let you hurt anyone else. Not ever again. The basilisk lowered its head. S's sleep, it whispered. Ancient SS sleep. Until heir calls again. Heir chooses. Harry nodded slowly. Sleep, he said. Until I call. The basilisk turned. Its massive body flowed through the darkness, back toward the deeper chamber, back toward the statue of its master. And the stones closed behind it. Harry stood alone in the antechamber. The diary's ashes scattered in an unfelt wind. Riddle's scream still echoed in his memory. His scar pulsed with cold, steady pain. He had done it. He had faced the monster. Destroyed the Horcrux. Saved the girl. But Tom Riddle was not dead. The fragment in the diary was gone, scattered, destroyed, returned to whatever void awaited fractured souls. But Voldemort remained. His other Horcruxes remained. His followers remained. And Harry remained, carrying the 8th piece of his soul in his scar. This isn't over, he thought. It's never over. It's only just beginning. Harry emerged from the tunnel to chaos. The Quidditch match had ended. Gryffindor had won. The cup was theirs. And the entire house was searching for their missing seeker. Harry. Ron's voice was hoarse with relief. Where the bloody hell have you been? Wood's been crying for an hour. He thought you'd been kidnapped. I'm fine. Harry's voice came out steadier than he expected. Just needed some air. Ron stared at him. His gaze moved over Harry's face, the cracked glasses, the wild hair, the fresh scratches on his cheek. You look like you've been through a war. Harry almost laughed. Something like that, he said. The infirmary was becoming familiar. Madame Pomfrey fussed over his injuries, minor cuts, a sprained wrist, the ever-present exhaustion that had become Harry's baseline state. She didn't ask how he'd gotten them. Her expression suggested she didn't want to know. Dumbledore visited at midnight. Harry was awake, staring at the ceiling, the lake stone warm against his thigh. He had sent Hedwig to deliver it back to Hermione with a brief note, "Keep this safe. I'll explain later." He wasn't sure when, later, would be. Tom Riddle's diary, Dumbledore said quietly. You destroyed it. Yes. How? Harry considered the question, considered lying, considered deflecting. He tried to use the basilisk to kill me, he said. I used the Covenant to command it instead. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, he said. Bound to his bloodline. You commanded it through the Covenant mark. I asked it to stop. It listened. That is, remarkable. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet, and very dangerous. I know. Do you? Dumbledore's gaze was steady. You have demonstrated the ability to control one of the most lethal magical creatures in existence. A creature that answers only to Slytherin's true heir. His voice softened. There are those who would see that as power to be claimed. Not a burden to be managed. Harry met his gaze. I'm not them, he said. I sent the basilisk back to sleep. I told it to stay there until I called. And will you call it again? Harry paused. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe. If there's no other choice. If people I love are in danger. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That, he said, is the difference between wielding power and being consumed by it. You do not seek control. You seek protection. He paused. Never lose that, Harry. It is your greatest strength. Harry was released from the infirmary the following morning. Ron and Hermione were waiting at the door. Ron's expression was carefully casual. Hermione's was not. You're going to tell us what happened, Hermione said. All of it. Harry looked at his friends. At their concern, their determination, their unwavering presence. Okay, he said. But not here. They sat on the shores of the Black Lake. The water was gray and still, reflecting the overcast sky. Students milled in the distance, enjoying the unseasonable warmth, but this stretch of shoreline was empty. Harry told them everything. The Covenant, the Founders, the fragment in his scar, Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's diary, the basilisk. He didn't stop, didn't edit, didn't protect them from the weight of his secrets. When he finished, the silence stretched for a long time. So you've been talking to the ghosts of the Hogwarts founders, Ron said slowly. For months. In secret. Not ghosts. Echoes. Memories given form by the Covenant's magic. And you carry a piece of you-know-whose soul in your scar. Yes. And you've been training to fight dark wizards and destroy Horcruxes. Yes. And you didn't tell us. Harry met Ron's gaze. I didn't know how, he said. I didn't want you to look at me differently. Ron was silent for a moment. Mate, he said finally. I've known you were weird since the moment you caught that remembrall with your mouth. Harry blinked. You caught it with your mouth, Ron continued. Who does that? Who thinks, oh, I'll just catch this speeding metal ball with my teeth? I didn't have my broom. And then you fell 50 feet and survived because of ancient blood magic. Ron shook his head. You've never been normal, Harry. That's not news. His voice softened. But you're still Harry. You're still my best friend. You still owe me 3 chocolate frogs from that bet we made about Snape's hair. Harry stared at him. His hair isn't actually greasy. It's enchanted. Fred told me. I know. You still owe me. Harry laughed. It was a shaky sound, wet at the edges, but real. Okay, he said. 3 chocolate frogs. I'll get them from Hogsmeade next weekend. You're not going to Hogsmeade next weekend. You have detention with McGonagall, remember? Right. The weekend after, then. Ron grinned. Hermione was quiet. Harry turned to her. You're not saying anything. I'm thinking, she said. Processing. She was silent for another long moment. The Covenant, she said finally. The Founders. You said they're sustained by your connection to Hogwarts. Yes. And when you're not at Hogwarts, during holidays, summer break, the connection weakens. Yes. So you created an anchor. Her hand moved to her robe pocket, where the lake stone rested. Blood magic. A willing sacrifice to maintain the bond. Yes. Her eyes met his. That was incredibly dangerous. You could have hurt yourself. You could have. She stopped. Drew a breath. But you did it anyway. Because you couldn't bear to lose them. Harry nodded. Hermione was silent. Okay, she said finally. Okay. She didn't say, I understand. She didn't say, I forgive you for keeping secrets. She didn't say, this doesn't scare me. But she stayed. And that was enough. The end of term approached with the inevitability of tides. Harry sat his exams. He wrote essays and brewed potions and transfigured matchsticks into needles. He answered questions about magical theory and defended his practical demonstrations and tried not to fall asleep at his desk. He trained with the Founders. The sessions were different now. Softer. The urgency that had driven them since the diary's appearance had faded, replaced by something quieter. Acceptance, perhaps. The Covenant is stable, Ravenclaw observed. Your control has improved significantly. And the Basilisk's obedience confirms your authority as Slytherin's heir. I don't want authority over a basilisk. You have it regardless. Slytherin's voice was careful. The question is what you choose to do with it. I chose to let it sleep. Yes. Slytherin paused. That was the right choice. Harry looked at him. At the ancient echo of a man who had created a monster to protect his legacy, and spent 1,000 years regretting it. I learned from you, Harry said quietly. All of you. Not just the spells and the theory. The choices. He paused. I learned that power isn't the same as wisdom. That courage isn't the absence of fear. That knowledge isn't understanding. That kindness isn't weakness. His voice steadied. And I learned that legacy isn't what you leave behind. It's what you pass forward. The Founders exchanged glances. You have learned well, Hufflepuff said softly. Better than we could have hoped. But our time is ending. Gryffindor's voice was rough. We can feel it. The Covenant's magic is stable, but our presence within it fades. Harry's chest tightened. How long? We don't know. Ravenclaw's voice was gentle. Days. Weeks. Perhaps longer. She paused. But we will not see another school year. Harry had known this was coming. He had known since the first night, when Slytherin spoke of borrowed time and the weight of death. He had known, and he had tried not to think about it. But now the knowledge was unavoidable. Then we make the time we have count, he said. Like I promised. Hufflepuff smiled. Yes, she said. Like you promised. The final week of term was a blur of endings. Harry said goodbye to classmates he barely knew and professors he'd never quite trusted. He packed his trunk with books and robes and the strange accumulation of objects that marked his first year at Hogwarts. The mirror his father had left him. The snitch from the Quidditch final. A knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, delivered by Owl with a note that said simply, "Thank you for saving my daughter." And the lake stone, returned to him by Hermione with a solemn nod. I kept it safe, she said. Like you asked. Harry pressed the stone into his palm. Thank you, he said. The Founders gathered in the Great Hall on the last night. Harry stood before the four thrones, his marked hand pressed against his chest. The Covenant pulsed in steady rhythm, connecting him to the castle, to the magic, to the echoes who had become his family. You have grown, Slytherin said. More than you know. I still have so much to learn. Yes, but learning is not weakness. It is the foundation of wisdom. He paused. You will continue to learn. From your professors, your friends, your enemies. From the castle itself. His voice softened. And you will remember what we taught you. Not because the covenant compels you. Because the knowledge is now part of you. Harry nodded slowly. What do I do when you're gone? He asked. When I can't come here and find you waiting. Hufflepuff stepped forward. You live, she said gently. You grow. You love. You make mistakes and learn from them and keep becoming who you are meant to be. She smiled. And sometimes, when the castle is quiet and the night is deep, you will close your eyes and feel us watching. Because we will be, not as we are now, but as we have always been. Her voice was very soft. In the stones. In the magic. In the covenant that binds you to this place. Always, Ravenclaw said. Always, Gryffindor echoed. Always, Slytherin finished. Harry's eyes burned. Always, he whispered. The train ride home was subdued. Ron chattered about summer plans, Quidditch, his brother's pranks, his mother's cooking, but his voice was softer than usual. Hermione read, but her eyes didn't move across the page. Harry sat by the window, watching the English countryside blur past. His marked hand rested on his thigh. The lake stone was warm in his pocket. I'm coming back, he thought. In September. I'm coming back. Wait for me. The castle didn't answer. But Harry felt it anyway. The ancient heartbeat in the stones. The slow breath of magic through the corridors. The watchful presence that had guarded generations of students and would guard generations more. Always, the stones seemed to whisper. Always. Harry closed his eyes. And let the rhythm of the train carry him home. Number 4, Privet Drive was exactly as he remembered. Same perfectly manicured lawn. Same net curtains. Same smell of potpourri and repressed fury. But Harry was not the same. He carried a covenant mark on his hand and a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his scar. He had faced basilisks and horcruxes and the memory of Tom Riddle. He had trained with the founders of Hogwarts and claimed the castle as his birthright. He was not the boy who had left this house 9 months ago. And he would never be that boy again. Close the door, boy, you're letting the cold in. Harry closed the door. His trunk was already in the cupboard. His owl was already in the garden shed. His place in this house was already determined, small, silent, invisible. But his place in the world was no longer determined by the Dursleys. And that made all the difference. The summer stretched before him, vast and uncertain. Harry wrote letters to Ron and Hermione. He trained with his wand in the darkness of the cupboard, practicing the spells the founders had taught him. He pressed the lake stone against his chest every night and felt the covenant pulse in response. And he looked into his father's mirror. His parents appeared every time. Sometimes they smiled. Sometimes they simply watched. Sometimes they seemed to speak, though Harry couldn't hear the words. He didn't need to hear them. He knew what they would say. We're proud of you. Keep going. We love you. Harry held the mirror against his heart. I will, he whispered. I promise. The second week of August brought a letter from Hogwarts. Not the standard supply list Harry had received that weeks ago. This was different, thicker, sealed with crimson wax and Dumbledore's personal crest. Harry opened it in the privacy of the cupboard. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and enjoying your summer. I write with news that may be of interest to you. The founders, artifacts, Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket, have been the subject of much research over the centuries. While the locket remains in Voldemort's possession, and the diadem and cup are hidden under protections we have yet to penetrate, I believe I have discovered the location of Gryffindor's true blade. It is hidden within Hogwarts itself, in a place only the true heir of Gryffindor can access. I believe you, Harry, are that heir. When you return to school, we shall discuss this further. For now, know that the sword awaits. And when you are ready to claim it, it will answer your call. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Gryffindor's sword. The true blade, forged by the founder's own hands, hidden for 1,000 years. Waiting for him. When you are ready, Dumbledore had written. Harry pressed his marked hand against his scar. I'm not ready, he whispered. Not yet. But I'm getting there. And the sword will wait. Like the castle waits. Like the founders wait. Always. The summer stretched like a held breath. Harry learned the rhythm of waiting. Mornings belonged to chores. The lawn needed mowing, the gutters needed clearing, the driveway needed sweeping. Vernon's schedule was relentless, Petunia's expectations precise. Harry moved through his tasks with mechanical efficiency, his body present, his mind elsewhere. Afternoons belonged to training. The cupboard was too small for serious spellwork, but Harry practiced the fundamentals. Wand movements, incantations, the subtle shift of intent that transformed a muttered word into living magic. He didn't need to cast to improve. He needed to understand. Magic is will, Ravenclaw had said. The wand is merely a channel. Harry closed his eyes and reached. The lake stone warmed against his thigh. The covenant mark pulsed in steady rhythm. And somewhere, hundreds of miles away, Hogwarts breathed its ancient breath. I'm still here, Harry thought. I haven't forgotten. I haven't given up. The stone pulsed in answer. We know, it seemed to say. We wait. We remember. Evenings belonged to correspondence. Ron wrote every week. His letters were chaotic, breathless accounts of Quidditch matches and Weasley family dynamics and increasingly elaborate theories about what Snape did in his spare time. Mum says I have to eat more vegetables. She's put them in everything. I found a carrot in my pudding. A carrot. In pudding. This is a crime against wizard kind. Also Fred and George have a new business idea. They won't tell me what it is, but Percy found a jar of something glowing in their room and Mum screamed for an hour. So that's normal. Harry smiled. It was small, fragile, but real. Hermione's letters were different. Longer. More careful. I've been researching Horcruxes, she wrote. It's not easy, most of the relevant texts are restricted or hidden. But I found references in the margins of some medieval grimoires. The creation process requires murder. It literally fractures the soul. Harry, do you understand what this means? Voldemort didn't just kill people. He destroyed himself, piece by piece. He's not fully human anymore. He hasn't been for decades. And you carry a piece of him in your scar. I don't know how you bear it. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. I don't know either, he thought. I just do. He didn't write that. He wrote, I bear it because I have to. Because the alternative is letting him win. Because I have people who help me carry the weight. Thank you for being one of them. August brought heat and silence. The Dursleys retreated to their climate-controlled living room, leaving Harry to swelter in the garden. He didn't mind. The solitude was a gift, even wrapped in 90-degree humidity. He pressed the lake stone against his forehead. Talk to me, he thought. Please. I need to know you're still there. The stone pulsed. Faint. Distant. But present. I'm coming back, Harry promised. 3 weeks. Then I'm coming home. The stone pulsed again. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We wait. Always. The night before September 1st, Harry dreamed of the Founders. They stood in the Great Hall, their spectral forms brighter than he had ever seen them. Gryffindor's cloak blazed crimson. Ravenclaw's diadem gleamed silver. Hufflepuff's smile warmed the ancient stones. And Slytherin. Slytherin looked at Harry with something that might have been pride. You have grown, he said. More than you know. I don't feel grown. Harry's voice echoed in the dream hall. I feel like I'm still the same person who touched the Covenant stone and had no idea what he was doing. You were. Hufflepuff's voice was gentle, but that person chose to learn. To struggle. To keep reaching out even when it was easier to retreat. That person, Ravenclaw said, is the foundation of who you are becoming. And who you will continue to become, Gryffindor added, long after we are gone. Harry's chest tightened. Is it soon? He asked. You're fading. The Founders exchanged glances. Yes, Slytherin said quietly. Soon. How soon? We don't know. Ravenclaw's voice was clinical, but her eyes were soft. Days. Weeks. Perhaps less. Harry absorbed this. Then I need to say goodbye, he said. Properly. Not in a dream, not in a rush. When I get back to Hogwarts. Yes, Hufflepuff said. You will. Her smile was infinite. And we will be ready. Harry woke to darkness. The cupboard was quiet. The house was quiet. The world was quiet. But the lake stone was warm against his chest. He pressed his marked hand against it and closed his eyes. I'm coming home, he thought. Tomorrow. I'm coming home. The stone pulsed. Welcome back, heir. We have waited. We will always wait. Harry smiled. And slept. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as he remembered. Chaos. Noise. Families weaving through crowds of students, their trunks and owls and cats and laughter spilling across the platform. Steam billowing from the Scarlet engine. The Hogwarts Express waiting, patient, eternal. Harry stood at the barrier and breathed it in. Home, he thought. I'm home. Harry. Ron barreled into him at full speed, nearly knocking them both to the ground. His hair was even wilder than Harry remembered. His grin was even wider. "You're back. You're actually back. 3 months, mate, 3 months of nothing but Mum's cooking and the twins' experiments and Percy's smug face. It's good to see you too." Ron pulled back, still grinning. "Hermione's already on the train. She got here early. Said she wanted to secure a compartment, like anyone's going to steal our usual spot." "Someone might." "Who?" "Malfoy." Ron snorted. "He's too busy showing off his new broom. Father bought him a Nimbus 2002. Father buys him everything." Harry smiled. "Let him show off," he said. "We have a Quidditch cup to defend." Ron's grin threatened to split his face. "That's the spirit." The train carried them north. Harry sat by the window, watching the English countryside blur from green to wild. Ron narrated his summer in exhaustive detail: the cannons, losing streak, the gnome infestation, the incident with the jar of glowing substance that had turned Percy's hair pink for 3 days. Hermione read. Occasionally she looked up to correct Ron's chronology or add clarifying details. Mostly she just listened. And then, Ron said, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "Mum got a letter from Dumbledore. About Ginny. About what happened." Harry tensed. "She didn't tell us everything," Ron continued. "Just that Ginny was in danger and you saved her." He paused. "She said we should be grateful. That you did something very brave and very dangerous and we shouldn't ask about it." He met Harry's gaze. "I'm not going to ask. But I wanted you to know that I know. That you saved my sister's life." Harry's throat tightened. "She saved herself," he said. "I just helped." Ron shook his head. "You always say that." His voice was quiet. "You always think you're just helping. But helping is what matters. Being there when someone needs you." He paused. "That's what makes you Harry. Not the scar. Not the prophecy. Just being there." Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. But he carried Ron's words with him, warm and steady, as the train carried them toward the castle that held his heart. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a promise. Harry pressed his palm against the cold window, watching the towers emerge from the deepening twilight. The lake reflected 1,000 stars. The bridge arched against the sky. The windows glittered with welcome. "I'm home," he thought. "I'm actually home." The Covenant mark pulsed. "Welcome back, heir. We have waited. We remember." Harry smiled. The feast was a blur of noise and light. Harry ate without tasting, laughed without hearing, nodded along to conversations he barely registered. His attention was elsewhere. On the high table. On Dumbledore's knowing eyes. On the empty spaces where the founders, echoes had once stood. "Tonight," he promised. "After curfew. I'll come to the Great Hall and we'll say goodbye properly. I just need to get through this first." "Harry." He blinked. Hermione was watching him, her expression carefully neutral. "You haven't touched your treacle tart." Harry looked at the dessert in front of him. He had no memory of it appearing. "Just tired," he said. "Long train ride." Hermione nodded slowly. She didn't look convinced. But she didn't push. The common room welcomed him with open arms. Gryffindor Tower was exactly as he remembered. Same squashy armchairs. Same crackling fire. Same scarlet and gold banners hanging from the rafters. Same portrait of the fat lady, who demanded the password with theatrical suspicion. "Caput Draconis," Harry said. "Pass, dear. Do try to get some sleep, you look dreadful." Harry smiled. "I'll try." The dormitory was unchanged. 4 poster beds. Crimson hangings. Trunks at the foot of each bed, already unpacked by unseen house elf hands. Ron was already snoring. Harry lay in the darkness, the lake stone warm against his chest, and waited. Midnight came. Harry slipped out of bed. His feet carried him through the common room, past the portrait hole, into corridors silver with moonlight. The castle breathed around him, ancient and patient and waiting. The great hall stretched before him, vast and silent. The 4 thrones stood empty. Harry approached slowly. His footsteps echoed in the vast space. The floating candles had been extinguished for the night, leaving only starlight filtering through the enchanted ceiling. He stopped before Gryffindor's throne. "I'm here," he whispered. "I came back." The stones warmed beneath his feet. And the shadows gathered. They emerged slowly this time. Gryffindor first, his cloak faded, his sword arm lowered. Then Ravenclaw, her diadem dim, her posture weary. Then Hufflepuff, her smile gentle but her form flickering at the edges. And finally Slytherin. He was the faintest of them all. His features were blurred, his outline uncertain. Only his eyes remained sharp, ancient, steady, present. "We knew you would come," he said. "We have been waiting." Harry's chest ached. "I'm sorry," he said. "For everything. For not being able to save you. For not being strong enough to. You saved us." Hufflepuff's voice was soft. "Not from death. From irrelevance. From 1,000 years of silence and forgetting. You gave us purpose," Ravenclaw said. "You gave us connection. You gave us hope. And now," Gryffindor said, his voice rough, "you must give us release." Harry's vision blurred. "I don't want to let you go. We know." Slytherin's voice was quiet. "But holding on is not the same as keeping. We are echoes, Harry. Memories given form. And memories are meant to fade." He paused. "But they are also meant to endure. In the choices of those who carry them forward." Harry looked at his marked hand. At the 4 symbols, interlocked, gleaming faintly in the starlight. "I carry you," he said. "All of you. In the covenant. In my blood. In everything I've learned and everything I've become." "Yes." Slytherin's voice was steady. "You do. Will I still feel you? After you're gone?" The founders exchanged glances. "Yes," Hufflepuff said gently. "Not as we are now. Not as voices or presences or guides. But as memory. As legacy. As the foundation upon which you continue to build." She smiled. "You will feel us in the stones of Hogwarts. In the warmth of the common room fire. In the weight of a wand that chose you. In the courage to face darkness," Gryffindor said. "In the wisdom to seek understanding," Ravenclaw said. "In the ambition to become more than you are," Slytherin said. "And in the kindness," Hufflepuff said, "to lift others as you rise." Harry's tears fell silently. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything. For answering when I called. For teaching me. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself." He looked at each of them in turn. "For being my family." Gryffindor's smile was fierce and gentle. Ravenclaw's nod was solemn. Hufflepuff's gaze was infinite. And Slytherin stepped forward. His spectral hand reached out, hesitated, then settled on Harry's shoulder. "You are not the heir I expected," he said quietly. "You are not the heir I deserved. You are the heir I needed." His voice softened. "And I am proud to have called you my legacy." Harry's breath caught. "Goodbye, Harry Potter," Slytherin said. "Live well. Love deeply. Fight fiercely. And never forget." He paused. "That belonging is not given. It is taken. It is defended. It is earned." His hand lifted from Harry's shoulder. "And you, Harry Potter, have earned it." He smiled. Then he faded. Gryffindor went next. His form shimmered, dissolved, scattered into motes of golden light. But his voice lingered, echoing through the great hall like distant thunder. "Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite it. You have made that choice, again and again. Never stop choosing." Ravenclaw faded silently, her diadem catching the starlight one final time. Her voice was a whisper, intimate and precise. "Wisdom is not knowing the answers. It is knowing the questions. Keep asking, Harry Potter. The questions will guide you home." Hufflepuff faded last. Her smile remained long after her form dissolved. Her voice was warm, gentle, infinite. "You are worthy. You have always been worthy. Not because of what you can do. Not because of what you carry. Because of who you are. Remember that. Always." And then Harry stood alone in the great hall, surrounded by silence and starlight and the weight of 4,000 years of legacy. The thrones were empty. But the castle breathed on. Harry didn't remember walking back to Gryffindor Tower. He didn't remember giving the password. Didn't remember climbing the stairs. Didn't remember collapsing into his 4-poster bed. But he woke there the next morning, Ron snoring filling the dormitory, gray light seeping through the windows. His face was wet. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. The covenant mark pulsed, fainter than before, but steady. "Always," the warmth seemed to whisper. "Always." Harry closed his eyes. And for the first time in months, he let himself grieve. The days that followed were strange. Harry attended classes. He completed homework. He laughed at Ron's jokes and debated with Hermione and tried not to flinch every time he passed the entrance to the Great Hall. But something had shifted. The castle felt different now. Not empty, never empty. But quieter. The ancient presence that had guided him through the Covenant's mysteries had receded, leaving only echoes. This is what they meant, Harry thought. Memory. Legacy. The foundation upon which I continue to build. They're not gone. They're just part of me now. He pressed his marked hand against the cold stone of the corridor. I carry you, he thought. All of you. In everything I do. I won't forget. The stones warmed beneath his palm. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We remember. Always. October brought news. Harry was in the library, attempting to complete a potions essay without Snape's sneering commentary, when Hermione slammed a book onto the table. The Sword of Gryffindor, she said breathlessly. I found it. Harry's quill froze mid-word. What? Gryffindor's sword. The real one, not the replica in the headmaster's office. Hermione's eyes were bright with excitement. It's not just a legend. It actually exists, and there are records of it being hidden within Hogwarts. She opened the book to a marked page. And Godric Gryffindor, seeing the growing discord among his co-founders, took up his blade and spoke thus. This sword shall be hidden where only the true heir may claim it, bound by blood and courage and the willingness to sacrifice all for others. She looked up. Blood, courage, and sacrifice. That's you, Harry. Harry stared at the page. The sword awaits, Dumbledore had written. And when you are ready to claim it, it will answer your call. Where is it? He asked. Where's it hidden? Hermione's excitement dimmed. That's the problem. The text doesn't say. Just that it's within Hogwarts, and accessible only to Gryffindor's heir. Then how do I find it? I don't know. Hermione paused. But I think the sword has to find you. The concept troubled Harry for weeks. The sword has to find you. How did a sword find someone? It was an object, inanimate, forged 1,000 years ago and hidden for centuries. But the founders had spoken of their artifacts as extensions of themselves. Not merely objects, but vessels of their magic, their will, their legacy. The Covenant recognizes intent, Ravenclaw had said. Why should the sword be any different? Harry began to experiment. He sat in the Gryffindor common room, his marked hand pressed against his chest, and reached, not for the Covenant, not for the founders, but for something deeper. Something bound to the blood of Godric Gryffindor that flowed through his veins. I am your heir, he thought. I carry your courage. I carry your legacy. I need your sword. Nothing happened. He tried again the next day. And the next. And the next. Nothing. The sword isn't a spell, Hermione said gently. You can't just summon it with willpower. There has to be a test. A trial. Then where's the trial? How do I find it? I don't know. She paused. But maybe you're not ready yet. Not because you're not worthy. Because the sword is waiting for the right moment. Harry's jaw tightened. And what if the right moment comes and I'm still not ready? Hermione met his gaze. Then you'll face it anyway, she said. Because that's what you do. November arrived with frost and the promise of Quidditch. Harry threw himself into training. The pitch was the only place where his thoughts quieted, where the weight of covenants and horcruxes and fading founders lifted from his shoulders. Wood was relentless. Faster, Potter. The snitch isn't going to catch itself. Harry flew faster. The wind tore at his face. His broom responded to his slightest shift in weight. The snitch glinted at the edge of his vision, always just out of reach. He didn't catch it, but he came close. Closer than he had any right to, given his distracted state. You're off, Wood said afterward. Something's bothering you. Harry didn't deny it. Personal stuff, he said. Nothing to do with Quidditch. Wood studied him for a long moment. Whatever it is, he said finally, don't let it eat you alive. The snitch can wait. Your head can't. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and walked away. Harry stood alone on the pitch, his breath misting in the cold air, and tried to believe that. The dream came without warning. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets. Not the dream chamber, where Tom Riddle waited with his cold smiles and ancient eyes. The real chamber. The one beneath Hogwarts. But something was different. The basilisk skeleton lay coiled at the base of Slytherin's statue. Its massive ribs curved toward the ceiling. Its empty eye sockets stared into nothing. And in its claws, a sword. Not the ornate replica in Dumbledore's office. This blade was older, simpler. Its hilt was wrapped in worn leather. Its pommel was set with a single ruby, dark as dried blood. Gryffindor's sword. Harry reached for it. His hand passed through empty air. Not yet, a voice whispered, not Tom Riddle's voice, not the founder's. Something older. Something that had been waiting in the darkness since before the castle was built. The sword chooses its moment. The sword chooses its heir. Are you ready, Harry Potter? Harry opened his mouth to answer. And woke. The dream haunted him. He didn't tell Ron or Hermione about it. Didn't tell Dumbledore or McGonagall or any of the professors. The dream felt private, sacred, a message meant only for him. Are you ready? He didn't know. He carried a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. He had destroyed one Horcrux but faced 6 more. He had trained with the Founders, but they were gone now, their echoes faded into memory and stone. He was 11 years old. He was not ready. But the sword was waiting. The castle was waiting. The legacy of 4,000 years pressed down on his shoulders, and Harry. Harry was tired. Not physically. Not even mentally. Something deeper. Something that had been accumulating since the moment he touched the Covenant stone and became something more than an orphan in a cupboard. You are the Covenant heir, Slytherin had said. You are the heart of Hogwarts. But you are also a child. Do not forget that. Harry pressed his marked hand against his chest. I don't know how to forget, he whispered. I don't know how to stop carrying this weight. The Covenant mark pulsed. Faint. Steady. Then carry it, the warmth seemed to whisper. But do not let it carry you. You are more than your burdens. You are Harry. Harry closed his eyes. And for the first time in weeks, he slept without dreaming. December arrived with snow and the promise of Christmas holidays. Harry had mixed feelings about the break. Part of him wanted to stay at Hogwarts. The castle was his home, the only real home he'd ever known. The stones remembered him. The magic recognized him. The ghosts nodded as he passed, their ancient eyes following his progress through the corridors. But another part of him, the part that had spent 10 years dreaming of escape, wanted to see Privet Drive again. Not because he missed it. He didn't. But because the cupboard still held the remnants of his old life. The too small bed. The threadbare blanket. The floorboard with the stone of Covenant buried beneath it. I don't need it anymore, Harry reminded himself. I have a new anchor. I have Hogwarts. I have the Covenant mark. But it's still mine. That stone. That connection. That piece of my history. I want it back. He wrote to Dumbledore. Dear Professor, I need to retrieve something from Privet Drive over the holidays. It's the Stone of Covenant, the one I used to first contact the Founders. It's buried in the floorboard of my cupboard. I know it's dangerous to return. I know the wards around my relatives' house are weak. But the stone is part of me. Part of the Covenant. I can't leave it behind. Please, help me get it back. Harry. Dumbledore's response arrived the following morning. Dear Harry, I understand your need to reclaim what is yours. The Stone of Covenant is indeed a significant artifact, and its connection to you should not be severed permanently. However, I cannot allow you to return to Privet Drive alone. The threat against you has not diminished. If anything, it has grown. Therefore, I propose a compromise. You will remain at Hogwarts for the Christmas holidays. I will dispatch trusted agents to retrieve the stone from your relative's house. They will be discreet, efficient, and will not alert the Dursleys to the stone's significance. When you return to Hogwarts in January, the stone will be waiting for you. Is this acceptable? Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Trusted agents, Dumbledore had written. Harry thought about the Order of the Phoenix. The secret war against Voldemort. The people who had fought and died to protect him as a baby. They're still fighting, he realized. Still protecting me. Still believing I'm worth protecting. He wrote back. Yes, thank you. Christmas at Hogwarts was quieter than Harry expected. The castle emptied of students, their laughter and chatter replaced by the hush of snow-muffled corridors. Harry walked through the silent halls, his footsteps echoing against stone that had witnessed 1,000 Christmases. He missed the Founders. Not with the sharp ache of fresh grief. Something softer. Something that settled into his chest and stayed there, warm and constant. They're not gone, he reminded himself. They're part of the castle now. Part of the Covenant. Part of me. I carry them with me. He pressed his marked hand against the cold stone of the astronomy tower. Always, he thought. The stones warmed beneath his palm. Always, the echo answered. Christmas morning brought gifts. Ron had sent a box of Weasley sweets, homemade fudge, peppermint creams, and what appeared to be experimental toffees that glowed faintly in the dark. Hermione had sent a book, Hogwarts, a history, annotated with her own observations in the margins. And Dumbledore had sent a small, flat package wrapped in brown paper. Harry opened it with trembling hands. The Stone of Covenant lay nestled in velvet. It was exactly as he remembered. Black, veined with silver, no larger than his thumbnail. Ancient. Alive. Harry pressed it against his marked palm. The Covenant mark blazed. Warmth flooded through his hand, not the distant pulse he'd maintained through the Lake Stone anchor, but full connection. Complete recognition. The Covenant, whole and present, binding him to Hogwarts and Hogwarts to him. Welcome home, the stone seemed to whisper. Welcome home, heir. We have waited. We will always wait. Harry smiled. Always, he whispered, and pressed the stone against his heart. January returned to Hogwarts wrapped in ice and silence. Harry stood at the edge of the Chamber of Secrets, the Covenant stone warm against his chest. He had not returned here since the Founders faded. The chamber held too many memories, Slytherin's patient teaching, the basilisk's ancient obedience, the echo of Tom Riddle's scream as the diary burned. But the dream had pulled him back. The vision of the sword, waiting in the basilisk's claws. The sword chooses its moment, the voice had whispered. The sword chooses its heir. Harry pressed his marked hand against the cold stone of the entrance tunnel. I'm here, he thought. I came back. Now show me what you need me to see. The stones warmed beneath his palm, and the chamber opened before him. It was different now. Not the physical space that remained unchanged, vast and ancient and terrible. But the feeling of the chamber had shifted. The oppressive darkness that had clung to these stones for 1,000 years had lifted. The basilisk's skeleton gleamed in the greenish light, and in its claws, exactly as Harry had dreamed. The sword. He approached slowly. His footsteps echoed against the stone floor, each step carrying him closer to the blade that had waited a millennium for its heir. The sword was beautiful, not ornate. Gryffindor had never been a man for ornamentation. The hilt was wrapped in worn leather, darkened by centuries of grip. The pommel held a single ruby, deep and red as heart's blood. The blade itself was unadorned steel, etched with faint patterns that might have been runes or might have been simply the marks of countless battles. Harry reached out. His fingers touched the hilt, and the world exploded into fire. He was standing on a battlefield. Not Hogwarts. Not anywhere Harry recognized. The sky was the color of old bruises. The ground churned with mud and blood. Men screamed and died around him, their voices swallowed by the roar of magic and steel. And at the center of the chaos, alone against a tide of darkness, stood Godric Gryffindor. His sword blazed in his hand. Not with reflected light, the blade itself burned, golden fire racing along its edge. Each swing carved through the enemy ranks. Each strike drove them back. But there were too many. There were always too many. You cannot hold, a voice shouted. Salazar Slytherin, younger, fiercer, his face streaked with blood and exhaustion. Godric, you cannot. I can. Gryffindor's voice was steady. I will. You will die. Then I will die. Gryffindor glanced back, just once. His eyes met Harry's, not the Harry on the battlefield, not the Harry watching through centuries of memory, but the Harry who had touched his sword and summoned his echo from beyond death. That, he said quietly, is what it means to be a Gryffindor. He turned back to the enemy. And the fire consumed him. Harry gasped. His hand was still on the sword hilt. The blade was cold, dormant. But his scar blazed with phantom fire, and his heart hammered against his ribs. That was him, Harry thought. That was Godric Gryffindor, not as legend, not as echo. As a man who chose death rather than retreat. A man who believed that some things were worth dying for. A man who believed that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. Harry looked at the sword. I'm not him, he whispered. I'm not a warrior. I'm not a legend. I'm just a boy who survived a Dark Lord's curse and doesn't know what to do with the life he was given. The sword was silent. But I'm trying, Harry continued. I'm trying to be brave. I'm trying to protect the people I love. I'm trying to carry the weight of 1,000 years of legacy without letting it crush me. He paused. And I think that's what he would want. Not for me to be him. For me to be me. To make my own choices, fight my own battles, earn my own legacy. His grip tightened on the hilt. And I choose to fight. Not because I'm not afraid. Because I am afraid. Because there are things worth being afraid for. He lifted the sword from the basilisk's claws. It was heavy. Not impossibly so. Gryffindor had forged this blade for human hands, human strength. But Harry felt the weight of it in his arms, his shoulders, his chest. The weight of legacy. The weight of choice. The weight of becoming. The sword accepted him, not with fire or fanfare. Not with visions or whispered prophecies. Simply, acceptance. The hilt warmed to his grip. The blade balanced in his hand. The weight settled into something manageable, something his. Harry looked at his reflection in the polished steel. His face stared back. Tousled hair. Broken glasses. Scars stark against pale skin. But something else, too. Something that hadn't been there a year ago. Determination, his mother would have said. The refusal to yield. Courage, his father would have said. The choice to act despite fear. Legacy, the founders would have said. The weight of 1,000 years, carried forward into the future. Harry sheathed the sword, and walked out of the chamber. Dumbledore was waiting in the entrance hall. His expression was calm, Dantata eyes held something Harry had never seen there before. Pride. The sword accepted you, Dumbledore said. Not a question. Yes. Harry's voice was steady. How did you know? I felt it. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the sword at Harry's hip. Hogwarts has waited a long time for Gryffindor's true heir to claim his birthright. The castle recognized you the moment you touched the blade. He paused. As did I. Harry's chest tightened. You knew I would find it. You knew the sword would choose me. I hoped. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I believed. But belief is not certainty, and hope is not guarantee. You earned that sword, Harry. Through your choices, your courage, your willingness to sacrifice for others. He smiled. Your father would have been very proud. Harry's vision blurred. He never knew me, he whispered. Neither of them did. No. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, but they knew who you would become. They saw it in the prophecy, in the magic that protected you, in the love they poured into your life before they left it. He paused. And now, I think, they would see that their faith was not misplaced. Harry pressed his marked hand against the sword hilt. I don't know if I can do this, he said. Be what everyone needs me to be. You don't have to be what everyone needs. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue. You only have to be what you need. The rest will follow. He turned toward the Great Hall. Now, I believe you have a potions essay due Monday, and Professor Snape is not known for his appreciation of heroic tardiness. Harry almost smiled. Yes, sir. The sword presented a problem. Harry couldn't carry it openly. Students didn't walk around Hogwarts armed with medieval weaponry, not even students who had defeated basilisks and destroyed horcruxes and communed with the ghostly echoes of the school's founders. But he couldn't leave it in the chamber. The chamber was no longer secure, the diary had proven that. Anyone with knowledge of Slytherin's legacy could access it. I need somewhere to hide it, Harry told Ron and Hermione. They were in the library, ostensibly researching a history of magic essay. Somewhere no one else can find. The room of requirement, Hermione said immediately. You said it responds to your needs. If you ask it for a place to hide the sword, it will provide one. Harry hesitated. The room of requirement is where I hid the diary. Someone found it there. Someone who knew what they were looking for. Hermione's voice was careful. The diary wasn't just hidden, it was placed. Tom Riddle knew about the room. He knew someone would find it eventually. Her gaze met Harry's. But the sword isn't a trap. It's not waiting to be found. It's waiting for you. Harry considered this. Okay, he said. The room of requirement. The room responded instantly. Harry walked past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, thinking, I need a place to hide something precious. Something no one else can take. The door appeared. Inside was not the vast cavern of hidden things Harry had visited before. This room was smaller, warmer, more intimate. A single pedestal stood at its center, carved from the same stone as Hogwarts itself. Harry placed the sword on the pedestal. It looked right. As if the blade had been waiting for this place, this moment, this air. This is yours now, Harry whispered. Not Godric's. Not Hogwarts. Yours. And you are mine, the sword seemed to answer. Bound by blood and courage and the choice to carry me forward. I will not break. I will not yield. I will be your legacy, Harry Potter. As you are mine. Harry pressed his marked hand against the hilt. Always, he said, and left the sword waiting in the darkness. January deepened into February. Harry trained with the sword. Not in the room of requirement, that space was for hiding, not practice. He found another room, deeper in the castle, accessible only through a corridor that appeared when he wasn't looking directly at it. The Room of Challenge, he called it. It was vast, circular, its walls lined with suits of armor and ancient weaponry. The floor was marked with a dueling circle, centuries old. The ceiling arched toward darkness. Here, Harry learned to fight. Not with spells, though he practiced those too, shields and disarming charms and the basic defensive magic every wizard should know. But with the blade, with steel and sinew and the raw courage to face an enemy without hiding behind magic. It was harder than he expected. The sword was heavy. His arms ached after 10 minutes of basic drills. His footwork was clumsy, his strikes slow, his parries uncertain. But he kept practicing. Courage is not the absence of fear, Gryffindor's voice echoed in his memory. It is the choice to act despite it. Harry chose. Every day, every session, every swing of the blade that left his arms burning and his lungs gasping. He chose to keep fighting. February brought news of the wider world. Ron's letters from home were increasingly tense. His father was working late hours at the ministry. His mother was anxious, distracted. The twins had suspended their prank business indefinitely. "It's you-know-who, isn't it?" Ron said quietly. They were sitting by the common room fire, ostensibly studying. Neither of them was looking at their books. Harry nodded slowly. He's not back yet. Not fully. But his followers are gathering, preparing, and the ministry doesn't want to believe it. Harry's voice was quiet. Dumbledore's been trying to convince them for years. They don't want to hear. Ron was silent for a long moment. "My dad believes Dumbledore," he said. "He's been working with the Order. Secret stuff, he won't tell us what. But Mum's terrified." He paused. "We're all terrified. We just pretend we're not." Harry looked at his friend. "Yeah," he said. "That's what courage is. Not being scared. Pretending so hard that eventually it becomes real." Ron met his gaze. "When did you get so wise?" "I had good teachers." Harry paused. "They're gone now. But I still hear them." Ron nodded slowly. "They're not gone," he said. "Not really. You carry them with you." Harry's chest tightened. "Yeah," he said. "I do." March brought a letter from Dumbledore. Harry was in the library, struggling through a transfiguration essay, when Hedwig swooped through the window. The envelope was sealed with crimson wax, the headmaster's personal crest. He opened it beneath the table. "Dear Harry, I have received word that the Stone of Covenant you retrieved from Privet Drive has been restless. This is not unexpected. The stone was bound to you through an ancient and powerful magic. Your separation from it, however brief, has left traces. The stone remembers. The stone waits. But it also seeks. I believe the Covenant Stone is attempting to locate the remaining Founder artifacts. Its magic resonates with theirs, calls to them across distance and time. This could be the key to finding Voldemort's Horcruxes. I would like you to bring the stone to my office at your earliest convenience. We have much to discuss. Yours, Albus Dumbledore." Harry read the letter 3 times. The Covenant Stone was seeking. Not passively. Not patiently. It was reaching out, across centuries and continents, toward the lost legacies of the Founders. Toward the Horcruxes. This is what we trained for, Harry thought. This is why the Covenant chose me. Not to fight Voldemort directly. To undo what he's done. To reclaim what he's corrupted. To make the Founders' legacy whole again. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his robe pocket. Tonight, after curfew, he would go to Dumbledore's office and learn what the stone had found. The gargoyle sprang aside at Sherbet Lemon. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered. The silver instruments whirred and puffed. Fawkes watched from his golden perch, his ancient eyes bright. The portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep. "Harry." Dumbledore smiled. "Thank you for coming." He gestured to the chair before his desk. "Please, sit." Harry sat. "The Covenant Stone," Dumbledore continued. "May I see it?" Harry reached beneath his shirt. The stone hung on a simple leather cord, warm against his chest. He placed it on Dumbledore's desk. It pulsed. Not faintly. Not patiently. Demandingly. The silver veins in its black surface gleamed with inner fire. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "It has grown stronger since you reclaimed it. The connection to Hogwarts, to the Covenant, to you, it has deepened." He looked at Harry. "The stone is not merely an anchor. It is a compass. It is seeking the remnants of the Founders' magic. The Horcruxes. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Voldemort bound fragments of his soul to 3 of the 4 founder artifacts. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem. He paused. Gryffindor's sword, as you know, eluded him. It has waited 1,000 years for its true heir. Harry's hand moved to his empty hip. I found it, he said quietly. The sword. It accepted me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I know. Hogwarts told me. His eyes were very blue. You have accomplished something remarkable, Harry. Something that has not been possible for centuries. It doesn't feel remarkable. It just feels necessary. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. That is the nature of true legacy. Not glory. Not recognition. The quiet certainty that some things must be done, and you are the one who must do them. He paused. And now the stone will guide you to the next step. He placed his hand on the Covenant stone. It blazed. The vision came without warning. Harry saw a cave. Dark. Cold. The sea crashed against cliffs somewhere distant, its roar muffled by ancient stone. A basin sat at the cave's center. Carved from rock, filled with emerald liquid that glowed with sickly light. And at the bottom of the basin, barely visible through the potion's depths, a locket. Gold. Serpentine. The mark of Slytherin etched into its surface. Slytherin's locket, Harry thought. Voldemort's Horcrux. The stone found it. The vision shattered. Harry gasped. His scar blazed. His marked hand throbbed in rhythm with his racing heart. The cave, he said hoarsely. I saw a cave. By the sea. There's a basin filled with potion, and beneath it, Slytherin's locket. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Yes, I know of this place. He paused. I have known of it for many years. But I could not reach the locket alone. The protections Voldemort placed upon it are formidable. His gaze met Harry's. But with the Covenant Stone, with your connection to Slytherin's bloodline, we may have a chance. Harry's heart hammered. When? He asked. When do we go? Not yet. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You are 12 years old, Harry. You have faced basilisks and Horcruxes and the memory of Tom Riddle himself. But this is different. He paused. This is Voldemort's sanctuary. His testing ground. His challenge to anyone brave, or foolish, enough to seek what he has hidden. Then I need to be braver. More prepared. You need to grow. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Not in magic, though that will come. In wisdom. In patience. In the ability to wait for the right moment, rather than rushing toward danger. He paused. The cave will wait. The locket will wait. Voldemort's return is not yet complete. We have time. Harry's jaw tightened. How much time? I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was honest. Months. Years. Perhaps less than we hope, more than we fear. He met Harry's gaze. But I do know this. When the moment comes to face that cave and claim that locket, you will be ready. Not because you are the boy who lived. Not because you carry the Covenant mark. Because you are Harry Potter, and you have never yet failed to rise to the challenges placed before you. Harry was silent for a long moment. Okay, he said. We wait. Not wait. Dumbledore smiled. Prepare. There is much work to be done before we are ready to face Voldemort's defenses. He gestured at the Covenant Stone, still pulsing on his desk. And this is only the beginning. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry trained with the sword. He studied defensive magic. He read everything Hermione could find about Horcruxes, cave protections, the particular dark arts Voldemort favored. And he listened to the Covenant Stone. It pulsed constantly now, not painfully, not like his scar when Voldemort was near, but persistently, demandingly. Find me, it seemed to whisper. Find the others. Reclaim what was stolen. Make us whole. Harry pressed the stone against his chest. I'm trying, he whispered. I'm trying so hard. The stone pulsed. We know, it seemed to answer. We wait. Always. April brought rain and the first stirrings of spring. The castle thawed. Students shed their heavy cloaks and ventured onto the grounds, chasing quaffles and each other. The forbidden forest greened at its edges. The lake lost its ice and regained its surface ripples. Harry trained. His sword work improved. His shields held longer. His connection to the Covenant deepened until he could feel Hogwarts' heartbeat in his own chest. But his scar was quiet. Too quiet. Is something wrong? Hermione asked. They were in the library, surrounded by books on medieval enchantments and Horcrux theory. Harry had been staring at the same page for 10 minutes. I don't know, he said. That's what worries me, Hermione tilted her head. You're worried because Voldemort isn't trying to communicate with you. His fragment is always there. Always present. Even when it's dormant, I can feel it. Harry paused. But lately, it's like it's waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. Harry's hand moved to his scar. That's what worries me. May arrived with the promise of Quidditch finals. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Winner takes the cup. Harry threw himself into preparation. The pitch was the only place where his thoughts quieted, where the weight of covenants and horcruxes and waiting wars lifted from his shoulders. Wood was relentless. Faster, Potter. Malfoy's been bragging about his new broom for weeks. We need to show him speed isn't everything. Harry flew faster. The wind tore at his face. His broom responded to his slightest shift in weight. The snitch glinted at the edge of his vision, teasing, tempting. He didn't catch it during practice. But he came close. You're getting there, Wood said. Another week of drills and you'll be unbeatable. Harry nodded. But beneath his Quidditch robes, the Covenant stone pulsed. Find me, it whispered. Find the others. The waiting is almost over. The match was scheduled for Saturday. Harry woke that morning with his scar cold. Not burning, not throbbing, simply, cold. As if the fragment of Voldemort's soul had retreated to some distant corner of his consciousness, waiting. Waiting for what? He didn't know. But he had a match to win. The Gryffindor common room erupted when Harry returned with the Quidditch cup. Wood was crying. Fred and George were attempting to levitate him onto their shoulders. Ron was screaming something about the greatest seeker in a century. And Harry stood at the center of the celebration, the cup in his hands, his friend's joy washing over him. This is what we're fighting for, he thought. Not prophecies. Not legacies. Not the weight of 1,000 years. This. Right now. People we love, celebrating something we achieved together. This is worth protecting. He smiled. And for the first time in months, he let himself simply be. The letter arrived the following morning. Harry was eating breakfast in the Great Hall when Hedwig swooped through the open window. The envelope was plain, unmarked, no return address, no identifying crest. But Harry recognized the handwriting. Dumbledore. He opened it beneath the table. Dear Harry. The time has come. Meet me in my office tonight at 8 o'clock. Bring the Covenant Stone. A.D. Harry's heart hammered. The time has come. The cave. The locket. Voldemort's Horcrux. The waiting is over. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his robe pocket. Tonight, he would face Voldemort's sanctuary. Tonight, he would reclaim Slytherin's legacy. Tonight, he would take another step toward the destiny he had never chosen but would not abandon. Are you ready, Harry Potter? The voice echoed in his memory, not Tom Riddle's cold whisper, not the Founder's patient wisdom. Something older. Something that had been waiting since the moment he first touched the Covenant Stone. The sword chose its moment, Harry thought. The sword chose its heir. Now the heir must choose his path. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. I'm ready, he whispered. And waited for night to fall. The stone gargoyle sprang aside at Sherbet Lemon. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with the Covenant Stone warm against his chest and Gryffindor's sword hidden beneath his cloak. He didn't know why he'd brought the blade. Dumbledore hadn't asked for it. But the weight at his hip felt necessary, right? Some things must be carried, Slytherin's voice echoed in memory. Not because they are useful. Because they are yours. Dumbledore was waiting. His expression was grave. The usual twinkle had vanished from his eyes, replaced by something older, wearier. Fawkes watched from his golden perch, his feathers ruffled, his gaze fixed on Harry. You came, Dumbledore said. Thank you. Where are we going? Harry's voice was steady. The cave. The one from my vision. Yes. Dumbledore paused. But before we depart, you must understand what we face. He gestured to the chair before his desk. Please, sit. Harry sat. Voldemort's sanctuary is not merely a hiding place, Dumbledore began. It is a trial. A test. He designed it to break anyone who sought to claim what he had hidden. What kind of test? Multiple layers. First, the cave itself is concealed by powerful enchantments. Second, the island where the locket rests can only be reached by a magical boat, one that will carry only a single adult wizard. He paused. Third, the locket is submerged in a basin filled with a potion so potent, so terrible, that drinking it will cause unimaginable suffering. Harry's scar pulsed. Then how do we reach it? I will drink the potion. Dumbledore's voice was calm. You will ensure I continue, even when I beg you to stop. And when the basin is empty, you will retrieve the locket. Harry stared at him. That's insane. You can't, there has to be another way. There is no other way. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I have searched for decades. The potion cannot be transfigured, vanished, or otherwise neutralized. It must be consumed. Then let me drink it. You are 12 years old. I don't care. Harry's voice was fierce. I'm the Covenant heir. I carry Slytherin's blood. If anyone can withstand his descendants' dark magic, it's me. And if you cannot. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. If the potion destroys you, what then, Harry? Who will carry the Covenant forward? Who will face Voldemort when he returns? Harry's jaw tightened. You can't ask me to watch you suffer. I am not asking. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I am telling you that this is the only path. And I am trusting you to walk it with me. He paused. Can you do that, Harry? Can you be strong enough to watch, and wait, and trust? Harry's vision blurred. I don't know, he whispered. That is the first honest answer you have given me. Dumbledore smiled. And it is enough. They traveled by portkey. The small, rusted hairpin sat on Dumbledore's desk, innocuous and ordinary. Harry touched it with one finger, the Covenant stone warm against his chest. Ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. The portkey activated. The cave mouth yawned before them like a wound in the earth. Sea cliffs rose on either side, black and slick with spray. The ocean crashed against unseen rocks, its roar constant, ancient, hungry. The sky was the color of old pewter. Harry's scar blazed. He was here, he whispered. Voldemort. This place is soaked in his magic. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. He came here as a boy, from the orphanage where he grew up. He brought frightened children with him, tormented them, left them in the darkness. He paused. This cave is where Tom Riddle learned that fear was power. Harry pressed his marked hand against his scar. Then we take that power away from him. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes, he said. We do. The entrance was concealed behind a crack in the cliff face. Harry followed Dumbledore into the darkness, his wand raised, the Covenant stone pulsing against his chest. The passage narrowed, twisted, descended, and opened into the cave from his vision. The basin dominated the space. Carved from living rock, filled with emerald potion that glowed with sickly luminescence. The air was cold, still, heavy with ancient magic. And beneath the potion's surface, barely visible through the liquid's depths. Slytherin's locket. Harry's scar screamed. Not the dull throb of distant connection. Not the cold ache of dormant presence. Full awareness, sharp and terrible and close. He knows, Harry gasped. Voldemort knows we're here. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was calm. I expected no less. He approached the basin. The potion must be consumed. There is no other way. Harry watched him kneel before the stone basin. Watched him raise the first goblet of emerald liquid to his lips. Watched him drink. Dumbledore screamed. Not a shout of surprise. Not a cry of pain. A scream, raw, animal, torn from somewhere deeper than flesh. Harry lunged forward. No, stay back. Dumbledore's voice was already breaking. You must not interfere. You must keep me drinking. Harry froze. His hands shook. His scar blazed. The Covenant stone burned against his chest. But he stayed. Dumbledore drank. Each goblet brought fresh agony. His body convulsed. His voice begged, please, no more, I can't, please, but Harry forced the next goblet to his lips. This is what he asked for, Harry thought. This is what he trusted me to do. I will not fail him. The potion level dropped. The locket emerged from the emerald depths, gleaming gold against the stone. Dumbledore's screams faded to whimpers. Almost, Harry whispered. Almost done. Just a little more. Dumbledore's hand found his wrist. Harry. His voice was barely audible. Your mother's eyes. They were the last thing I saw before I woke. His grip tightened. She asked me to take care of you. Promised she would do anything to protect you. His breath caught. I did not understand, then, what she was willing to sacrifice. He met Harry's gaze. I understand now. Harry's vision blurred. Don't, he whispered. Don't talk like that. You're going to be fine. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, he said. I am. He reached into the empty basin and retrieved the locket. The Inferi rose from the black water. Harry had read about them in Hermione's books. Corpses animated by dark magic, bound to Voldemort's will, guardians of his most precious secrets. Reading about them was nothing. Seeing them, dozens, hundreds, their rotting hands reaching, their empty eye sockets fixed on living flesh, was everything. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was weak but steady. The sword. Harry's hand moved to his hip. Gryffindor's blade slid from its sheath. The steel caught the cave's dim light, reflected it, amplified it. Golden fire raced along the edge. Courage is not the absence of fear, Gryffindor's voice echoed. It is the choice to act despite it. Harry chose. He swung. The inferi fell. Not easily. Not cleanly. Each swing of the blade required every ounce of strength Harry possessed. His arms burned. His lungs burned. His scar burned. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Dumbledore was behind him, drained and defenseless. The locket was in his robes. The exit was across a sea of grasping, rotting hands. Harry fought. The sword sang through the air. Each strike carved through dark magic and dead flesh. Each step forward was earned with blood and steel and the desperate refusal to yield. This is what Godric felt, Harry thought. Not glory. Not triumph. Just the simple, absolute certainty that some things are worth dying for. And some things are worth living for. He reached the passage entrance. Dumbledore. Now. They ran. The cave mouth spat them out onto wet black rock. Harry collapsed to his knees. His sword arm hung limp. His chest heaved. His scar pulsed with fading agony. Dumbledore stood at the cliff's edge, the locket gleaming in his hands. It is real, he murmured. After all these years. He pressed the serpentine emblem. The locket snapped open. Inside were two compartments. One held a folded scrap of parchment, yellowed with age. The other. Nothing, Harry whispered. There's nothing inside. Dumbledore's expression was very still. The Horcrux, he said. It's gone. He unfolded the parchment. To the Dark Lord, it read. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know, it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Harry read the note 3 times. He stole it, he said. Someone stole the Horcrux before we could get to it. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. R.A.B. Someone who knew Voldemort's secrets. Someone who was willing to sacrifice everything to strike a blow against him. He looked at Harry. This changes nothing. And everything. They returned to Hogwarts in silence. Dumbledore retired to his office, the empty locket clutched in his hands. Harry walked through moonlit corridors, his sword heavy at his hip, the Covenant stone cold against his chest. We failed, he thought. We went through all of that, the cave, the potion, the inferi, and the Horcrux was already gone. Someone else got there first. Someone else sacrificed everything for the chance to destroy it. He thought about the note. The cramped handwriting. The desperate hope in every word. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. Who were you? Harry whispered. R.A.B. What happened to you? Did you destroy it? The night offered no answers. Sleep didn't come. Harry lay in his four-poster, staring at the canopy, the empty locket's image burned into his memory. Gold. Serpentine. Beautiful and terrible and empty. Someone else is hunting Horcruxes, he realized. Someone else knows Voldemort's secrets. Someone else is willing to sacrifice everything to stop him. I'm not alone in this. The thought should have comforted him. It didn't. Dawn brought rain and a summons from Dumbledore. Harry dressed quickly, strapped the sword to his hip, pressed the Covenant stone against his chest. The corridors were empty at this hour, only the portraits watched him pass, their painted eyes following his progress. Dumbledore's office was unchanged. Fawkes perched silently. The silver instruments whirred and puffed. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus pretended to sleep. But Dumbledore himself looked older. R.A.B., he said. I have spent the night considering the initials. He paused. I believe they belong to Regulus Arcturus Black. Harry's brow furrowed. Black. Like Sirius Black. Sirius's younger brother. Dumbledore's voice was careful. He was a Death Eater. He joined Voldemort as a young man, seduced by promises of power and purpose. He paused. Then he defected. Attempted to destroy the Horcrux. And died for his efforts. Harry absorbed this. A Death Eater, he said. Someone who served Voldemort. He's the one who stole the locket. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. People are not always what they seem, Harry. Regulus Black spent years serving darkness. But in the end, he chose to fight against it. He met Harry's gaze. That choice matters. Perhaps more than all the years that came before. Harry thought about Slytherin. About the founder who had spent 1,000 years regretting his choices, his pride, his fear. People can change, he thought. Even Death Eaters. Even founders who walked away from everything they built. Even me. What happened to the locket? He asked. Regulus stole it, but he didn't destroy it. The note says he intended to. I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was honest. Perhaps he failed. Perhaps he hid it before he died, hoping someone else would finish what he started. He paused. Perhaps it is still out there, waiting to be found. Harry's marked hand tightened on his knee. Then we find it, he said. We find the locket and destroy it. We find the other Horcruxes too, the cup, the diadem, whatever else Voldemort corrupted. He met Dumbledore's gaze. That's what Regulus wanted. That's what the founders wanted. That's what I want. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes, he said. I believe it is. The weeks that followed were a study in patience. Harry continued his training. Sword work, defensive magic, the constant refinement of his connection to the Covenant. The stone pulsed against his chest, seeking, searching, waiting. But it found nothing. The locket remained hidden. The cup remained hidden. The diadem remained hidden. Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, wherever they were, refused to reveal themselves. Maybe they're not at Hogwarts, Hermione said. They were in the library, surrounded by maps and genealogical records and increasingly desperate research. The locket was in a cave. The cup could be anywhere. Then where do we look? I don't know. Hermione's frustration was evident. There are thousands of magical locations in Britain alone. We can't search them all. Harry pressed his marked hand against the Covenant stone. Show me, he thought. Please, I know you can sense them. Show me where to look. The stone pulsed. Faint. Frustrated. Not yet, it seemed to whisper. Not ready. Wait. Harry wanted to scream. Instead, he waited. June brought heat and the promise of summer. Harry's second year at Hogwarts was ending. He had survived basilisks and Horcruxes and the fading of the founders. He had claimed Gryffindor's sword and faced Voldemort's sanctuary and learned that even Death Eaters could choose redemption. But the war was not over. Voldemort was still out there, his soul fragmented into 7 pieces, his followers gathering in the shadows. The Horcruxes were still hidden. The prophecy still waited, coiled and patient, for its final fulfillment. And Harry still carried a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in his scar. I'm not ready, he thought. Not for any of it. But I'm getting there. One day at a time. One choice at a time. One battle at a time. That's all anyone can do. The end-of-term feast was a blur of noise and light. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. Hermione had received top marks in every subject. Ron had somehow passed potions. And Harry had survived another year. He sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by laughter and celebration, and tried to feel like he belonged. This is what we're fighting for, he reminded himself. Not prophecies. Not legacies. Not the weight of 1,000 years. This. Right now. People we love, celebrating together. This is worth protecting. He smiled. And for a moment, he almost believed it. The train carried them south. Harry sat by the window, watching the castle recede into the distance. Hogwarts grew smaller, smaller, a toy fortress against the summer sky. I'll be back, he promised. In September. I'll be back. The Covenant stone pulsed against his chest. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We wait. Always. Harry closed his eyes. And let the rhythm of the train carry him home. Number 4, Privet Drive was exactly as he remembered. Same perfectly manicured lawn. Same net curtains. Same smell of potpourri and repressed fury. But Harry was not the same. He carried a Covenant mark on his hand and a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his scar. He had faced basilisks and Horcruxes and the memory of Tom Riddle. He had trained with the founders of Hogwarts and claimed their legacies as his own. He was not the boy who had left this house 9 months ago. And he would never be that boy again. Close the door, boy, you're letting the cold in. Harry closed the door. His trunk was already in the cupboard. His owl was already in the garden shed. His place in this house was already determined, small, silent, invisible. But his place in the world was no longer determined by the Dursleys. And that made all the difference. The summer stretched before him, vast and uncertain. Harry trained in the darkness of the cupboard, practicing sword forms and defensive spells and the quiet art of waiting. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione. He pressed the Covenant Stone against his chest every night and felt Hogwarts breathe in answer. And he thought about Regulus Black, a Death Eater who had seen the darkness he served and turned away. A young man who had sacrificed everything to strike a blow against Voldemort. A name on a scrap of parchment, preserved in an empty locket, waiting a decade for someone to find it. He didn't succeed, Harry thought. He stole the Horcrux, but he couldn't destroy it. He died trying, but he tried. That's what matters. He tried. Harry pressed his marked hand against his scar. I'm trying too, he whispered. I'm trying so hard. The fragment was silent, but Harry felt it anyway. The patient darkness, the waiting hunger, the piece of Voldemort's soul that dreamed of resurrection and conquest and the final defeat of Harry Potter. Not yet, Harry thought. Not ever. I won't let you win. I won't let you become me. He closed his eyes and slept. The dream came without warning. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets. Not the dream chamber, where Tom Riddle waited with his cold smiles and ancient eyes. The real chamber. The one beneath Hogwarts. But something was different. The basilisk skeleton was gone. The statue of Slytherin was cracked, crumbling, its ancient stone weeping dust. The green light that had always illuminated the chamber was fading, dying, retreating into darkness. And at the center of the decay, standing alone and untouched, Salazar Slytherin. Not the Echo Harry had known. Not the weary, regretful founder who had spent 1,000 years waiting for redemption. This was Slytherin as he had been in life, proud, powerful, certain. You have done well, Slytherin said. Better than I expected. Harry's scar pulsed. You're not real, he said. The founders faded. They're gone. Yes. Slytherin's voice was calm. We are gone. But our legacy remains. In the Covenant. In the castle. In you. He stepped closer. And in the locket. Harry's breath caught. The locket was mine, Slytherin continued. Forged by my own hands, bound to my own magic. I wore it for centuries, poured my power into its golden chains. His voice hardened. And Tom Riddle took it. Corrupted it. Made it a vessel for his fractured soul. He met Harry's gaze. You cannot destroy the Horcruxes without destroying what we created. The locket, the cup, the diadem. They are not merely objects, they are us. Our magic. Our legacy. Our sins. Harry's chest tightened. I don't want to destroy your legacy. I want to save it. Then you must understand. Slytherin's voice was quiet. The Horcruxes are not separate from what we built. They are the shadow of our ambition, the echo of our failures. To destroy them is to destroy that shadow. He paused. But it is also to free us from it. Harry absorbed this. You're saying, destroying the Horcruxes will set you free. Yes. Slytherin's voice was gentle. Not from death. From regret. From the weight of 1,000 years of waiting. He smiled. That is what Regulus Black understood. That is what you must understand now. Harry met his gaze. I understand, he said. I destroy the Horcruxes. I free your legacy from Voldemort's corruption. I make the Covenant whole. Yes. Slytherin nodded slowly. That is your path, Harry Potter. That is your purpose. He paused. And that is your choice. Harry woke. The dream haunted him through July and into August. He didn't tell Ron or Hermione about it. Didn't tell Dumbledore. The dream felt private, sacred, a message from beyond death, delivered by a founder who had spent a millennium waiting for redemption. Destroy the Horcruxes, Slytherin had said. Free our legacy from Voldemort's corruption. Make the Covenant whole. Harry pressed the Covenant stone against his chest. I will, he whispered. I promise. The stone pulsed. We know, the warmth seemed to answer. We wait. Always. The second week of August brought a letter from Hogwarts. Not the standard supply list Harry had received that weeks ago. This was different, thicker, sealed with crimson wax and Dumbledore's personal crest. Harry opened it in the privacy of the cupboard. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and enjoying your summer. I write with news that may be of interest to you. The Order has received intelligence regarding the location of Hufflepuff's cup. It appears Voldemort entrusted it to Bellatrix Lestrange, one of his most devoted followers, who has hidden it within her vault at Gringotts. Retrieving the cup will be extraordinarily dangerous. Gringotts is heavily guarded, and Bellatrix's vault is protected by the most powerful enchantments the goblins can devise. But it may also be our best chance to destroy another Horcrux. I do not ask you to act on this information now. You are 12 years old, and the cup is not going anywhere. But I believe you should know what we face. Knowledge, as your founders taught you, is the foundation of wisdom. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Another Horcrux. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. Another founder's legacy, corrupted and defiled. I will find it, Harry promised. I will reclaim it. I will destroy it. Not yet. Not soon. But eventually. When I'm ready. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his trunk. And waited. The final week of August brought heat and the familiar anticipation of return. Harry packed his trunk with methodical precision. Robes, books, quill and parchment and ink. The mirror his father had left him. The snitch from the Quidditch final. The Covenant stone, warm against his chest. And Gryffindor's sword, wrapped in his cloak and hidden at the bottom of the trunk. I'm coming home, he thought. Not to Privet Drive, not to the cupboard, to Hogwarts, to the castle that chose me, to the covenant that binds me, to the legacy I carry forward. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. Wait for me, he thought. Just a little longer. I'll be there soon. The Covenant stone pulsed. Always, the warmth whispered. Always. Harry smiled. And waited for the train. The Hogwarts Express carved through countryside painted in late summer gold. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window, watching the landscape blur from ordered fields into wild moorland. His reflection stared back at him, familiar and strange. Another year older. Another year closer to whatever waited at the end of this path. Ron was already deep into a detailed analysis of the Chudley Cannon's off-season acquisitions. And if Davies can just stay on his broom for more than 3 consecutive matches, they might actually finish above 7th place. 7th, Harry. That's practically the top half. Sounds promising, Harry murmured. Ron squinted at him. You're not listening. I'm always listening to your Quidditch analysis. It's just, some of it doesn't stick. Which parts? The parts about the cannons. And the other teams. And the rules. Ron grinned. So all of it, then. All of it. Across the compartment, Hermione lowered her book. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes held that particular sharpness Harry had learned to recognize. You're doing it again, she said. Going somewhere else. Harry met her gaze. I'm here. Your body is here. Your mind is in about 6 different places, none of them on this train. Ron looked between them. Should I give you 2 a moment? No, Harry said. Yes. He paused. I don't know. Hermione's voice softened. What happened this summer? Dumbledore's letter said you went to the cave. That you found the locket. It was empty. Harry's voice was quiet. Someone had already taken the Horcrux. Years ago. A Death Eater named Regulus Black. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Black. Like Sirius Black. The mass murderer who escaped Azkaban. His brother. I didn't know Sirius Black had a brother. Most people don't. Harry paused. He stole the locket. Tried to destroy it. Died trying. The compartment fell silent. He defected, Hermione said slowly. Regulus Black. He was a Death Eater, and then he turned against Voldemort. Yes. And he died for it. Yes. Hermione absorbed this. That's, actually quite brave, she said. To realize you've been fighting for the wrong side and choose to fight against it, knowing you'll probably die. Harry looked at his marked hand. Yeah, he said quietly. It is. The train carried them north. Harry ate a pasty he didn't taste. He laughed at jokes he didn't hear. He watched the landscape transform from gold to green to the wild, untamed beauty of the Scottish Highlands. And he thought about Regulus Black. A boy who had joined Voldemort's service at 16, seduced by promises of power and purpose. A young man who had seen the monster behind the mask and chosen to fight back. A ghost whose name was preserved only in a yellowed scrap of parchment, hidden in an empty locket. He didn't succeed, Harry thought. He stole the Horcrux, but he couldn't destroy it. He died alone in that cave, and Voldemort never even knew he'd tried. But he tried. That's what matters. He tried. Harry pressed his marked hand against his chest. The Covenant stone pulsed, steady and patient. I won't let your sacrifice be forgotten, he promised Regulus. I'll find the locket. I'll destroy it. I'll finish what you started. I swear it. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a heartbeat. Harry stood at the edge of the lake, watching the castle emerge from the deepening twilight. Its towers pierced clouds that glowed from within. Its windows glittered with ancient warmth. Its stones breathed with the rhythm of 1,000 years of magic. Home, he thought. I'm home. The Covenant stone blazed against his chest. Welcome back, heir, the warmth whispered. We have waited. We remember. Always. Harry smiled, and walked toward the waiting doors. The great hall was exactly as he remembered. Floating candles. Enchanted ceiling. 4 long tables packed with students in house colors, their voices rising in a roar of reunion and anticipation. And at the far end, on the raised dais, the 4 thrones. Empty. Harry's chest tightened. He had known they would be empty. The founders had faded months ago, their echoes dissolved into memory and stone. But seeing the thrones now, seeing the absence where Gryffindor's fierce smile and Ravenclaw's patient gaze and Hufflepuff's gentle warmth and Slytherin's quiet wisdom had once stood. It felt like losing them all over again. You okay? Ron's voice was quiet. Harry blinked. Yeah, he said. Just, remembering. Ron didn't ask what he was remembering. He didn't need to. I know, he said. I still catch myself looking for Fred and George in the common room before I remember they're in Egypt. Harry looked at him. It gets easier, Ron continued. Not forgetting. Just, carrying it. The weight doesn't go away, but you get stronger. He paused. At least, that's what Mum says. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah, he said. That's what they told me too. The sorting ceremony passed in a blur of names and houses. Harry clapped when the new Gryffindors joined their table. He smiled at their nervous faces, their wide eyes, their trembling hands. He remembered being that small, that frightened, that desperate to belong. They don't know what's waiting for them, he thought. The wars and Horcruxes and Dark Lords. The covenants and legacies and impossible choices. Maybe that's a mercy. Maybe they'll never have to know. He hoped, fiercely, that they wouldn't. Dumbledore rose from his chair. The hall fell silent. I have 2 announcements to make this evening, he said. His voice carried to every corner of the vast space. First, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts classes will be taught by Professor Remus Lupin. A murmur rippled through the student body. Harry glanced at the high table, where a shabby man with prematurely gray hair sat hunched in his new robes. His face was lined, his clothes patched, his expression weary. But his eyes were kind. Professor Lupin has graciously agreed to fill this position at short notice, Dumbledore continued. I trust you will extend him the same courtesy and respect you have shown his predecessors. The murmur shifted. Harry caught snatches of whispers, another one, wonder how long he'll last, did you see his robes? Second, Dumbledore's voice hardened. The Ministry of Magic has seen fit to station Dementors at every entrance to Hogwarts. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop. The Ministry fears that Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer who escaped Azkaban this summer, may attempt to enter the castle. The Dementors are here to prevent that. He paused. Let me be perfectly clear. The Dementors are not to be trifled with. They cannot be reasoned with, bargained with, or defeated through conventional means. They will not distinguish between Sirius Black and any other soul they encounter. His gaze swept the hall. As long as you remain within the castle walls, you are safe. But I urge you, do not give them any reason to notice you. Harry's scar pulsed. Not the sharp agony of Voldemort's presence. Something else. Something cold and hollow and hungry. Dementors, he thought. Creatures that feed on happiness. That drain hope and warmth and memory. That can sense the darkness inside people. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. Can they sense the fragment? He wondered. Can they feel the peace of Voldemort's soul sleeping in my scar? He didn't know. He was afraid to find out. The Gryffindor common room welcomed him with open arms. Same squashy armchairs. Same crackling fire. Same scarlet and gold banners hanging from the rafters. Same portrait of the fat lady, who demanded the password with theatrical suspicion. Caput Draconis, Harry said. Pass, dear, and try to get some sleep. You look like you haven't seen a proper bed in months. Harry smiled. I'll try. The dormitory was unchanged. 4 poster beds, crimson hangings, trunks at the foot of each bed, already unpacked by unseen house elf hands. Ron was already snoring. Harry lay in the darkness, the Covenant stone warm against his chest, and listened to the castle breathe. I'm back, he thought. I'm home. Now what? The stone pulsed. Wait, the warmth seemed to whisper. Watch. Prepare. The path will reveal itself. Harry closed his eyes. And waited. Defense against the dark arts was on Monday morning. Harry walked into the classroom with Ron and Hermione, his wand ready, his senses alert. He didn't know what to expect from Professor Lupin. Dumbledore had spoken highly of him, but Dumbledore spoke highly of everyone. The classroom was different. No locked cabinets. No shadowed corners. No sense of imminent danger or barely contained chaos. Just a man standing at the front of the room, his worn robes patched at the elbows, his gray hair escaping in all directions. "Good morning," Professor Lupin said. "If you'd kindly put your textbooks away. This is a practical class, and you won't be needing them." A ripple of surprise moved through the students. Practical classes, in Harry's experience, were rare, and usually preceded disaster. Lupin smiled. It transformed his weary face. "Today, we'll be tackling boggarts." He gestured to the wardrobe at the front of the room. It trembled slightly. "Can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Hermione's hand shot up. "It's a shape-shifting creature that takes the form of its victim's greatest fear." 5 points to Gryffindor. And how does one defeat a boggart? The ridiculous charm. It forces the boggart to assume a form the caster finds amusing, and laughter dispels it. Another 5 points. Lupin's eyes crinkled. "I see Professor McGonagall wasn't exaggerating about this year's Gryffindors." He turned to face the class. "The ridiculous charm requires 2 things. Concentration and confidence. You must visualize the boggart's new form clearly, and you must believe, truly believe, that it is ridiculous." He paused. "This is harder than it sounds. Fear does not yield easily to mockery. But with practice, it becomes possible." His gaze moved across the room. Settled on Harry. "Mr. Potter, would you care to demonstrate?" Harry's heart hammered. He didn't know what his boggart would become. Voldemort. The basilisk. The dementors that waited at the gates. "Your greatest fear," Lupin had said. Harry wasn't sure he wanted to know what that was. But he stood. Walked to the front of the room. Raised his wand. The wardrobe door burst open. And Harry saw his parents. Not the blurred, smiling figures from his father's mirror. Not the distant memories he had constructed from fragments and photographs. Real. Alive. Lily Potter's red hair catching the light. James Potter's crooked grin. And behind them, a flash of green. The killing curse. Harry's wand arm dropped. "Mr. Potter." Lupin's voice was calm, steady. "Look at me. Breathe." Harry forced his gaze away from the vision. Lupin's face was patient, kind, utterly without judgment. "That is a boggart," Lupin said quietly. "Not your parents. Not the curse that killed them. A creature that wears fear like a mask." He paused. "Do you understand?" Harry nodded. His throat was too tight for words. "Good." Lupin's voice softened. "Now, when you're ready, I want you to think of something funny. Something that makes you laugh." Harry thought. He thought about Ron's face when Hermione corrected his potions essay. He thought about Fred and George's experimental toffees turning Percy's hair pink. He thought about the Quidditch cup, heavy in his hands, surrounded by screaming Gryffindors. He thought about Hogwarts. His wand rose. Ridiculous. The boggart flickered. His parents' faces shifted, distorted, became something else entirely. James's hair turned electric blue. Lily's robes transformed into a clown costume. The green light became a cascade of multicolored sparks. The class laughed. Harry didn't. But his wand arm steadied. "Excellent," Lupin said. 5 points to Gryffindor. He turned to face the class. "Now, who's next?" The lesson continued. Neville faced Snape in his grandmother's clothes. Ron faced a giant spider on roller skates. Hermione faced Professor McGonagall telling her she'd failed every exam. Harry watched, and learned, and tried not to think about the Dementors waiting at the gates. After class, Lupin called him back. "Mr. Potter." A moment. Harry waited as the other students filed out. Hermione glanced back, concerned. Ron mouthed, "We'll wait outside." The door closed. "Your boggart," Lupin said quietly. "Your parents. The moment they died." Harry nodded. "I knew your parents." Lupin's voice was careful. "James and Lily. We were friends at school." Harry stared at him. "You knew them?" "Yes." Lupin's smile was sad. "James and I were in Gryffindor together. Lily was a year ahead. She used to hex me when I made her laugh too loudly in the library." His voice softened. "They were the best of us. Both of them." Harry's chest tightened. What were they like? He asked. Really? Lupin was silent for a long moment. James was arrogant, he said finally. Reckless. Absolutely convinced he was the best at everything. A pause. He was also fiercely loyal, impossibly brave, and the best friend anyone could have asked for. He met Harry's gaze. Lily was brilliant. Fierce. She never let anyone tell her she wasn't good enough. Not the purebloods who sneered at her blood status, not the professors who underestimated her, not James when he was being an insufferable prat. He smiled. She was the one who brought us all together. James and Sirius and Peter and me. Without her, we would have been 4 boys with too much magic and not enough sense. With her, we were a family. Harry's vision blurred. They'd be so proud of you, Lupin said quietly. I know I am. Harry didn't trust his voice. He nodded once, sharply, and fled the classroom. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the corridor. You okay? Ron asked. Harry wiped his eyes. Yeah, he said. I think I am. The Dementors found him 3 days later. Harry was walking back from Quidditch practice, his broom over his shoulder, his mind on snitch patterns and Wood's increasingly elaborate strategies. The sun was setting, painting the corridors in golden amber. He didn't hear them approach. One moment the corridor was empty. The next, the temperature plummeted. Frost crawled across the stone walls. The torches guttered, dimmed, died. And Harry heard screaming, not the distant echo of memory. Now, here, a woman's voice, high and desperate, pleading for mercy that would not come. His mother's voice. Harry's scar exploded. His wand flew from his hand. His knees hit the stone floor. The darkness pressed against him, cold and hungry and patient. It wrapped around his chest, his throat, his heart. It whispered words he couldn't understand but somehow recognized. Fear, it whispered. Despair. You are alone. You have always been alone. You will always be alone. Give up. Give in. Give. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded through the corridor. The Dementor recoiled. Its hooded form twisted, shrieked, dissolved into the shadows. The light chased it, drove it back, drove it out. Harry gasped. Professor Lupin stood over him, his wand raised, his face pale. A silver wisp curled from his wand tip, not a full Patronus, but enough. Enough. Mr. Potter. His voice was steady. Can you stand? Harry's legs wouldn't work. Lupin knelt beside him. His hand found Harry's shoulder, warm, solid, present. Breathe, he said quietly. Just breathe. Harry breathed. The screaming faded. The cold receded. The corridor returned to its ordinary shape, torches flickering, stones warm with ancient magic. I heard her, Harry whispered. My mum. Begging for mercy. Lupin's expression was very still. The Dementors make you relive your worst memories, he said. They don't create the pain. They simply amplify it. Harry's hand moved to his scar. I passed out, he said. When I was a baby. I don't remember what happened. But I heard it, heard her, like I was there. Yes. Lupin's voice was gentle. That is the Dementors' true horror. They don't show you what you fear. They show you what you've already lost. He paused. And they never let you forget. Harry looked at him. How do you fight them? He asked. How do you make them go away? Lupin was silent for a long moment. The Patronus charm, he said finally. It's the only known defense against Dementors. It requires a happy memory, the happiest memory you possess, and the ability to hold onto it even as the Dementors try to tear it away. He met Harry's gaze. It is not easy. It is not safe. But it is possible. Can you teach me? Lupin nodded slowly. Yes, he said. I can. The lessons began that week. Harry met Lupin in his office after hours, when the castle was quiet and the Dementors' patrols had retreated to the outer grounds. They practiced the Patronus charm until Harry's wand arm ached and his happiest memories felt worn thin from repeated use. Again, Lupin said, clear your mind. Focus on the memory. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Hogwarts. The first time he'd seen the castle rising from the darkness. The warmth of the Covenant stone against his chest. The weight of Gryffindor's sword in his hand. He thought about his friends. Ron's laughter. Hermione's fierce determination. The simple, absolute certainty that he was not alone. Expecto Patronum. Silver light flickered from his wand tip. Not a corporeal Patronus, not yet. But more than he had managed before. Better, Lupin said. Much better. Harry opened his eyes. What happens when I can't remember the happy memory? he asked. When the Dementors make it feel like it never happened. Lupin was quiet for a moment. Then you find another memory, he said. Or you create one. You hold on to hope, even when hope feels impossible. He paused. That is the true power of the Patronus. Not the memory itself. The choice to remember it. Harry absorbed this. Can you do it? He asked. Cast a Patronus. Lupin's expression shifted. Something flickered in his eyes, pain, perhaps, or grief. Yes, he said. I can. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand tip. Not a wisp, not a flicker, a flood. It coalesced into a shape, luminous and beautiful and alive. A wolf. Harry stared. The Patronus circled the office once, twice, its silver form trailing starlight. Then it faded, dissolving into the warmth of the room. Lupin lowered his wand. Your Patronus, Harry said slowly. It's a wolf. Yes. Is that why Dumbledore hired you? Because of what you are. Lupin met his gaze. Yes, he said. I told him everything. My condition. The risk. He hired me anyway. He paused. He said everyone deserves a second chance. Harry thought about Regulus Black. Slytherin. The choices that define people more than their origins. Yeah, he said quietly. He's right. October arrived with frost and the first Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Harry flew through rain and wind, chasing the snitch across a sky the color of old pewter. His fingers were numb. His glasses were useless. His broom responded to his slightest shift in weight. He caught the snitch in 47 minutes. The Gryffindor common room erupted. Wood cried. Ron screamed himself hoarse. Hermione smiled and said, that was actually quite impressive. Harry accepted their congratulations and tried to forget the Dementors waiting at the gates. That night, he dreamed of the chamber. Not the physical chamber. The dream chamber, where shadows moved and ancient magic pulsed through the stones. But Tom Riddle wasn't there. Instead, Salazar Slytherin stood before the statue of his younger self. You were afraid, Slytherin said. Of the Dementors. Of what they saw in you. Harry's scar pulsed. They showed me my parents dying, he said. They showed me the fragment. Yes. Slytherin's voice was quiet. The Dementors are drawn to darkness. They sense the piece of Voldemort's soul that sleeps in your scar. Can they take it? Can they remove it? No. Slytherin's voice was firm. The fragment is bound to you, Harry. It cannot be separated by any force less than death, or the willingness to die. He paused. But the Dementors can use it. Feed on it. Amplify its influence over your thoughts and emotions. Harry's chest tightened. How do I stop them? You learn to cast a Patronus. Slytherin's voice was gentle. You learn to hold on to hope when hope feels impossible. You learn to be stronger than the darkness you carry. He met Harry's gaze. And you remember that you are not alone. Harry woke. The second week of October brought news of Sirius Black. He had been spotted near Hogsmeade. The Dementors' patrols intensified. Students were forbidden to leave the castle grounds without escort. Harry walked through corridors thick with frost and whispered fear. Sirius Black, he thought. The man who betrayed my parents. Who told Voldemort where they were hiding. Who murdered 13 people with a single curse. He's coming here. To Hogwarts. For me. His scar pulsed. Let him come, eh? Voice whispered, not Tom Riddle's voice, not the fragments. His own. Let him try. I'm not the baby he left to die. I'm the heir of the Covenant. And I have Gryffindor's sword. Harry pressed his marked hand against his chest. Let him come, he thought. I'll be ready. Halloween arrived cold and gray. Harry sat in the Great Hall, surrounded by floating pumpkins and enchanted skeletons and students in costume. Ron was wearing a lion suit that made him look like a distressed orange throw pillow. Hermione was dressed as a witch. I'm a witch every day, Ron, this is just my normal robes. Harry laughed. It felt strange on his face. After the feast, he walked alone through the corridors. The castle was quiet. Most students were still in the Great Hall, finishing their treacle tart and complaining about homework. The portraits watched him pass, their painted eyes tracking his progress. He didn't know where he was going. His feet carried him past the 7th floor, past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, past the door that only appeared when he needed it most. The room of requirement opened. Inside, Gryffindor's sword waited on its pedestal. The blade gleamed in the dim light, patient and eternal. Harry approached. His fingers found the hilt. I don't know if I can do this, he thought. Fight Voldemort. Hunt Horcruxes. Face the man who betrayed my parents. I don't know if I'm strong enough. The sword warmed beneath his grip. Courage is not the absence of fear, Gryffindor's voice echoed. It is the choice to act despite it. You have made that choice, again and again. Do not stop now. Harry lifted the sword from its pedestal. Always, he whispered, and carried the blade into the waiting darkness. November arrived with fog and the scent of approaching war. Harry felt it in the stones beneath his feet. The castle breathed differently now, shorter, quicker, like an animal sensing a predator in the darkness. The portraits spoke in hushed whispers. The ghosts drifted through corridors they usually avoided. Even Peeves seemed subdued, his pranks half-hearted, his cackles muted. Sirius Black was coming. Harry trained with Lupin 3 nights a week. His Patronus remained formless, silver mist instead of a corporeal guardian, but it grew stronger with each session. The Dementors still sensed him, still reached for the darkness in his scar, but they could not touch him as they had before. Progress, Lupin said. Not perfection. Progress is enough. Harry nodded. His wand arm ached. His happiest memories felt frayed at the edges. But he kept practicing. The first weekend of November brought the Hogsmeade trip. Harry stood at the entrance to the Great Hall, watching students stream toward the gates. Ron was already halfway to the carriages, his voice carrying across the grounds as he described the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks in exhaustive detail. Hermione walked beside him, her scarf wrapped twice around her neck, her breath misting in the cold air. Harry couldn't join them. His permission form lay unsigned at the bottom of his trunk. Uncle Vernon had returned it with a single word scrawled across the parchment, "No." "I'll stay with you," Hermione had offered. "It's just a village. You love Hogsmeade. I love my friends more." But Harry had insisted. He didn't need company. He didn't need pity. He needed to train. Now, standing alone in the emptying corridor, he wasn't sure what he needed. The sword, he thought. The sword always helps. He turned toward the 7th floor. The room of requirement opened at his command. Gryffindor's sword waited on its pedestal, patient and eternal. Harry approached, his fingers finding the familiar grip of the hilt. The blade warmed beneath his touch. I don't know what to do, he thought. Sirius Black is coming. Voldemort is coming. The Horcruxes are out there, waiting. And I'm stuck here, practicing spells I already know, chasing a snitch that doesn't matter, pretending I'm just another student. I'm not ready. I'm not strong enough. I'm not. The sword pulsed. Courage, Gryffindor's voice echoed, is not the absence of doubt. It is the choice to act despite it. You doubt. Good. Doubt keeps you humble, keeps you questioning, keeps you growing. The man who never doubts is the man who has stopped learning. And the man who has stopped learning has already lost. Harry's grip tightened. I miss you, he whispered. All of you. I know you're not really gone. I know you're in the stones and the magic and the covenant. But I miss you. Your voices. Your presence. Your patience. He paused. I don't know if I'm doing this right. The sword. The Horcruxes. The covenant. I don't know if I'm honoring your legacy or just surviving. The sword was silent, but the warmth remained. Harry stayed in the room of requirement until the light through the high windows shifted from gold to gray. He practiced sword forms until his arms ached. He cast defensive spells until his wand hand cramped. He sat in the silence and tried to hear the echoes of the founders in the ancient stone. Nothing. They're gone, he reminded himself. Not absent. Not forgotten. Gone. I carry them forward now. That's what legacy is. He sheathed the sword and walked back through the quiet corridors. The fat lady's portrait was slashed. Harry froze. Canvas hung in tatters from the frame. Paint pooled on the stone floor, crimson and gold and flesh tones, still wet, still glistening. The portrait itself was empty. The fat lady had fled. Harry. Hermione's voice was high with terror. She stood at the end of the corridor, Ron beside her, both of them pale and shaking. He got in, Ron whispered. Sirius Black. He got into the common room. Harry's scar exploded. The common room was chaos. Students huddled in groups, their faces pale, their voices trembling. Percy Weasley was attempting to organize a head count, his prefect badge gleaming uselessly on his chest. Professor McGonagall moved through the crowd, her expression thunderous. Tore the portrait clean off its hinges. Didn't see anything, I was asleep. Could have killed us, could have killed anyone. Harry pushed through the crowd. His scar pulsed with each heartbeat. His marked hand throbbed beneath its glove. Ron, Hermione, are you okay? We weren't there. Hermione's voice was shaking. We were still at Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall brought us back when she heard. Ron nodded mutely. His face was the color of old parchment. Harry scanned the room. Neville, Seamus, Dean, the 6th years, the 7th years, the terrified first years clustered by the fire. Everyone was accounted for. Did he take anything? Harry asked. Steal anything? I don't think so. Hermione's brow furrowed. The fat lady said he didn't say anything. Just slashed the canvas and disappeared when she started screaming. Harry's scar throbbed. He didn't come to steal, Harry thought. He came to kill. He came for me. And I wasn't here. Dumbledore addressed the school at dinner. His voice was calm, measured, but Harry saw the tension in his shoulders. The way his fingers curled around the edge of the lectern. The absence of the usual twinkle in his eyes. As you know, Sirius Black entered Gryffindor Tower this evening, Dumbledore said. He did not harm any students, nor did he remove any objects from the common room. However, this breach of our security is deeply concerning. He paused. Effective immediately, the portrait of the fat lady has been replaced by that of Sir Cadogan. He has agreed to admit only Gryffindors who can provide the correct password, which will be changed twice daily. A murmur rippled through the hall. Additionally, all students are required to be within their common rooms by 6 o'clock. No exceptions. Prefects will patrol the corridors to ensure compliance. Dumbledore's gaze swept the hall. I will not pretend that these measures are convenient. They are not, but they are necessary. Sirius Black is a dangerous man, and until he is recaptured, we must take every precaution to protect the students of this school. He paused. That is all. The hall erupted. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his four-poster, staring at the canopy, his scar a cold brand against his forehead. The castle creaked and settled around him. Ron snored. Neville murmured something about his grandmother. And Harry thought about Sirius Black. The man who betrayed my parents, he thought. The man who told Voldemort where they were hiding. The man who murdered 13 people with a single curse. He came to Hogwarts to kill me. And he'll try again. Harry's hand moved to his chest. The Covenant Stone was warm beneath his fingers. I won't let him, he thought. I won't let him hurt anyone else. I won't let him finish what he started. The stone pulsed. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We wait. We remember. Always. The days that followed were heavy with fear. Students moved through the corridors in groups, their voices hushed, their eyes scanning shadows. The new password changed twice daily, just as Dumbledore had promised, but Sir Cadogan was erratic, forgetful, prone to challenging Gryffindors to duels at 3 in the morning. Harry trained. He met Lupin 3 nights a week for Patronus practice. He visited the Room of Requirement every evening to work with the sword. He pressed the Covenant Stone against his chest and listened for the heartbeat of Hogwarts in the ancient stone. But the castle was restless. He's still here, Harry thought. Sirius Black. He didn't leave. He's hiding somewhere in the castle, waiting for another chance. Waiting for me. His scar pulsed. Let him wait, Harry thought. I'll be ready. The full moon rose on a Thursday. Harry was walking back from the library when he heard it, a howl, distant and anguished, echoing through the frozen grounds. His blood turned to ice. The Forbidden Forest, he thought. Something's in the Forbidden Forest. He didn't investigate. The castle's wards were strong. Whatever lurked in the forest couldn't touch him here. But the howl haunted his dreams. Professor Lupin was absent the next day. And the day after that. And the day after that. He's sick, Hermione said. Dumbledore said he'd be away for a few weeks. Ron shrugged. Probably just quarreling. You know how defense professors are. Harry said nothing. He remembered the silver wolf that had burst from Lupin's wand. The way Lupin had flinched when Harry asked about his Patronus. The howl in the darkness, raw and desperate and familiar. He's a werewolf, Harry realized. Lupin is a werewolf. The knowledge settled into his chest, heavy and cold. A werewolf. Teaching at Hogwarts. Teaching children. Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore hired him anyway. Harry thought about Lupin's patient teaching. His gentle voice. His worn robes and weary eyes and the sadness that never quite left his face. Everyone deserves a second chance, Dumbledore had said. Harry believed that, but he also understood, for the first time, why the Defense Against the Dark Arts position was cursed. December arrived with snow and the promise of Christmas holidays. Harry had no intention of leaving Hogwarts. Sirius Black was still out there. The Dementors still patrolled the gates. The Horcruxes still waited, hidden and patient and hungry. And Harry still carried a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. I can't run, he thought. I can't hide. I can't pretend any of this isn't happening. All I can do is keep training. Keep preparing. Keep fighting. And hope it's enough. He wrote to the Dursleys. He didn't expect a response. He didn't receive one. Christmas morning brought snow and silence. Harry woke early, before the others. The dormitory was quiet, Ron's snoring, Neville's mumblings, the soft whisper of wind against the windows. Gray light seeped through the frost-covered glass. He reached for the Covenant Stone. Happy Christmas, he thought. I know you don't celebrate. I know you're not really here. But happy Christmas anyway. The stone pulsed. Happy Christmas, air, the warmth seemed to whisper. We remember. We wait. Always. Harry smiled. Presents accumulated at the foot of his bed. A knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, maroon, with a gold H on the chest. Homemade fudge from Ron, slightly burned. A book from Hermione, Advanced Defensive Theory, heavily annotated in her cramped handwriting. And a small, flat package wrapped in brown paper. Harry opened it with trembling hands. Inside was a photograph. Moving, like all wizarding photographs. Two people, a man and a woman, their faces young and bright and alive. His parents. James Potter waved at the camera, his messy hair falling into his eyes, his crooked grin splitting his face. Lily Potter laughed at something off-screen, her red hair catching the light like fire. And between them, held carefully in Lily's arms. A baby. Small and round and utterly content. His tiny hand reached for the moving image, grasping at nothing. Harry's vision blurred. There was no note, no signature, no indication of who had sent it. But Harry knew. Lupin, he thought. He wanted me to have this. He wanted me to remember. Harry pressed the photograph against his chest. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. The photograph stayed with him constantly. Harry tucked it into his robe pocket, close to the Covenant Stone. He took it out during meals, during classes, during the long quiet hours of the night. He watched his parents move and smile and live, frozen in a moment of perfect happiness. This is what Voldemort took from me, he thought. Not just their lives, their future, their chance to watch me grow up, their chance to be my family. His scar pulsed. And this is what I'm fighting for, Harry continued. Not revenge, not prophecy, not legacy. This, right now, the memory of people who loved me, preserved in a photograph. The hope that I can be worthy of that love. He pressed his marked hand against the image. I won't let you down, he promised. Either of you. I'll make you proud. I swear it. The photograph's arrival changed something in Harry. Not his determination, that had never wavered. Not his fear, that remained, constant and familiar. Something deeper. Something that had been waiting, dormant, since the moment he first touched the Covenant Stone. They loved me, he thought. My parents. They loved me, and they died to protect me, and that love is still here. In this photograph. In my scar. In the magic that saved me from Voldemort's curse. I carry them with me. Always. Just like I carry the Founders. Just like I carry Hogwarts. Just like I carry the Covenant. He was not alone. He had never been alone. And he would never be alone again. The Christmas holidays passed in a blur of training and quiet reflection. Harry practiced the Patronus charm until silver mist curled from his wand tip like breath on a cold morning. He worked with the sword until his arms ached and his footwork became second nature. He studied Hermione's annotated books until the margins blurred into his own thoughts. And every night, he took out the photograph of his parents and watched them live. I'm getting stronger, he told them. Silently. I'm learning. I'm preparing. When Voldemort comes back, when I have to face him, I'll be ready. I promise. His mother laughed at something off-screen. His father waved at the camera. The baby reached for the light. And Harry smiled. The students returned on a Sunday. Harry stood at the edge of the platform as the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, watching families reunite and friends embrace. Ron spotted him immediately, waving frantically. Harry, you're still alive. Barely, Harry said. Hermione assigned me another reading list. Ron pulled a face. Brutal. Harry smiled. It was good to have them back. Professor Lupin returned the same week. He looked tired. More than tired. Drawn. His robes hung loose on his frame. His eyes were shadowed. His hands trembled slightly as he wrote on the chalkboard. But his voice was steady. "Today," he said, "we will continue our work on Hogwarts." Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, are you feeling well?" Lupin's smile was gentle. "I'm feeling much better, thank you, Miss Granger." The Christmas holidays were restorative. He didn't meet Harry's eyes. Harry didn't mention the photograph. Some gifts, he understood, were meant to be received in silence. January brought cold and the first stirrings of spring. Harry continued his training. His Patronus remained formless, but it grew stronger, a shield of silver light that pushed back the Dementor's cold. His sword work improved. His defensive spells became second nature. And his scar remained quiet. Too quiet. "He's planning something," Harry told Hermione. They were in the library, surrounded by books on Horcruxes and dark magic. "Voldemort. He's not dead. He's not even dormant. He's waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know." Harry's hand moved to his scar. But when he stops waiting, everything changes. Hermione absorbed this. "Then we need to be ready," she said. "We need to find the other Horcruxes. The cup, the diadem, the locket. The locket's still missing. Regulus Black stole it, but he didn't destroy it. It's out there somewhere. Then we find it." Hermione's voice was fierce. "We search every cave, every ruin, every hidden corner of the magical world. We don't stop until we've destroyed every piece of Voldemort's soul." Harry met her gaze. "That could take years. Then we take years." Hermione paused. "We're not going anywhere, Harry. Ron and we're in this with you. Whatever it takes, wherever it leads." Harry's chest tightened. "Thank you," he whispered. Hermione nodded. "That's what friends are for," she said. February brought rain and the news that Sirius Black had been sighted again. Not at Hogwarts. Not even near Hogsmeade. London. Diagon Alley. A shadow in the crowd, gone before the Aurors could respond. "He's getting bolder," Ron said. "Or more desperate." Harry didn't respond. He was thinking about Regulus Black. Sirius's brother. A Death Eater who had defected, stolen a Horcrux, and died trying to destroy it. Two brothers, he thought. One who served Voldemort and died fighting him. One who betrayed my parents and wants to finish what he started. Same blood, same family, same name, completely different choices. He thought about Slytherin, about the founder who had spent 1,000 years regretting his pride, his fear, his isolation. "People can change," Slytherin had said. "I am proof of that. But change requires choice. And choice requires courage." Harry didn't know if Sirius Black was capable of change. He didn't know if he cared. The attack came on a Thursday. Harry was walking back from Quidditch practice, his broom over his shoulder, his mind on snitch patterns and Wood's increasingly frantic strategies. The corridor was empty. The torches flickered in their iron brackets. And then, the temperature dropped. Not gradually. Instantly. Frost crawled across the stone walls. The torches guttered, dimmed, died. Darkness pressed against Harry from all sides. And he heard screaming. His mother's voice. Begging. Pleading. Desperate. "Not Harry, please, not Harry, take me instead." Harry's scar exploded. His wand flew from his hand. His knees hit the cold stone floor. The Dementor descended. Its hooded form blocked the light. Its rotten hand reached for his face. Its presence consumed everything: warmth, hope, memory, self. "Give up," it whispered. "Give in. You are alone. You have always been alone. You will always be alone. There is no light. There is no hope. There is only darkness, and the darkness is hungry, and the darkness is patient, and the darkness is expecto patronum." Silver light exploded from Harry's chest. Not from his wand, he had dropped it. Not from his hand, it was pressed against the stone floor. From his chest. From the Covenant Stone. From the ancient magic that bound him to Hogwarts and Hogwarts to him. The light coalesced, took shape, became a stag, massive and luminous and fierce, its silver antlers cutting through the darkness like blades. It charged the Dementor, drove it back, drove it out. The corridor returned. Harry gasped. His chest heaved. His scar pulsed with fading agony. But he was alive, and the silver stag stood guard over him, patient and eternal, until the last traces of the Dementor's presence faded into nothing. Lupin found him 20 minutes later. Harry was still on the floor, his back against the cold stone wall, his wand clutched in shaking hands. The stag had vanished. The corridor was empty. Harry. Lupin knelt beside him. What happened? A Dementor. Harry's voice was hoarse. It came through the wards. I don't know how. Lupin's expression darkened. Did it touch you? No. I cast a Patronus. But you said you couldn't produce a corporeal Patronus. Harry was silent for a long moment. I didn't cast it, he said finally. The Covenant did. Hogwarts. Something protected me. Lupin studied him. The Covenant, he repeated. Dumbledore mentioned it. The ancient magic that binds Hogwarts to its founders. Yes. And you are its heir. Yes. Lupin was quiet. Your father, he said finally, produced a corporeal Patronus in his 5th year. A stag. Just like yours. Harry's breath caught. My father. Yes. Lupin's voice was gentle. He was proud of it. Used to show it off at every opportunity. A pause. Lily called him a show-off. But she was always smiling when she said it. Harry pressed his marked hand against his chest. A stag, he whispered. My Patronus is a stag. Like father, like son. Lupin smiled. It suits you. Harry didn't trust his voice. He nodded once, sharply. And let Lupin help him to his feet. The Dementor attack changed everything. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office that night. His expression was grave, his usual twinkle absent. A Dementor breached the castle wards, he said. This should not be possible. Then someone let it in. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Someone with access to the castle's protections. Someone who wanted you harmed. Harry's scar pulsed. Sirius Black. Perhaps. Dumbledore paused. Or perhaps someone else. Someone with a different agenda. He met Harry's gaze. The Dementors serve the Ministry. But they are not loyal to any master. They follow power. They feed on suffering. And they are drawn to darkness. He paused. The darkness in your scar makes you vulnerable to them. You know this. Harry nodded. But you cast a Patronus. A corporeal Patronus. At 12 years old. The Covenant helped me. The Covenant channeled your magic, Dumbledore said. But the magic itself was yours. The memory that powered it was yours. The hope that sustained it was yours. He smiled. Your father would have been very proud. Harry's throat tightened. Everyone keeps saying that, he whispered. But he never knew me. Neither of them did. No. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But they knew who you would become. They saw it in the prophecy, in the magic that protected you, in the love they poured into your life before they left it. He paused. And now, I think, they would see that their faith was not misplaced. Harry pressed his marked hand against his chest. I hope so, he whispered. I know so, Dumbledore said. March arrived with wind and the first hints of spring. Harry continued his training. His Patronus grew stronger, more stable. His sword work improved. His connection to the Covenant deepened until he could feel Hogwarts' heartbeat in his own chest. And his scar remained quiet. He's waiting, Harry thought. Voldemort. He's waiting for something. Some sign. Some signal. Some moment when the pieces align. I need to be ready before that moment comes. He trained harder. The letter arrived on a Saturday. Harry was in the library, struggling through a Transfiguration essay, when Hedwig swooped through the open window. The envelope was plain, unmarked, no return address, no identifying crest. But Harry recognized the handwriting. Sirius Black. He opened it beneath the table, his heart hammering. Harry, I know you have no reason to trust me. I know what everyone has told you, that I betrayed your parents, that I murdered 13 people, that I escaped Azkaban to finish what I started. It's not true. I didn't betray James and Lily. Peter Pettigrew did. He was their secret keeper, and he sold them to Voldemort for his own worthless skin. I've spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime I didn't commit. I escaped to find Pettigrew. To bring him to justice. To protect you from the monster your parents trusted. He's at Hogwarts, Harry. Pettigrew is at Hogwarts. He's been here all along, hiding in plain sight. I need to see you. I need to explain. I need you to understand. Meet me in Hogsmeade. Tomorrow. The 3 broomsticks. I'll be waiting. Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times. His hands were steady. His scar was cold. His heart beat slow and even. Peter Pettigrew, he thought. Not Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew. The man who betrayed my parents is at Hogwarts. He's been here all along. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his robe pocket. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would learn the truth. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his four-poster, the letter pressed against his chest, his scar cold and still. Ron's snores filled the dormitory. Neville murmured something about his grandmother. The castle creaked and settled around them, ancient and patient and utterly indifferent to the weight of secrets Harry carried. Peter Pettigrew, he thought. Not Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew. He was their secret keeper. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. He murdered 13 people and framed Sirius for his crimes. And he's here, at Hogwarts, hiding in plain sight. Harry's hand moved to his scar. 12 years, he thought. 12 years Sirius spent in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. 12 years Pettigrew spent pretending to be a rat, hiding with the Weasleys, sleeping in Ron's bed. 12 years my parents' murderer has been living in the same house as my best friend. His chest tightened. I have to know the truth, he thought. I have to meet Sirius. I have to hear it from him. Then I have to find Pettigrew. And I have to make him pay. Dawn came gray and cold. Harry dressed in silence. He strapped Gryffindor's sword beneath his cloak. He pressed the Covenant stone against his chest. He tucked Sirius's letter into his robe pocket, close to the photograph of his parents. Ron stirred in his sleep. Harry froze. But Ron didn't wake. Harry slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. Embers glowed in the hearth. Frost traced the windows. Sir Cadogan's portrait snored loudly, his helmet tilted over his eyes. Harry moved to the portrait hole. Password. Sir Cadogan snapped awake. Harry hesitated. The password changed twice daily. He hadn't checked this morning. Caput Draconis, he said. Wrong. Sir Cadogan brandished his sword. Try again, or face my blade. Harry's heart hammered. Think, he commanded himself. What would Dumbledore choose? What would McGonagall choose? What would Sirius expect? Sirius, he said. Sir Cadogan tilted his helmet. Sirius. That's not the password. It should be. The portrait hesitated. Then, slowly, it swung open. Unconventional, Sir Cadogan muttered. But I admire initiative. Pass. Harry climbed through. Hogsmeade was an hour's walk through frozen grounds. Harry kept to the edges of the path, his cloak pulled tight, his breath misting in the cold air. The Dementors patrolled the perimeter. He could feel them, distant shadows of cold and hunger, but they didn't approach. His Patronus waited at the edge of his consciousness, silver and fierce. Like father, like son, Lupin had said. Harry held onto that thought like a shield. The Three Broomsticks was warm and crowded. Harry slipped through the door, his hood raised, his face hidden. The smell of butterbeer and woodsmoke filled his lungs. Laughter rose from the corner booth, where a group of Hufflepuff 7th years were celebrating something. He didn't see Sirius. Then a hand touched his elbow. Harry. Harry turned. The man who stood before him was not the monster the Ministry had described. Not the gaunt, starving figure from the wanted posters. He was thin, too thin, his face hollow, his dark hair matted and unkempt. But his eyes were the same gray as Regulus Black's portrait. The same gray as the Black family tapestry, hidden in the darkest corner of Grimmauld Place. The same gray as Harry's own. Thank you for coming, Sirius said. I know you have no reason to trust me. Harry's hand moved to his wand. Then give me a reason. They sat in the corner booth, hidden from the crowd. Sirius's hands trembled as he raised his butterbeer to his lips. His eyes never left Harry's face. You look like James, he said. Same hair. Same expression when you're trying not to show what you're feeling. Harry said nothing. Your mother's eyes, though. Sirius's voice softened. Lily had the most incredible eyes. Green like fresh spring leaves. Like the killing curse, but alive. Harry's scar pulsed. You were there, he said. The night they died. You were supposed to be their secret keeper. No. Sirius's voice was raw. I was supposed to be decoy. We thought. James thought. If everyone believed I was the secret keeper, Voldemort would come after me. James and Lily would be safe. He paused. But Peter was the real secret keeper. James insisted. Said no one would suspect Peter. Said he was loyal, trustworthy, harmless. His voice broke. I argued. I told James it was too risky. Peter was weak, easily frightened, easily turned. But James trusted him. James always saw the best in people. Harry's chest tightened. Peter betrayed them, he said. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. Yes. Sirius's voice was barely audible. And then he framed me for his crimes. Killed 12 muggles with a single curse. cut off his own finger, transformed into a rat and disappeared. His gaze met Harry's. I've spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime I didn't commit. 12 years remembering James's face when I suggested Peter as secret keeper. 12 years, knowing that if I had fought harder, argued longer, insisted, they might still be alive. Harry's vision blurred. Why didn't you tell anyone? He asked. The Ministry. Dumbledore. Why did you let them believe you were guilty? I was broken. Sirius's voice was honest. Azkaban doesn't just imprison you. It drains you. Your hope, your will, your very self. The Dementors feed on everything you are, and they leave nothing behind. He paused. For 12 years, I couldn't remember what it felt like to be happy. I couldn't remember James's laugh or Lily's smile or the way you looked the last time I held you. His voice cracked. All I could remember was my failure. My guilt. My worthless, endless regret. Harry was silent. Then I escaped, Sirius continued. Not through magic. Through will. I saw Peter's picture in the Daily Prophet, rat on a 12-year-old's shoulder, living in the same house as the boy who should have been my godson. And something in me woke up. He met Harry's gaze. I escaped to find him. To bring him to justice. To prove to you, to everyone, that I didn't betray your parents. He paused. And to ask your forgiveness. Even though I don't deserve it. Harry stared at him. My godson, Sirius had said. The boy who should have been my godson. James, Harry whispered. James asked you to be my godfather. Yes. Sirius's voice was soft. The night you were born. James handed you to me. You were so small, Harry, so impossibly small. And he said, if anything happens to us, you take care of him. You be the father I can't be. He smiled. It was a broken, beautiful thing. I promised him I would. And then I spent 12 years in a prison cell while you grew up with muggles who didn't want you. Harry's tears fell. Vernon and Petunia, he said. They're not, they never. I know. Sirius's voice was gentle. I know what they did to you. The cupboard, the hunger, the loneliness. His hands curled into fists. I know, and I will never forgive myself for not being there to stop it. Harry wiped his eyes. It's not your fault, he said. None of it was your fault. Sirius looked at him. You believe me, he said. About Peter. About the betrayal. Harry met his gaze. Yes, he said. I believe you. They sat in silence as the butterbeer grew cold. Harry's mind raced. Peter Pettigrew. Scabbers. Ron's rat, the one that had been in the Weasley family for 12 years. The one that had slept in Ron's bed, eaten from his plate, accompanied him to Hogwarts. He's been here the whole time, Harry thought. In Gryffindor Tower. In the common room. In my dormitory. Watching. Waiting. Hiding. Where is he now? Harry asked. Pettigrew. With your friend. Sirius's voice was hard. Ronald Weasley. The rat has been his pet for 12 years. Harry's stomach clenched. Ron doesn't know. He thinks Scabbers is just an old rat. He has no idea. I know. Sirius's voice softened. The Weasleys are good people. They took Peter in without knowing what he was. He's been exploiting their kindness for over a decade. He paused. But now we know. And now we can end this. Harry nodded slowly. We need proof, he said. We can't just accuse Peter without evidence. No one will believe us. I know. Sirius's expression was grim. But Pettigrew is a coward. When confronted, he'll transform. Reveal himself. And then everyone will see the truth. Confronted where? When? Tonight. Sirius's voice was steady. Your friend's dormitory. After curfew. I'll find a way into the castle. Harry's heart hammered. The Dementors. The wards. How will you? I have my ways. Sirius's smile was thin. I've spent 12 years in the most secure prison in the wizarding world. Hogwarts. Defenses are formidable, but not impossible. He paused. I need you to trust me. Harry. One more time. Harry looked at him. At this man who had loved his parents, failed them, spent 12 years paying for that failure. At his godfather, who had escaped Azkaban through sheer force of will and crossed half of Britain to find him. Okay, Harry said. Tonight. Gryffindor Tower. I'll make sure Ron keeps Scabbers close. Sirius nodded. Thank you, he whispered. For believing me. For giving me this chance. Harry met his gaze. You're my godfather, he said. That means something. Sirius's eyes glistened. Yes, he said. It does. Harry returned to Hogwarts as the sun set. His mind churned with plans and contingencies. He needed to warn Ron. He needed to find Hermione. He needed to keep Scabbers, Pettigrew, from escaping before Sirius arrived. But first, he needed to tell Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was empty. Fawkes watched from his golden perch, his ancient eyes tracking Harry's movements. The silver instruments whirred and puffed. The portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep. Harry stood in the center of the room, the Covenant stone warm against his chest. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, he thought. Sirius could be lying. This could be a trap. Pettigrew could be innocent. But I believe him. I believe Sirius. I believe my parents chose him to be my godfather for a reason. And I believe Peter Pettigrew has been hiding from justice for 12 years. That ends tonight. He turned to leave. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. Harry, he said, I was told you wished to see me. Harry met his gaze. I know who Sirius Black is, he said. I know what he didn't do. And I know who really betrayed my parents. Dumbledore was very still. Peter Pettigrew, he said quietly. You have proof. I have Sirius. He's coming to Hogwarts tonight to confront Pettigrew. To force him to transform and reveal himself. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. This is dangerous, he said. If Sirius is lying, he's not. Harry's voice was steady. I believe him. Dumbledore studied him. Your father believed in second chances, he said. In the goodness of people, even those who had failed. It was his greatest strength, and his greatest weakness. He paused. Sirius Black has waited 12 years for someone to believe in him. I am glad that someone is you. Harry's chest tightened. Then you'll help us. Yes, Dumbledore said. Tonight, after curfew, I will ensure the path is clear. He paused. But Harry, be careful. Peter Pettigrew is a coward, but cowards are dangerous when cornered. Do not underestimate him. Harry nodded. I won't, he said. Ron was in the common room, playing chess with Hermione. And if you move your knight there, I'll take your bishop in 3 moves. You always take my bishop in 3 moves. Because you always leave your bishop exposed. It's like you want me to take it. I don't want you to take it. I'm just optimistic. Harry sat down beside them. Ron, he said quietly. I need to tell you something about Scabbers. Ron looked up. What about Scabbers? Harry took a breath. He's not a rat. He's a man. An animagus. He's been hiding as your family's pet for 12 years. Ron stared at him. Scabbers, he said slowly. My rat. That's been in my family since before I was born. That sleeps at the foot of my bed. That I've been carrying around in my pocket for 3 years. Yes. He's a man. Yes. Ron was silent for a long moment. Bloody hell, he whispered. My rat is a man. It took 20 minutes to explain everything. Ron listened in stunned silence. Hermione's expression shifted from disbelief to horror to cold, focused determination. Peter Pettigrew, she said. He was at Hogwarts. He was in the Order of the Phoenix. He was your parents' friend. And he betrayed them, Harry said. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. Then he framed Sirius for his crimes and disappeared. Hermione absorbed this. The scar on Scabbers' belly, she said slowly. Ron always said he got it when Percy flushed him down the toilet. But what if it's not a scar from flushing? Harry met her gaze. What if it's where he cut off his own finger? To fake his death. Ron's face went pale. Percy didn't flush him, he whispered. Scabbers has had that scar since before Percy got him. Since before any of us were born. He looked at Harry. 12 years. He's been hiding with my family for 12 years. Yes. And my mom, my dad, my brothers, we all just let him. Fed him. Carried him around. Treated him like a pet. His voice cracked. He slept in my bed, Harry. I talked to him. Told him my secrets. Cried on his fur when I was scared or lonely or angry. Harry's chest ached. He used you, he said. Just like he used my parents. Just like he used everyone who trusted him. Ron's hands curled into fists. Where is he now? He asked. Where's Scabbers? Your dormitory. I checked before I came down. Ron stood. Then let's go get him. They waited in the boys' dormitory as darkness fell. Scabbers slept in his cage, his small body rising and falling with each breath. His fur was gray and patchy. His left front paw ended in a twisted knot of scar tissue. 12 years, Harry thought. 12 years of hiding. 12 years of running. 12 years of pretending to be something he's not. Tonight, it ends. The door opened. Sirius stood in the doorway. He was thinner than Harry remembered. Paler. His eyes were shadowed with exhaustion and something else, anticipation, perhaps. Or fear. Is that him? Sirius asked. His voice was very quiet. Ron nodded. His hand rested on Scabbers' cage. Sirius approached. Scabbers woke. His small body went rigid. His beady eyes fixed on Sirius. And then, with a shriek that was not a rat's shriek, not any animal's shriek, he moved. The cage door burst open. Scabbers launched himself at the window. Harry's wand was faster. Petrificus totalis. Scabbers froze mid-leap. His body hit the floor with a soft thud. Sirius stared at him. 12 years, he whispered. 12 years have dreamed of this moment. He raised his wand. Revelio. Light exploded from Scabbers' body. The rat's form twisted, elongated, screamed. Fur became skin. Whiskers became hair. Tail became legs. And where the rat had been, a man now cowered. Peter Pettigrew. He was small. Smaller than Harry had imagined. His hair was thin and colorless, his face pudgy and weak. His left hand ended in a stump where his index finger should have been. His eyes darted between Sirius and Harry and the door. Sirius, he whimpered. Harry, please. You don't understand. I understand perfectly, Sirius said. His voice was ice. You were their secret keeper. You told Voldemort where they were hiding. You murdered 12 muggles and framed me for your crimes. I didn't have a choice. Pettigrew's voice rose to a shriek. He would have killed me. You don't know what he was like, what he could do. He killed James and Lily. Sirius's voice was steady. They trusted you. They loved you. And you sold them for your own worthless skin. Pettigrew's face crumpled. I was scared, he whispered. I've always been scared. You don't know what it's like, being the weakest, the smallest, the one everyone protects because they think you can't protect yourself. He looked at Harry. But I'm not weak. I survived. I did what I had to do. And I've been paying for it ever since. 12 years hiding as a rat, eating scraps, sleeping in cages. 12 years, Harry said. His voice was quiet. My parents have been dead for 12 years. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 12 years. And you've been hiding with my best friend, pretending to be a pet. His hand moved to his wand. 12 years is a long time to pay for one mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Sirius's voice was hard. It was a choice. Peter chose to betray his friends. He chose to save himself. And he's been choosing, every day for 12 years, to keep hiding rather than face what he did. He raised his wand. But the choices catch up with you eventually. Wait. Harry's voice stopped him. Sirius looked at him. He deserves to go to Azkaban, Harry said. For betraying my parents. For framing you. For everything he's done. He paused. But we need him alive. We need proof that he's the traitor. We need the ministry to believe us. Sirius was silent. If you kill him, Harry continued, it's just your word against a dead man's. You'll never clear your name. You'll never be free. Sirius's wand trembled. I don't care about my name, he whispered. I don't care about being free. I just want him to suffer the way I've suffered. I know. Harry's voice was gentle. But my parents didn't die for revenge. They died to protect me. To give me a chance to live. He met Sirius's gaze. Isn't that what you want? To give me a chance to have a family. Sirius's eyes glistened. James, he whispered. You sound just like James. He lowered his wand. Okay, he said. We take him to Dumbledore. We make him confess. We do this the right way. Harry nodded. That's all I'm asking. They bound Pettigrew with magical ropes and marched him through the silent corridors. Sirius walked beside Harry, his wand steady, his expression unreadable. Ron and Hermione flanked them, their faces pale but determined. Pettigrew shuffled between them, whimpering softly. The castle breathed around them. Ancient, patient, watching. Dumbledore was waiting in his office. I received your Patronus, he said. Well done. He looked at Pettigrew. His expression was very still. Peter. It has been a long time. Pettigrew wouldn't meet his gaze. I'm not going to Azkaban, he whispered. I can't go back there. I can't. You should have thought of that before you betrayed your friends. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Before you framed Sirius for your crimes. Before you spent 12 years hiding from justice. He turned to Harry. You have done well, he said. Better than I could have hoped. Harry's chest tightened. What happens now? Now, the ministry is summoned. Peter Pettigrew will stand trial for his crimes. Sirius Black will be exonerated. Dumbledore paused. And you, Harry, will have the chance to know your godfather. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius was crying. Thank you, he whispered. For believing me. For giving me this chance. Harry smiled. That's what family does, he said. We believe each other. They waited in Dumbledore's office as dawn crept across the horizon. Pettigrew sat in the corner, bound and silent. His eyes were empty. His confession, detailed, damning, recorded in Dumbledore's own hand, lay on the desk. Sirius sat beside Harry. I don't know how to be a godfather, he admitted. I've spent 12 years in a prison cell. I don't know anything about raising children. Harry almost laughed. I've spent 11 years in a cupboard. Neither do I. Sirius looked at him. A cupboard, he said. They kept you in a cupboard. It wasn't so bad. I had my own shelf. Sirius's expression was pained. I should have been there, he said. I should have fought harder to keep you. Begged Dumbledore to let me raise you. Something. Anything. You were in Azkaban. You couldn't have raised anyone. But I could have tried. Sirius's voice was raw. I could have demanded a trial. Insisted on my innocence. Something. Harry was silent for a moment. You're here. Now, he said. That's what matters. Sirius met his gaze. Yes, he said. I am. The ministry arrived at sunrise. Cornelius Fudge was pale and flustered. Amelia Bones was calm and thorough. Aurors filled the office, their wands raised, their expressions professionally neutral. This is highly irregular, Fudge kept saying. Highly irregular. These are irregular circumstances, Dumbledore replied. They took Pettigrew away in chains. They took Sirius's statement, his testimony, his 12 years of wrongful imprisonment. They examined the confession, the evidence, the photograph of Peter Pettigrew as a rat on a 12-year-old's shoulder. And finally, they looked at Sirius and said, "You're free." Harry stood on the edge of the lake as the sun rose. Sirius stood beside him. His chains were gone. His face was clean. His eyes, gray and steady and alive, reflected the gold and crimson of the new day. "I don't know what happens now," Sirius said. "I don't know where I go or what I do or how I live the life that was stolen from me." He paused. "But I know I want you in it. If you'll have me." Harry looked at him. At this man who had loved his parents, failed them, spent 12 years paying for that failure. At his godfather, who had crossed half of Britain to find him. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'll have you." Sirius smiled. It was the first real smile Harry had ever seen on his face. "Good," he said. "That's good." They stood together as the sun rose over Hogwarts, and for the first time in 12 years, Sirius Black was free. Freedom, Sirius Black discovered, was not a door that opened outward. It was a cage that fell away, leaving nothing but empty space where walls had been. And empty space, after 12 years of confinement, was more terrifying than any prison. Harry watched his godfather navigate the first days of liberty. Sirius slept with his wand under his pillow. He started at sudden sounds. He avoided closed doors and crowded rooms. His eyes tracked shadows that weren't there, and sometimes, in the quiet moments between conversation, he simply stopped. Frozen. Somewhere else. He's still in Azkaban, Harry realized. Part of him. The part that remembers 12 years of Dementors and darkness and despair. That part won't ever leave. But other parts of Sirius were waking up. He laughed at Ron's jokes. He argued Quidditch statistics with a passion that impressed even Wood. He ate treacle tart with the single-minded focus of a man who had subsisted on prison slop for over a decade. And he watched Harry. Not the way the Dursleys watched, assessing, suspicious, waiting for an excuse to punish. Sirius watched like Harry was a miracle he couldn't quite believe in. Like he was afraid that if he looked away, Harry would vanish. Harry understood. He had spent 11 years believing he was alone. Believing no one wanted him. Believing that the cupboard under the stairs was all he deserved. Now he had a godfather who had crossed half of Britain to find him. Now he had family. The Daily Prophet ran the story for 3 days. Black exonerated. Pettigrew captured after 12 years. Ministry admits wrongful imprisonment. A tragic miscarriage of justice, Fudge. Sirius refused to read the articles. He said he already knew what they contained. He'd lived it. But he clipped each one and tucked them into his pocket. Not for himself, Harry realized. For Harry. So Harry would have proof that the world knew the truth. He's trying to give me something, Harry thought. Evidence. History. A record that the man who loved my parents was innocent all along. He's trying to give me a family story. Harry kept his own clippings in the bottom of his trunk, pressed between the pages of his father's mirror. The third night after Pettigrew's capture, Harry found Sirius on the astronomy tower. The wind was fierce at this height. It tore at Sirius's hair, his robes, the thin fabric of his borrowed coat. He didn't seem to notice. Harry approached slowly. Couldn't sleep? He asked. Sirius didn't turn. I haven't slept properly since I was 21. You get used to it. Harry stood beside him. The castle sprawled below, its towers and turrets silver in the moonlight. The lake was a sheet of black glass. The forbidden forest breathed darkness at the edge of the grounds. James and I used to come up here, Sirius said quietly. At night, after curfew, we'd sit right here and plan our futures. He paused. James was going to play Quidditch for England. I was going to be the youngest head Auror in Ministry history. We were going to buy a house together, me and James and Lily, and you were going to call us both Dad, and never know which one was which. His voice broke. Stupid, he whispered. We were so stupid. We thought we had forever. Harry's chest ached. Forever isn't real, he said. I learned that from the founders. Sirius looked at him. The founders of Hogwarts. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin. Harry's voice was steady. They came back when I touched the Covenant Stone. They taught me magic. They taught me courage. They taught me that death isn't the end of everything. He paused. And then they faded. Because echoes can't last forever. But the things they taught me, the choices they helped me make, those last. Sirius was silent for a long moment. You're 12 years old, he said. You shouldn't have to talk about death like it's an old friend. I've been talking about death since I was 1. Harry's voice was quiet. That's what my scar is. A conversation with death that never ends. His hand moved to his forehead. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in here. The night he killed my parents, his curse rebounded. A fragment of him attached to me. Sirius's expression shifted. Horror. Understanding. Grief. Harry, he whispered. I didn't know. No one knew. Dumbledore figured it out. The founders helped me understand. Harry met his gaze. I carry a piece of the man who murdered my parents. I carry it every day, everywhere I go. It's part of me now. He paused. But it doesn't define me. I define me. And I choose to be Harry Potter, not Tom Riddle's accidental Horcrux. Sirius stared at him. James would be so proud, he said. Lily would be crying. She always cried when you did something amazing. Harry almost smiled. I cry too, he admitted. When no one's watching. Sirius nodded slowly. So do I, he said. So do I. They stood together as the wind howled around them. We need to talk about what comes next, Sirius said. For you. For me. For us. Harry waited. Dumbledore wants me to stay at Hogwarts. Temporarily. He says there's work to be done. The Order, the Horcruxes, preparing for Voldemort's return. Sirius paused. I told him I'd think about it. But you don't want to stay. I want to take you away from here. Sirius's voice was raw. I want to find a house somewhere quiet, somewhere far from ministry officials and Daily Prophet reporters and the ghosts of everyone I've lost. I want to give you a home, Harry. A real home. With a bedroom that isn't a cupboard and meals that aren't scraps and someone who's there when you wake up in the morning. He met Harry's gaze. I want to be your family. Not your godfather. Not your guardian. Your family. Harry's vision blurred. I want that too, he whispered. But I can't leave Hogwarts. Not yet. I know. Sirius's voice was heavy. The Covenant. The Horcruxes. The war that's coming. Yes. So we find a middle ground. Sirius's voice steadied. I stay nearby. Hogsmeade, maybe. Somewhere I can see you on weekends, holidays, whenever you need me. We write letters. We send owls. We figure out what it means to be a family when we've never had one before. Harry nodded slowly. That sounds good, he said. That sounds possible. Sirius smiled. Possible, he repeated. I like that word. The following morning, Harry introduced Sirius to the room of requirement. His godfather walked through the door with wary curiosity. His expression shifted as he took in the space, the vaulted ceiling, the ancient stone walls, the pedestal at the center with Gryffindor's sword gleaming in the dim light. You found it, Sirius breathed. Gryffindor's sword. The real one. It was waiting for me. Harry approached the pedestal. His fingers found the familiar grip of the hilt. The Founders said I was the heir. That the Covenant chose me. The Covenant chose you, Sirius repeated. Because of your parents' blood. Because of my choices. Harry's voice was quiet. That's what they told me. It wasn't about blood or destiny or prophecy. It was about choosing to reach out. Choosing to belong. Choosing to hope. He looked at Sirius. They said that's what made me worthy of their legacy. Sirius was silent for a long moment. James always said you'd be extraordinary, he said finally. The night you were born, he held you in his arms and said, this one's going to change the world, Padfoot. I can feel it. His voice cracked. I laughed at him. Told him every parent thinks their kid is special. He paused. Turns out James was right. He was always right about the important things. Harry's chest tightened. I don't want to change the world, he said. I just want to protect the people I love. Sirius met his gaze. That's what changing the world looks like, he said. One person at a time. They practiced together in the room of requirement. Sirius's dueling skills were rusty. 12 years without a wand had taken their toll, but his instincts were sharp, his reflexes quick, his determination absolute. Again, he said, after Harry disarmed him for the 5th time. You're exhausted. We should rest. I'll rest when I can defend you properly. Sirius's jaw was set. Again, Harry raised his wand. Expelliarmus. Sirius's wand flew from his hand. He didn't even try to dodge. Good, he said. Again, they practiced until Harry's arm ached and Sirius's borrowed robes were soaked with sweat. Then they sat against the stone wall, passing a water bottle between them, and Sirius talked about James. Your father was the worst seeker in Gryffindor history, he said. Absolutely hopeless. He'd chase the snitch into the stands, through the forest, once into the middle of the lake. Wood, Oliver Wood's father, used to have screaming fits on the sidelines. Harry laughed. It felt strange and good. But he never gave up, Sirius continued. Never stopped chasing. Even when he knew he couldn't catch it, even when the game was already lost, he kept flying. Kept searching. Kept hoping. He looked at Harry. That's why Lily finally agreed to go out with him. Not because he was talented or handsome or charming, though he was all those things, even if he'd deny it. Because he never gave up on what he wanted. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted my mom. He wanted you. Sirius's voice was gentle. He wanted a family. A home. A future. He wanted to be the father his own parents never were. He paused. And he got it. For 3 years, he got everything he ever wanted. A wife who loved him. A son who looked at him like he was the center of the universe. A purpose beyond chasing snitches and pranking Slytherins. His voice broke. It wasn't enough time. It was never enough time. But James packed more living into those 3 years than most people do in a lifetime. Harry wiped his eyes. I wish I could remember him, he whispered. I wish I could remember any of it. Sirius was silent for a long moment. I remember for you, he said. Every prank, every Quidditch match, every stupid argument about the best flavor of every flavor beans. I remember it all. He met Harry's gaze. And when you're ready, I'll tell you everything. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, he said. I'd like that. The weeks that followed were strange and wonderful. Sirius stayed at Hogwarts as Dumbledore's guest. He attended meals in the Great Hall. The students stared, whispered, pointed, and ate treacle tart with fierce concentration. He walked the grounds with Harry, discussing Quidditch and Horcruxes and the best way to disarm a fully grown Death Eater. He laughed. He argued with Ron about the cannons, chances. He charmed Hermione with stories of her parents' generation at Hogwarts. And slowly, quietly, he began to heal. Harry saw it in the way Sirius's shoulders relaxed. The way his eyes stopped tracking shadows. The way he slept, not peacefully, not yet, but longer, deeper, more present. He's coming back, Harry thought. Not to who he was before Azkaban. That person is gone, but to who he could be now. Someone new. Someone who survived. Someone who's learning to live again. April brought rain in the first Quidditch match since Sirius's exoneration. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry flew through sheets of water, chasing a snitch that refused to be caught. The wind howled. The rain blurred his vision. His broom shuddered with every gust. And somewhere in the stands, Sirius was screaming his name. Harry caught the snitch in an hour and 12 minutes. The Gryffindor common room erupted. Wood cried. Ron screamed himself hoarse. Hermione smiled and said, "That was reckless and dangerous and you could have been killed." Harry accepted their congratulations and tried not to think about the Dementors waiting at the gates. That night, Sirius found him on the astronomy tower. "You were brilliant," Sirius said. "Absolutely mental, but brilliant." Harry didn't respond. Sirius stood beside him. The wind was gentler tonight. The moon hung low and heavy on the horizon. "James would have hated it," Sirius continued. "You flying circles around Malfoy, catching the snitch in weather that grounded half the team. He would have complained that you made it look too easy." He paused. "Then he would have bought you the best broom money could buy and told everyone within earshot that his son was the greatest seeker Hogwarts had ever seen." Harry's chest tightened. "Do you think he'd be proud of me?" he asked. "Not the Quidditch. Not the sword or the Covenant or the Horcruxes. Just me." Sirius was silent for a long moment. "James was proud of you before you were born," he said. "He used to talk to Lily's belly, tell you about Quidditch and pranks and all the mischief you'd get up to together. He'd press his ear against her stomach and swear he could hear you laughing." His voice softened. "He loved you, Harry. Not the idea of you. Not the son you might become. You. From the moment he knew you existed, he loved you with everything he had." He met Harry's gaze. "And that love didn't die with him. It's still here. In the people who remember him. In the choices you make. In the way you protect your friends and fight for what's right and refuse to give up, even when everything seems hopeless." He paused. "That's James's legacy, Harry. Not the prophecies or the sacrifices or the stories they tell about him. You are his greatest achievement." Harry's tears fell. "I miss him," he whispered. "I never knew him, and I miss him every day." Sirius pulled him into an embrace. "I know," he said. "I know." They stood together as the moon climbed higher. "There's something I need to tell you," Sirius said. "About your parents. About the night they died." Harry tensed. "I wasn't there," Sirius continued. "I was supposed to be. James and I had a plan. If Voldemort ever found them, I'd create a diversion, draw him away, give them time to escape. But I was too late." His voice was steady, but Harry felt him trembling. "By the time I reached Godric's Hollow, the house was destroyed. James was dead at the bottom of the stairs. Lily was in the nursery, her body covering yours. And you were crying." He paused. "You were crying, and your scar was bleeding, and Voldemort was gone. Not dead. Just gone. His body destroyed, his soul scattered, his power broken." Harry's hand moved to his scar. "I don't remember any of it." "No. You were too young." Sirius's voice was gentle. "But I remember. Every detail. Every sound. Every moment of standing in that ruined house, holding James's body, knowing I had failed him." His voice broke. "I failed him, Harry. I was supposed to protect them, and I failed." Harry looked at him. "You were supposed to be the decoy," he said. "Not the secret keeper. You did exactly what my parents asked you to do. It wasn't enough. It was everything." Harry's voice was fierce. "You gave them a chance. You gave me a chance. And when Voldemort came back, when Pettigrew was exposed, you escaped Azkaban and crossed half of Britain to find me." He paused. "That's not failure. That's love." Sirius's eyes glistened. "You sound like Lily," he whispered. "She always knew the right thing to say. Maybe that's why I'm your godson." Harry almost smiled. "She knew you'd need someone to tell you when you were being an idiot." Sirius laughed. It was wet and shaky, but it was real. "Yeah," he said. "Probably." May arrived with blossoms on the grounds and the promise of summer. Harry continued his training. His Patronus grew stronger, the silver stag now emerged at will, driving back the Dementors cold with its fierce, radiant presence. His sword work improved. His connection to the Covenant deepened until he could feel Hogwarts' heartbeat in his own chest. And Sirius stayed. Not at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had found him rooms in Hogsmeade, above the Three Broomsticks. But he visited every weekend, attended every Quidditch match, wrote letters that arrived by all twice daily. "Rosmerta makes terrible tea," one read. "But her shepherd's pie is acceptable. I'm teaching her the family recipe. She says black family secrets shouldn't be shared with mere pub owners. I told her the black family can rot. Also, I found a photo of your father attempting to grow a mustache. It is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen. I'm enclosing a copy. Use it wisely." Harry smiled. He tucked the photograph into his trunk, Next to the mirror his father had left him and the clippings about Sirius's exoneration. His family history was growing. The end of term approached with the inevitability of tides. Harry sat his exams. He wrote essays and brewed potions and transfigured matchsticks into needles. He answered questions about magical theory and defended his practical demonstrations and tried not to fall asleep at his desk. And he thought about the summer. Sirius had invited him to stay. Not at the Dursleys, never again. Sirius had found a house. Not Grimmauld Place, the ancestral black home that held too many memories and too much dark magic. Something smaller. Something new. Something that could become a home. I can't promise it'll be perfect, Sirius had said. I can't promise I'll be perfect. I've never done this before, being a godfather, being family, being responsible for someone other than myself. He paused. But I can promise I'll try. Every day. For as long as you'll let me. Harry looked at him. That's all I've ever wanted, he said. Someone who tries. The final feast was a blur of noise and light. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. Hermione had received top marks in every subject. Ron had somehow passed potions. And Harry had survived another year. He sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by laughter and celebration, and tried to feel like he belonged. This is what we're fighting for, he reminded himself. Not prophecies. Not legacies. Not the weight of 1,000 years. This. Right now. People we love, celebrating together. This is worth protecting. He looked at Sirius, seated at the staff table beside Lupin. His godfather caught his eye and raised his goblet. Harry raised his own. To family, the gesture said. To home. To the future we're building together. Harry drank. The train carried them south. Harry sat by the window, watching the castle recede into the distance. Hogwarts grew smaller, smaller, a toy fortress against the summer sky. But this time, he wasn't leaving alone. Sirius sat across from him, his borrowed robes replaced with new ones, his face relaxed in a way Harry had never seen before. Ron was arguing with Hermione about the cannons, prospects. Hedwig dozed in her cage. And Harry was going home. Not to Privet Drive, not to the cupboard, to a house he'd never seen, with a man he was still learning to know, in a life that was finally his own. I'm not the boy who left King's Cross 2 years ago, he thought. I'm not the orphan in the cupboard. I'm not the boy who lived. I'm Harry Potter, godson of Sirius Black, heir of the Hogwarts Covenant. Gryffindor's chosen seeker. I have friends who love me. A godfather who crossed half of Britain to find me. A future that I'm building, one choice at a time. I am not alone. I have never been alone. And I never will be again. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. The Covenant stone pulsed. Always, the warmth whispered. Always. Harry smiled. And let the rhythm of the train carry him toward home. The house was smaller than Harry expected. It stood at the edge of a village Harry had never heard of, surrounded by rolling hills and sheep pastures. The garden was overgrown. The paint was peeling. The front door stuck when Sirius tried to open it. It's not much, Sirius said. But it's ours. Harry stepped inside. The living room was dusty and cluttered with boxes. The kitchen was tiny, the bedrooms even smaller. There was no cupboard under the stairs, just a closet for coats and brooms and mismatched shoes. It was the most beautiful place Harry had ever seen. Where's my room? He asked. Sirius pointed to the stairs. End of the hallway. It's got the best light. Harry climbed the stairs. The room was small. A bed, a desk, a window overlooking the hills. Nothing on the walls. Nothing on the floor. Nothing but space and possibility. Harry set down his trunk. Home, he thought. This is home. He pressed his marked hand against his chest. I made it, he thought. I found my family. I found my home. I found myself. Thank you for helping me get here. The Covenant stone pulsed. You did this, the warmth seemed to whisper. Not us. Not the Covenant. Not prophecy or destiny or legacy. You chose to believe. You chose to fight. You chose to hope. And hope led you home. Harry smiled. Yeah, he whispered. It did. August arrived with heat and the heavy stillness of waiting. Grimmauld Place breathed around Harry like a living thing. Its walls creaked with centuries of secrets. Its portraits whispered accusations that faded into silence whenever he approached. Its magic pressed against his skin, ancient and watchful and deeply, terribly wounded. This house has suffered, Harry thought. Generations of blacks, each one more damaged than the last. Dark magic and blood purity and the slow poison of believing you're better than everyone else. Sirius escaped. Regulus died trying. And the house remembers both. He pressed the covenant stone against his chest. Help me understand, he thought. Help me see what this place needs. The stone pulsed, but it offered no answers. The order met twice weekly in the drawing room. Harry attended every session now. No one objected. No one suggested he was too young or too vulnerable or too valuable to risk. The war was coming, and Harry Potter was at its center. Dumbledore updated them on Voldemort's movements. Moody reported Death Eater sightings. Kingsley shared Ministry intelligence, fragments of information, whispers of conspiracy, the slow rot of corruption spreading through official channels. And Harry listened. He learned about the giants in the mountains, the werewolves in the forests, the Dementors abandoning Azkaban to join Voldemort's forces. He learned about the disappearances, Muggle-born families vanishing in the night, their homes burned, their bodies never found. He learned about the fear spreading through Wizarding Britain like a sickness. And he learned about the Horcruxes. Hufflepuff's cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, Dumbledore said. The goblins will not cooperate with us. Breaking into the vault will require unconventional methods. You mean illegal methods, Sirius said flatly. I mean necessary methods. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Voldemort has not hesitated to break every law of magic and morality in his pursuit of immortality. We cannot afford to be more constrained by convention than he is. Sirius's jaw tightened. And if we're caught, if Harry is caught, then we ensure he is not caught. Dumbledore met Sirius's gaze. I will not pretend this is safe. It is not, but neither is waiting for Voldemort to gather enough strength to attack openly. Sirius was silent. When? Harry asked. Not yet. Dumbledore's voice softened. You are 12 years old, Harry. You have time. The cup is not going anywhere. We will strike when the moment is right, when you are ready, when we have the resources we need, when the risk is as low as we can make it. Harry nodded slowly. And the diadem, still hidden within Hogwarts. The castle's magic conceals it, protects it, waits for the right seeker to find it. Dumbledore paused. I believe that seeker is you. Harry's chest tightened. The Covenant, he said. The Founders. They're part of Hogwarts now. If anyone can find Ravenclaw's diadem, it's me. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue. I believe so. The conversation stayed with Harry for days. Ravenclaw's diadem, he thought. Hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Waiting for me to find it. But where? What did Rowena hide? What did she protect? He thought about the Founders. About Ravenclaw's patient teaching, her probing questions, her insistence that wisdom was not knowing answers but knowing questions. She would want me to figure it out, Harry thought. She would want me to search, to struggle, to earn the knowledge rather than having it handed to me. That's what wisdom means. He pressed the Covenant stone against his chest. I'll find it, he promised. I'll find it and destroy it and free your legacy from Voldemort's corruption. Just give me time. The stone pulsed. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We wait. Always. The third week of August brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Lupin stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, his worn robes patched at the elbows, his grey hair escaping in all directions. He looked thinner than Harry remembered. Paler. But his eyes were the same, kind, weary, full of a sadness that never quite left. Professor Lupin. Harry's voice was warm. I didn't know you were coming. Remus. Lupin smiled. Just Remus. I'm not your professor anymore. You'll always be my professor. You taught me the Patronus charm. And you mastered it. That makes us colleagues, not teacher and student. Harry almost laughed. Colleagues. Of a sort. Lupin's expression sobered. I've been asked to help with your training. The Order thinks, Dumbledore thinks, you need more than sword work and defensive spells. Harry waited. Occlumency, Lupin said. The art of closing your mind against intrusion. Voldemort can sense you through the fragment in your scar. He can read your thoughts, feel your emotions, track your movements. He paused. Occlumency can block that connection. Not completely, the fragment is part of you now. But enough. Enough to keep your secrets safe. Harry's scar pulsed. Can you teach me? I can try. Lupin's voice was honest. I'm not a master, Snape is better, Dumbledore is better. But I know the fundamentals. And I know you. He met Harry's gaze. I know you're strong enough to learn. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, he said. When do we start? The lessons began that afternoon. Lupin sat across from Harry in the library, their chairs positioned so the light from the window fell between them. His wand was raised, his expression calm. Occlumency is about control, he said. Not of your magic, of your mind. You must learn to empty your thoughts, to silence your emotions, to create a space where no one else can enter. How? Meditation. Practice. The deliberate clearing of mental clutter. Lupin paused. Close your eyes. Breathe. Let your thoughts drift past like clouds. Harry closed his eyes. He breathed. Thoughts came immediately. Sirius's face, the locket's destruction, the weight of the Covenant stone against his chest. He tried to push them away. They returned. Don't fight, Lupin said gently. Observe. Acknowledge. Let them pass. Harry tried. The thoughts kept coming. They practiced for hours. Harry's mind was not a quiet place. It was crowded with memories and fears and the constant, low-grade awareness of the fragment sleeping in his scar. Every time he thought he had cleared it, another thought emerged. You're not good enough. You're not strong enough. You're not ready. Those aren't your thoughts, Lupin said quietly. Harry opened his eyes. What? The doubts. The fears. The voice that tells you you're not enough. Lupin's gaze was steady. That's the fragment. Voldemort's influence. He wants you to doubt yourself. He wants you to believe you can't win. Harry's chest tightened. How do you know? Because I've heard the same voice. Lupin's voice was quiet. Every full moon, when the wolf takes over, a part of me whispers that I'm a monster. That I don't deserve friends or family or a normal life. That I should lock myself away and never come out. He paused. That voice is not me. It's the curse. The darkness that was forced upon me. And I have learned, over many years, to recognize it for what it is. He met Harry's gaze. So can you. Harry closed his eyes. You're not enough, the voice whispered. That's not me, Harry thought. That's Voldemort. That's the fragment. That's his fear, his doubt, his weakness projected onto me. I am enough. I have always been enough. The voice fell silent. Harry opened his eyes. Lupin was smiling. Good, he said. Very good. The days that followed established a rhythm. Mornings belonged to the order, meetings, intelligence briefings, the slow work of preparing for a war that had not yet begun. Afternoons belonged to occlumency, Harry's mind slowly learning to shield itself from intrusion. Evenings belonged to serious, quiet conversations, shared meals, the tentative building of a relationship that had been stolen 12 years ago. And nights belonged to the Covenant. Harry lay in his bed at Grimmauld Place, the stone warm against his chest, and reached out across the miles to Hogwarts. The castle answered, not with words, not with presence, but with something deeper. Recognition. Acceptance. The ancient bond that tied him to the stones and the magic and the memory of 4 founders who had given him everything. I'm coming back, he thought. Soon. September 1st. I'm coming home. The castle pulsed. We know, the warmth seemed to whisper. We wait. Always. Harry smiled. And slept. The final week of August brought a letter from Hogwarts. Not the standard supply list Harry had received that weeks ago. This was different. Thicker. Sealed with crimson wax and Dumbledore's personal crest. Harry opened it in the privacy of his room. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and that your summer has been productive. I write with news that may be of interest to you. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw has been located. It is hidden within Hogwarts, in a place that only the worthy may enter. I believe you, Harry, are worthy. When you return to school, we shall discuss this further. For now, know that the diadem awaits. And when you are ready to claim it, it will reveal itself to you. There is one more thing. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that resides in your scar, it is not merely a passive presence. It is connected to him. It shares his thoughts, his emotions, his awareness. And it can be used against him. Occlumency will help you shield your mind. But there may come a time when you need to do more than shield. There may come a time when you need to reach back. To see what he sees. To know what he knows. To use the connection against him. This is dangerous. More dangerous than anything you have faced. If you reach out and he catches you, if he takes control of the connection, he could destroy you. But it may also be our greatest weapon. Think about it, Harry. Discuss it with Sirius, with Remus, with those you trust. And when you are ready, when you are certain, we will explore this path together. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Use the connection against him, Dumbledore had written. See what he sees. Know what he knows. Become the weapon Voldemort never expected. Harry's scar pulsed. Could I do it? He wondered. Could I reach into his mind, his soul, his darkness, and come back unchanged? Or would the fragment consume me? He didn't know, but he knew who to ask. Sirius read the letter in silence. His expression shifted as he absorbed Dumbledore's words: concern, fear, anger, and finally something Harry couldn't name. He's asking you to become a weapon, Sirius said. To use the thing that's been hurting you since you were a baby as a tool against its creator. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, it could destroy you. I know. Sirius was silent for a long moment. James would have done it, he said quietly. In a heartbeat, he would have charged in without thinking, trusting his instincts, believing he could handle whatever came. He met Harry's gaze, but Lily would have stopped him. She would have made him think, plan, prepare. She would have reminded him that some risks aren't worth taking. Harry nodded slowly. What would you do? He asked. Sirius considered the question. I would tell you to wait, he said. To learn occlumency first. To build your shield so strong that nothing can break them. And then, maybe, to try reaching out. He paused. Because the connection isn't going anywhere. Voldemort isn't going anywhere. You have time to prepare. Harry absorbed this. Okay, he said. I'll wait. I'll learn. I'll prepare. Sirius nodded. That's all I ask. The final days of summer passed in a blur of packing and anticipation. Harry organized his trunk with methodical precision. Robes, books, quill and parchment and ink. The photograph of his parents. Gryffindor's sword, wrapped in his cloak and hidden at the bottom. The Covenant stone, warm against his chest. And the locket, the destroyed locket, its golden surface split, its magic gone. Harry kept it as a reminder. Of Regulus Black's sacrifice. Of Voldemort's vulnerability. Of the war that was coming and the hope that they could win. 1 down, he thought. 5 to go. We're getting there. Slowly. Carefully. 1 step at a time. But we're getting there. The train departed from King's Cross on September 1st. Harry stood on the platform with Sirius, surrounded by the chaos of families and students and owls and cats and trunks. Ron was already on board, waving frantically from a window. Hermione was arguing with the conductor about something. I'll write every week, Sirius said. More, if I can. I'll write back. You'd better. I'll send Hedwig if you don't. Harry smiled. Thanks, he said. For everything. For this summer. For being my family. Sirius's eyes glistened. Thank you, he whispered. For giving me a reason to keep going. They hugged. It was awkward. Sirius was taller, thinner, his arms wrapping around Harry's shoulders in an embrace that was more desperate than comfortable. But Harry held on. Because this was family. This was home. This was what his parents had died to give him. I'll see you at Christmas, Sirius said. Harry nodded. I'll be waiting. The train carried him north. Harry sat by the window, watching the London suburbs give way to countryside, then to the wild, untamed beauty of the Scottish Highlands. Ron chattered about Quidditch. Hermione read. The compartment filled with the comfortable silence of friends who didn't need to fill every moment with words. And Harry thought about the year ahead. 3rd year. New classes. New challenges. New opportunities to grow stronger, learn more, prepare for the war that was coming. And the diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, waiting for him to find it. I will, he promised. I'll find it. I'll destroy it. I'll free another piece of the Founder's legacy from Voldemort's corruption. 1 step at a time. 1 Horcrux at a time. 1 day at a time. He pressed the Covenant stone against his chest. I'm coming home, he thought. The stone pulsed. Welcome back, heir, the warmth seemed to whisper. We have waited. We remember. Always. Harry smiled. And watched the castle rise from the darkness. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.